ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to a big day of action on the European Cricket Network. We have 9 matches scheduled for you today. In a couple of hours' time, we will start things off in England in that European Cricket Series in Hornchurch, where Tina Goff and Nishay Butt will be talking you through the action. But before then, the action will start here. 4 matches coming up in Romania. Bună dimineața is the start of day 3 of 4. So yes, tomorrow is finals day here in Romania and we have 4 matches for you. The first match this morning is 2 teams that have been struggling of late. The Bucharest Gladiators are at the bottom of the standings without a win to their name and they're in a little bit of turmoil. Can they get things started here for themselves today? They're up against Phoenix. Now Phoenix have played the Gladiators on 2 occasions and been victorious in both. So before we talk a little more about the 2 teams, let's join Stefan Gooch and the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Gladiators to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. They come down heads. What would you like to do? Okay. All the best, guys. Have a good game. Gladiators have won the toss. They're batting.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch. So the Bucharest Gladiators have won the toss and decided that they will have a bat first. Batting first, in all fairness, has been when they've been at their best. They have been able to get past that 100 mark on several occasions. The thing is, they haven't been able to hold on for a win. For example, against their opponents here, Phoenix, on 2 occasions, on one, they put 125 on the board. On the other, yesterday, the last match yesterday, they put 106 on the board, but it wasn't enough. Phoenix was able to get the runs. It doesn't surprise me really, because I think this pitch has played very well. Let's talk a little bit about it. We know this pitch for the last few years, it's a very wide pitch, and I think bowlers like that. There's nothing worse than coming on to bowl when the pitch is quite narrow. The bowlers have a bit of freedom, but also they have some bounce, especially in this area here to the right-handers. I think if you pitch that ball up at short of a length, it's coming up nicely and the batters have had difficulty with it. That's why I don't think the batters have gone on to score big runs. But if you can apply yourself here, I think the batters can go on and score big runs. But I love the way this pitch has played. For me, there has been no issues with it at all. We haven't seen the ball stay low. It's been true to form. And I'm just a little bit surprised that the rate that we're going at the moment with that pass score around about 100 hasn't gone up. Maybe today and tomorrow we will see some more of that. Let's talk a little bit more about the Bucharest Gladiators. So they are going to have a bat first, but one thing I certainly felt from them yesterday was that there's some in-team fighting. They just don't seem to be playing well as a team. That's been reflected in the results. We have seen players perform, but it's been strange. They may have performed in one match, so when it comes to the second match, we don't see them feature at all, even though they are in the side. And a good example of that was yesterday in their first loss to the Bliss Warriors, where someone like Mohamed Rashid played really well with the bat. He was the only one scoring 44 to get runs on the board. Yet when it came to the second match against Phoenix, he didn't feature at all. So he's certainly one to watch out for them. And I think I like the performance there of Kaim Khan as well. He got a little bit overlooked as a bowler yesterday, but when it came to the batting, he came in and he certainly did smash the ball around for a fine 36. So those 2 are in form, but really the Bucharest Gladiators, they need the key players, their top players, to start performing. They're up against Phoenix. Like I said already, Phoenix have got 2 victories over the Gladiators already, and their captain, Ramesh Kumar, is going to be pretty happy with the way that his players are starting to perform. He himself was in the runs yesterday. I like his aggressive approach. He certainly did show that on this pitch you can score big runs and score them quickly. He's also going to be happy that someone like Jayasuriya is getting better all the time. And then for him personally, I think seeing that Arun Kumar Unikrishnan getting runs yesterday, a fine score in the 40s to get them the win against the Gladiators, that would put a smile on his face. But one guy who's been in great form, and I think we're going to see him first up this morning again with the ball, Josat Kurka. He has been fantastic and he's been knocking the timber over on a regular basis. So we're ready for the match. And one thing I will tell you, it is hot here today, around 25 degrees already as I speak to you. Temperatures will go past the 30s here today. What that does mean is that we probably will start to see later on the day that at the 5-over mark that the players will start to take on some refreshments because it is stiflingly hot. But we're going to have a great day. And maybe with the heat, we're going to see some more runs here in the middle. One guy that I know, no matter how hot it is, because he likes the hot stuff, his Phil G is in the commentary box. Phil, over to you for the start of this one. And it's going to be the Bucharest Gladiators. They're going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Rico, for that wonderful introduction. Yes, indeed. Love it when it's hot. And it's going to be a hot one today, as Rico has given you the forecast. It is quite warm already, as he says, and building up quite nicely. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, in situ in the commentary booth, the commentary igloo. And we are ready to go with this third day. We're on the cusp of starting the third day. Let's have a quick look at what happened yesterday. The recap tells us that match 6 kicked things off yesterday. Bliss Warriors managed to put 80 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. It was pretty slow going out there. Kalhara leading the way with an unbeaten 49. Unlucky not to get his half century. Unfortunately for Phoenix, though, they were just outdone and they couldn't get over the line. They really struggled in those final overs, end up with 68 for 7, a good 12-run win to Bliss Warriors. They continued along their merry way. And as we see here in the next game, they continued even further, putting 103 on the board this time. A few extra runs, managed to get the triple digits up, and Bucharest Gladiators fell quite short, 19 runs. Really felt like they were never in with a chance there. Mohammed Rashid, a shining light, 44 from 26, and I know Rico mentioned him in his intro as well, and he deserved a very big shout out there. Note, 1 wicket from the bowlers, and 6 runouts. Astonishing stuff there. 6 runouts, Bucharest Gladiators, which I think goes a long way to assist what Rico was saying about the Bucharest Gladiators and about where their minds are at the moment. Bliss Warriors, for the 3rd time, batted first, put another score of 80 on the board, also losing 5 wickets again. Bit of a carbon copy, this one. But this time, it was the Royal Eagles who got their 2nd win over Bliss Warriors, pulling down those runs with 3 balls to spare. It was an exciting game, came right down to that final over. They did push it to the 10th. Ricky Gill starring with the bat with 32 from 22. And Shahab Alam finding a bit of form, getting a good 22 from 14 at the top order there, guiding the team, the Royal Eagles, over the line. For the 2nd time, they've beaten Bliss Warriors in this competition as well. Then we move into the afternoon games. Match 9 came your way, and it was Phoenix who put on 72 for 8 after 10. Royal Eagles, back-to-back wins for them. They chased down the runs pretty comfortable in the end, and probably the most comfortable game, actually, of the whole day. And with still 8 balls to spare, they pulled that score back, and by 7 wickets, they get the win. Shahab Alam, once again, had a good afternoon with about 31 from 21 deliveries, and Sahel ably supporting him. But opening stand of 52 to get across the line there as well, and it put the Royal Eagles into a very good place on the standings, which we'll look at a little bit later. The last game that we had yesterday was the Gladiators against Phoenix. And Gladiators 106 for 4, struggled a little bit, but Kaim Khan, that 36, showed us a bit of form, and we really enjoyed watching him bat. I know Rico gave him a shout out in his introduction as well. That was really enjoyable to watch. Rajesh Kumar, the only wicket taker there with 1, so 3 runouts again. Bucharest Gladiators, you add that up, they had 9 runouts across 2 matches yesterday. That's something they've really got to look at and work on. Not good communication there between the 2 batters during the innings. So that was the total of the 5 games yesterday. Some exciting stuff happening there. And the first match we have this morning, as described by my good friend and colleague Rico Full, we have got the Phoenix team up against Bucharest Gladiators. Have a look at the standing. How much does it mean to these teams? Bucharest Gladiators, they're basically, well, look, we feel that they're not going to get into the finals just based on current form and about how the other 2 teams are playing. So you've got the Royal Eagles and Phoenix sitting in 2nd and 3rd on the ladder on 9 points. Bliss Warriors, top of the table, sitting comfortably there with a day off today on 19 points. We have a look at the lineups. So for Phoenix, Vishal Sharma comes into the side. That's one change there. A few changes on the Bucharest Gladiators side. We have Samiula Safi is in. Ali Zawa comes in as well. And Shiva Rahman is in. They are going to be one player short, only 10 fronting up today. That's going to be a struggle in the field for them to cover the gap that will be presented by the lack of one player. Supercomputer likes Phoenix to get a good win here of Bucharest Gladiators. But don't count the Gladiators out just yet. They've got a bit to show here. It's the third day. They haven't got a win on the board, just a couple of bonus points. They would be hungry to pick up a win here. Let's see if they can put all of the chaos of the last couple of days behind them and work together as a team and work hard to pull out a win here. One match at a time. It's a cliche, but one match at a time, one innings at a time, one ball at a time, they can do it. For Phoenix, there's a very good chance for them to pick up some big wins here today. They're going to be featuring today. They've got a couple of matches lined up after this one as well. Just remember that Phoenix themselves, they have 3 games today. Bucharest Gladiators have 3 games today. Royal Eagles have 2 games today. So that's how we're looking, and you never know how the standings will look at the end of the day. Here we go. First ball of the match. Carved away nicely, straight through the player. Almost said straight to the player. It goes straight to the boundary line, but it goes through the player there at point. And that's a good win for the batter. First ball, knocked across the boundary line, 4 runs. Good shot. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Welcome. I can see the chat is full of Dave B greeting everybody individually. Nice one, Dave. It's just, I'm looking over at my screen and it's just Dave B everywhere. Hello to Dave B. Hello to Rob Thompson, Johnny He. Daniela's in the chat too. Love to see you, Daniela. Scotty from the European Cricket Supporters Club of Australia down there in Melbourne. It's a wide ball there. Kadka following up that lovely cut shot from Narkvi with a wide delivery. Just trying to tempt him well outside the line of off stump. Well outside indeed. It's wonderful to have all your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to this wonderful ground here in Romania. Sun is shining. It's going to get warm, as Rico said in his introduction. We do expect to see some drinks breaks at the halfway stage. That's lofted in the air. Pretty simple catch, caught and bowled. And that's the third ball. And that's disappointing from Narkvi. He tries to elevate and get things going immediately. And he's just clearly mishit that one. It barely gets even out of the length of the pitch. Look at this. It just goes to almost a short mid-off position. Easiest catch. And even the crickets are gone silent around the ground as they see first wicket fall here in the first over. Disappointing. Narkvi, who started the tournament rather well as an individual, he came out and belted a really good 50. I think it was a 57, even not out in one of the early games for Bucharest Gladiators. He just looks a shell, a shade of his former self as he just goes to elevate here. It gets down towards the bottom of the bat, straight up in the air. 3 players could have raffled for that, and in the end, it was a good caught and bowled. So Kadka gets a breakthrough early on. 5 for 1. Already Bucharest Gladiators are back on the ropes. Good morning to Rob Thompson as well. Christopher Ward in the chat. I think I said hello to Johnny here. I'm going to say hello to you again, Johnny. Thanks for joining us this morning, everybody. It's probably a very early morning, or it's a late evening, depending if you're Rob Thompson or not, around the world. I like to sing you out, Rob, because you are on the other side of the planet, and we do enjoy your company. But for everybody else, maybe Europe-bound, obviously our friends in the US are probably still in bed right now. But everybody else around the continent who've woken up and joined us here in Romania for the continuation of the ECS. Wonderful to have your company, as always. And don't forget, we do have action coming to you from Hornchurch in a couple of hours. That'll be starting. Very watchful there. Sasanga is the new batter in. He was, unfortunately, had a bit of an injury yesterday. He was troubled throughout the afternoon. He was not moving very freely at all. Watching him in the outfield was actually quite painful because you could see he was in absolute discomfort, hobbling after the ball if it went near him. And when he was batting, he just looked completely out of sorts. Let's see what sort of Sasanga's turned up today. Just nudges that for a single. Jogs through, albeit just with a slight little bit of a ginger sort of movement in his step. You could see that maybe he's just trying to lightly flex the muscles there. Maybe he got himself a bit of an ice bath or some sort of massage last night just to try to look after the leg that he'd injured sometime over the last couple of days. hope to see something from him today with the bat in this match. Just remember, Gladiators have got 3 games today. This one and a couple later on a very warm day here. A warm Tuesday in Romania. It's about half an hour outside of Bucharest, just up the motorway. Beautiful greenery here. People have been commenting all last couple of days on the chat about how good the ground looks and how good the outfield looks, and the surrounding areas. The drone shots are amazing. Very nice indeed. Yeah, the crickets have interestingly tucked themselves away. I guess the crickets that usually have been accompanying us in the morning, the evening, or the late afternoon, they've gone for a bit of a high. They know it's going to get warm today. Bit of an effort ball, that one. You heard the grunt. Bowler chases it up, can't stop the single, and that will complete the over. 8 off it, including the breakthrough wicket of Narkvi. So a good start there for the Phoenix team, looking to capitalise and continue on their merry way after getting a win last night in the corresponding, not the corresponding match, but the same opposition match last night, match 10, where they beat the Bucharest Gladiators quite convincingly. So let's have a look at some stats here at ECS Romania. So 1,824 runs. The Maximos, 87 compared to the Fours, 155. Yeah, the Maximos, we are missing some big hits here, and we're hoping to see some more today. The Maximo rate is up to 7.9. I think it was languishing around about 6.3 yesterday after the first 5 matches. So things got a bit more funkier yesterday. And have a look at a comparative run rate by series, 12.4 overall, and we are currently languishing 9.3 Romania run rate, quite low. Bit of a surprise for us. We turned up, Rico and I had a good chat Monday morning about potential run rates and past scores. So, Sunday we turned up and we had a chat about that, and we felt that, 120, 115, that sort of score is what teams should be looking at. And I think we've only had a couple of scores in that zone. So maybe we had to sort of, bring our expectations just back down to reality a bit there. And the stats are telling us that past score is just under 100. That's lofted nicely, got every little bit of that. Sasunga showing us what he can do. And the crab claw 6 indicated there by standing umpire as he climbs to the sky and says that is the first chassé for the morning. Look at that, crunch, goes downtown. Lovely shot. Hello there, Tim Harmer, who's also joined us in the chat. You can see all the usual suspects lining up there. Good morning to Luke Belgium joining us as well. Habibur Rahman as well. I know you're a big supporter of the Bucharest Gladiators. Good to see you. Good to see you all. And welcome on this very sunny, warm morning here. Just tucked away on the onside there. So Sasunga going downtown with a big 6, showing us that he can do this. Sort of been lacking that yesterday. He was just looking completely out of sorts yesterday. Wasn't striking the ball well, wasn't hitting through the line of the ball. And that 6 you saw him hit just a couple of deliveries ago, that's exactly what he can do. That's what he should be doing. He saw none of that in the games yesterday. Just looked like he was struggling with his fitness. Shah continues. Got him. Oh, not sure what Zane was thinking there. He just backed away, deer in headlights. Backs away and offers a pretty meek defence there. Doesn't keep the ball out. Top of the stumps shattered. And so is Zane's confidence as he goes very early. He doesn't stand up for the team, does the skipper. And he's gone 15 for 2. And that is a big wicket. Have a look at this one again. Look at that. There is no defence there. He misses it in the end by about 4 inches. The bat nowhere near the ball. Backing away, literally saying, hey, there's my stumps. Why don't you try and hit it? And the bowler obliges. Smash. Not good from the skipper of a team that hasn't got a win yet. He needs to stand up, and he's not doing that. Disappointing. I tell you, he was standing up, and that's my good friend and co-colleague, commentator next to me here, Rico Full. Rico, you've joined me at an interesting time because the skipper's gone. He needed to stand up.
Yeah, he did. And to be honest, we've seen a couple of soft dismissals, haven't we? First of all, that one early on from Atif Nakvi after getting a boundary in the game. But look, he's just walking away from the ball. He didn't quite fancy that one. And walks away, allows the ball to go through onto the stump. So the captain will go. And that means that Mohammed Rashid comes out. Now, this guy did manage to hit a few runs yesterday. And it's nice to see him being pushed up the order. That's a good delivery. Movement away. And misses the bat by a fair bit, actually. Muthram Shah is asking the question. But a good delivery, good seed.
It was a good delivery, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree with you about Rashid. He put together a really good innings I think it was 44 off 20-odd deliveries, and we were impressed. Then we asked the question of, where is he?
Where is
he?
he?
went missing in action in that last game.
He didn't
and
bat the last match.
Boy, did they need him yesterday in that final match. They just couldn't do it. So he gets a chance in this game. First game of the morning, and he's off the mark with a quick, sharp single. Well, our play goes down on his moneymaker. I hope he's all right. That's just maybe a little bit of dew that sunk into the ground is making the deck a little bit slippery underfoot. That'll change. I guarantee you that will change in the next hour as the sun gets higher in the sky and it dries up every little bit of this ground.
It is very, very warm out there as that over comes to an end, and the score 16 for 2. I mean, one thing I have to say, I mean, I've done a lot of matches. Exactly how many, I couldn't tell you. I'll try and find out, actually, because I know we've got our system that normally tells us what we've done. But I reckon over the 4,000 now quite easily.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever been at a series where the runs scored in the power play have been so low.
Yeah.
I think so many times we've seen power plays where we haven't got to 20s. I think about 21, I'm going to say, has been about the average score in a power play. That is low. And that's been reflected in the runs across border in Romania. You saw there 9.3.
Yeah, incredible.
Going out. That's the lowest. And when you look at this ground, as you quite rightly said when we had a look, as Katka comes back onto bowling second, when you look at the ground, you look at the lovely outfield. I mean, after that first day, after the mountain of rain we had the days before, we knew it would be slow, but now it's pretty fast. It just doesn't make sense. And, all right, I know that the calibre of players, because with the Knights of United not playing this time, Cluj not playing, who've got some really good players, that it would be a little bit low, but not as low as this.
Yeah, we were... Unfortunately, we were not pleasantly surprised, but we've been unpleasantly surprised. Oh, the Shy has hit the stumps. We're going to go upstairs on this one. My gut feeling was he was just home, but I wear glasses, so let's have a look at this.
I think he maybe just makes it because, luckily enough, it's Rashid who's doing the running to the danger end and not Sasanga, because look where Sasanga is. So I think we just scroll back a fraction there. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Let's do it nice and slow. And one more time, maybe. I think they've decided he's okay. The umpires are ready for the next delivery. That's Andrew Begg. Now, one thing about Andrew Begg, and this is a lesson that I was given a long time ago. So we talk about Andrew Begg at the moment, the umpire. He's at the bowler's end. He's got the shades on his head. And see this delivery first. It's a well bowled, Yorker length, no run. Can we have a look at Andrew Begg from camera number 4, please? The umpire, as he goes back to smart. So when he turns around here, now, luckily for him, the sun's behind him. Now, it's quite often, when you put the shades that way, the sun's on the umpire, that can really reflect into the batter's eye. So
true.
I was always given a little tip once that said, you know the shades, put them the other way around. So the actual lenses are behind you. But at the moment, no issue.
True. Elevates, goes high and hard and handsome. Is it going to carry the line? It is indeed. Mr. Begg puts up his hands and he turns to score as he says, that was large, that was chassé. Put that in the book. 6 runs, nice shot.
Well, we haven't had too many of these, but that's a good shot. It's not a bad delivery, actually. He's right in the kind of the block hole, maybe just a fraction off the Yorker length. But that's an exceptional shot from Sasanga. Sasanga, we know that he's not going to be running too many, so he's expecting to be hitting a few more of those. Good hit. What's the reply going to be from Kudka? Got 2 balls left in his spell.
Well, just plays that out into the covers. No run there. There's the good example there of no quick singles from Sasanga. But if he can deal in boundaries, he'll put together a good score for his team. And we saw him do that when he belted a quick 550 on Sunday. Came out with and put together a 98-run partnership with Narkvi. And the two of them looked absolutely in top form, really top form. So if he can do that again, we'll see. Last ball of the power play coming up. 23 for 2 on the board. Just chips it away. There was a bit of a grunt there trying to maybe disguise what he was trying to make out that was an effort ball. It actually was a little bit slower. Good delivery. Kudka finishes his spell, 1 for 16 from his 2 overs.
Yeah, and he just continues to impress, doesn't he? He's bowled very well. He's been on the money. He has picked up another wicket. That's a good economy rate from him. And they've got other bowlers as well. And so I think the issues for the Gladiators will continue. All the 8s at the moment, by the way.
Have a look at that.
Yeah, not often you see that.
A picture of consistency. There you go, 888. And I do believe there is, I thought we might have had a player there with the 888 on his shirt. We've had one in the past for the Bucharest Gladiators.
He's the one I think he's probably not playing here today.
I
but
think you're right.
You are right. We have had all the 8s and all the 9s. Quick look again after the 10 matches. So you've seen the highest successful chase was the 127, and it was Phoenix who did that. Lowest score defended 80. That was the Bliss Warriors. But you can see there that the average scores batting first has been about 96, and it just touches on what we've been saying. But what's interesting is the win section. Wins batting first and chasing exactly even Stevens.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see that. For some reason, I felt that batting first had more wins because, Bliss Warriors, I think have batted first every single time. And they're probably the ones who've had all the wins of those 5.
I think you're right, because they've played 7, 1, 5. So
there you go.
They're the only ones who have
So they are the exponents
defenders
of defending a low score. They really are. They proved themselves, and they're the ones who also have the lowest score defender, which is 80. That's what they've done. So there you go. That's why Bliss Warriors are top of the standings at the moment. It's clipped nicely. It's going to get away from the fielder at third man, but there is a sweeper out there, and just 1 run there. So Rashid is just turning strike over. He's looking at Sasanga and saying, Sasanga, you look like you're in good form. Why don't I let you have another crack at this bowler, and I'll just wait down the other end for when you need me. 27 for 2. Just start of the 4th here.
This is Aleem Abdul. Wasn't he the man who was involved in that comedy run out yesterday? When he was running using the bat as a walking stick, and the bowler crawled to the stumps to run him out. I did speak to him this morning. He did say to me, Rico, he said, I do need a walking stick. I've got a bad foot. He showed me his foot. It's pretty well swollen. But he said, I've had painkillers. I've put ice on it. So it should be better today. Well, it must be better. He is having a bowl. This is Aleem Abdul.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Aleem Abdul. That's how he goes here. Short run up now.
That's a nice looking shot, isn't it?
It was clipped nicely, wasn't it? Straight to the fielder, though. Picks him out beautifully. Just a single. Yeah, Aleem Abdul, I think on the first day, I think he was bowling off a bit of a longer run-up, so he has shortened it, and he's just coming in off that area just where the umpire's standing, which was an absolute quagmire about a week ago. It was about 3 centimetres of mud, even a bit more, right where the bowler is just starting his run-up. There was a lot of work had to be done to get that flat and nice and hard there. The sun helped, of course. Dot ball there, no chance of a run.
I have to say, the chat is nice and breezy this morning on this Tuesday. Hello to John Heasham is there, Emmanuel Robbins, Dave. Good morning to you all, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Lovely to have your company. Oh, well, you might get lucky here or might not.
Oh,
and down it goes. And, well, what's even worse, he's going to give away 4 runs. Oh, dear. Well, is that Jai Surya who's out there? I think it is, So, does he get lucky? Yeah, he does. It's a missed shot. And Jai Surya not able to hold on to it. And what's worse, he pushes the ball over the boundary.
33 for 2. 1 more to come in this over from Aleem Abdul. Unfortunately, that boundary puts a bit of blemish into his over, which was going along not bad. It was a couple of dots and just a couple of runs. Finishes with a clip out towards deep square leg. Just going to be the one there. So finishes with 10 runs off the over. 34 for 2 after 4. And that run rate is around 8.5 and over. So they go along okay. They're looking to make maybe a relatively new pass score of about 100, possibly, maybe in the high 90s. But if they can get Sasanga on strike a bit more, get him to farm the strike maybe in his middle overs. And while it's relative, I'm going to say this, it's relatively cool right now because we know it's going to get warmer.
Yeah.
So, strike while the iron's hot. Get in there and start making some runs pretty quick. They need to step this thing up.
Yeah, they do. Phoenix, they've got a big day today, haven't they? They've got 3 matches today, Phoenix. And also, they're on the same number of points as the Royal Eagles, but once they've played this match, they would have played 2 matches more. But the thing is, you just got to hope that other teams help you out. Their destiny is in their hands. They've just got to try and win every game here today. So they did beat the Gladiators yesterday. They'll be looking to do the same again today. That's nicely fielded. Good bit of fielding. I think one thing that Phoenix know here is that if the ground fielding is good in the deep, there's only going to be 1 run. These 2 are not running 2. Sasanga is not going to be able to run the 2. So just looking at the fixtures, the Royal Eagles will be playing the next match against the Gladiators. So the Gladiators play 2. That's them done. And then after that, Phoenix and the Royal Eagles play 2 matches back-to-back, and they're going to be big matches. Talking about big, that's a big shot. That will go all the way. Manos, arriba from the árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué grande eso es. That's a good shot from Rashid.
He does hit that just in front of square. You see the umpire swiveling around, looking to the left as it flies past him. There's been a couple of shots hitting straight to the fielder who's just backward of square. This time the placement is an awful lot better and the power is there as well. Lovely strike there from Rashid, and he's looking to put on a big score as well. He's only up to 10, but he's looking ominous. Ooh, shouts of ooh around the crowd. Wasn't a good comeback from the bowler. Jai Surya says, what are you doing putting me over the boundary line for 6? I'll put one, whistling past the bat. And he puts a little bit of extra something on that one and delivers it piping hot straight through to the keeper. Nicely bowled.
Nice comeback, Jai Surya. Now, he's a player who's getting better bit by bit. Been underperforming, I think, at times. But he's looking to come back well. That's a cracking cut shot, you know, from Rashid. I'm just watching him. I mean, all right, he's only just got started. And that takes him to 11 off his 9th delivery. But I still can't believe this guy, he scored that 44 in that match against Bliss. All right, they did lose the match, but he was the only batter to score. And then in the next match, the last match yesterday, in this contest yesterday, they didn't use him. I cannot believe it. Well, at least they've learnt their lesson, and he's up the top of the order now. It's beautifully played. Lovely timing that from Sasanga. Nobody's stopping it. Beautiful shot. Jai Surya just gives him a little bit of room outside the off, and this is what follows. What a delightful shot.
That was a cracking good shot, wasn't it? This time he's gone over the covers. He's played a couple of good straight shots, and now he goes over the covers. Happy to not try to elevate too much. Searching for the 4 and gets it in good style. That ball went pretty quick off the middle of the bat too. 46 for 2. One more to come on the 5th. This is good from Bucharest Gladiators and good from Sasanga. Oh, it's gone down leg side. Jai Surya just losing his way there. Probably a little bit rattled from a couple of boundaries in this over. Trying to put something a little bit extra on that one. Trying to finish off this over. He's already gone for 13. Doesn't want to leak too many more.
Yeah, I think what he tried to do there, he tried to use his crease a little. Tried to go just a little bit wider and angle the ball in, but he ends up going too far down the leg side. And that's a better delivery. It's well, didn't probably have to throw it in like that. The wicketkeeper wasn't too keen to get behind it. It is the end of the 5th over. We're halfway through the first match. That means it's a good opportunity for us to welcome you into our igloo. It's rather warm in here at the moment, but very good morning to you all around the world, wherever you are. Welcome to myself, Rico Full and Phil G, bringing you the action here from Romania.
It is quite warm, isn't it? And there's not a cloud in the sky. You can see just a few little wisps of white, but I tell you what, it's looking absolutely fantastic out there. The green of the ground, the blue of the sky. It's going to be a warm one, as Rico has said a few times, and I've said it as well. We're gearing up for it. We've got ourselves a little fan in here as well. We've put the word out that the water needs to come in here, and if there's any ice cream around, you need to bring it into here first. This is the first place that has to come, not over there. Please, bring it in here.
Yeah, bring it in. Hey, I'm worried about today, you know. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Okay.
Let's talk about this bowler first. Oh, it's a swing and a miss. Yeah, the reason why I'm worried today is World Bicycle Day.
Oh,
and it's a big thing in Europe as well. So getting your bicycle, getting to work is good for the environment and everything. But it coincides with World Cider Day. So you can see why I'm worried. Now, I don't know about you, if that was played out under the offside. I do love cider.
Oh,
I've got a soft spot for cider. Ever since cider became the new thing, I think it sort of took over from gin and tonic, didn't it? And you get all of those different flavours now. I mean, I can't resist. I do like, and on a day like today, a nice cider is a good cider. Good, I know we had a little bevy when we got back yesterday. It was the right thing to do because we were baking. Maybe we'll see if they've got some cider in the new place we go to today.
That's a good shout. We'll have a look at that because I do love a drop of cider. I got to say, a lot of my friends got onto the craft beer thing that came big, you know, a number of years ago now. I'll tell you what's big. That's that shot. That's incredible. That's gone up close to where the bear fence is. I tell you what, any grizzlies nearby to that fence are gone and running because that grizzly's thumped into the ground just below where the fence is. What a cracking good shot. You see the fence at the top of the screen there. What a great hit.
Absolutely thumped and good use of the footwork here. We know Sasanga can do this. He scored a half century the very first time that the Gladiators played. He and Nakvi. Oh, well, okay, high. But I think it's going to go the distance. It does. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona. Shakalagya, and Sasanga is moving along nicely. That's a lovely shot. Not the best of deliveries, actually, it has to be said, from the bowler, Aleem Abdul. But that has been met with all the might from Sasanga. And that's going to be 6 more.
Yeah, this is good. Good innings from Sasanga. He's up to 39 from 19. He's going at around 200 on the strike rate, and he's starting to put the foot down, doing the right thing for the Gladiators, building a good score. That's coming down. No, that's going over us. No, it's not. It's into the hands. That looked like it was coming straight over us at one point, and then it just died on its trajectory.
I told you it's Will side today. That doesn't mean you have it for breakfast, Phil. But look, I'm with you. When that ball went up in the air, you noticed me going backwards into the igloo.
Exactly.
Because I think it's going to land on top of us. But it ends up being actually a really good catch from Rajesh Kumar. When I thought it was coming in here, I thought Rajesh Kumar, I saw him lining himself up for the catch, and I thought, well, he's a bit optimistic.
Yeah.
But it lands straight into his lap. Watch this again. It just doesn't get the elevation. Sasanga's body language looked like, yeah, that's over you, mate. What are you thinking about? But unfortunately, it's not. The catch has been taken, and Sasanga's innings, and it's a good innings as well, and this partnership actually is broken with the score on 60. Sasanga departs with 39 of 20.
I was watching the bowler's reaction too. He genuinely slumped his shoulders and turned around as though to watch the ball sailing over the boundary line. And after the ball went out of our line of sight, which it went out of our line of sight very quickly, so all I saw was it go up in the air and it went straight, like the edge of our tent blocked it. I couldn't see where it went. But you're right. Rajesh, he did. He just framed himself. It took a lovely catch.
Well, now he's got some work to do in the field. So running along, somebody's got to get there. And they do it pretty nicely in the end.
Very good.
Yeah, that's good. Commitment is what you want to see on a hot day like this. And here's the little flip. Whether the ball was going to actually go over the rope, I don't know. No. Sometimes we've seen these actually get flipped over. Now, he does release it before he touches the rope, so no issues there.
Yep.
As Abdul's over will come to an end. He's been a little bit expensive, has the injured Abdul. But he does take the big wicket of Sasanga. So he goes, gives away 25, gets a big wicket, and at the end of the 6 overs, it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, Sasanga goes for 39 from 20 deliveries faced, and how badly would they have loved him to stick around for a couple more overs at least, just to try to push himself into the 50s and maybe even keep going, taking that run rate up towards maybe 11s, even 12s, and turning around to his middle order counterparts and saying, all right, over to you, finish off this innings the way I started it, get amongst it, and unfortunately not for him, it's not going to happen. So it's going to be Mohammad Rashid on 12 from 11. He should take over the reins from this run, this little bit of a burst of runs here in the last couple of overs. Just been joined by emergency services, Baba. So between the two of them, hopefully they'll start the sirens wailing and they'll bring it home for the next 4 overs, try to put on a big score here for the Bucharest Gladiators.
Rajesh Kumar, the captain, to turn his arm over, and he's going to start with, well, the length is good, but the direction is not. Wide ball. So we've started to talk about cider, so we might as well get the chat involved. Come and let us know cider flavours as we welcome and say a very good Bună dimineața to Daniela. Daniela, welcome. So ciders, what's your, I mean, of course the traditional is the apple. And you can get the sweet ciders, so you can get some which are a little bit stronger. What a ball. Perfect Yorker. Well, the batter doesn't quite know how to react to that. Rashid, who we know is a good batter himself, he gets done by the perfect Yorker from Rajesh Kumar. I know we've talked a lot about the low run rates. And we've also talked a lot about one of the reasons why, and that is the bowling. The bowling from most teams has been good. And this is a perfect Yorker from the captain, Kumar, and he gets the wicket of Rashid.
Yeah, it's a cracking delivery, this one. There's a little bit of movement through the air as well. You can see it just as it's going sort of heading towards leg stump, maybe outside a leg. It straightens through the air, swings through the air, and it goes bang into the base of the stumps, middle and off pretty much. What a great delivery, especially to that man, Mohammad Rashid, who was looking in fine form yesterday, albeit missing in action for the game last night. But he's come out today, and unfortunately he doesn't get a chance to kick on for his team. And so that's 2 big wickets in the last couple of deliveries. And they've broken a partnership that was looking threatening, and then some. So this is pretty big here from the skipper to pick up that wicket. Effort ball there, gets another good delivery through. So it's going to get this ball swinging a bit. These batters are going to be in all sorts of trouble. Again, just a bit of a tail away through the air. You can see just a bit of slight movement. Not a lot of swing, but he's getting it just to move a little bit. And that's causing a few issues there. Khan is the new batter. He's going to face the music. He's impressed us with the
He
bat
did.
yesterday, didn't he?
He's another guy. Well, only one of few that's worth mentioning of the Gladiators yesterday. He put a fine knock of 36 in yesterday when nobody else was giving any resistance in this clash yesterday. So let's see if he and Babar can get something going here. And at the moment, that score around what we know that most teams batting first have sort of been getting around that 100 mark.
Hey, can I mention something about cider, which I've just discovered in the last month? Just after this delivery. Well, gets an edge on that. It's going to fly away all the way to the boundary, 4 runs. Just use the pace of the ball. The edge is all he needed on that one, the edge of the bat. Nice little white mark on the corner of his bat. I just discovered, and I know it's been around for a while, but an apologies to the people in the chat might think I'm a bit ignorant when it comes to cider. I've discovered pear cider, and I decided I absolutely love it. I love it better than apple cider.
Oh, yeah?
And the one I found, it's a Swedish company, Swedish brand, and they make a pear cider with passion fruit flavour. The pear is so subtle and soft, and the passion fruit is sharp. It's delissimo. I can't remember what it's called. I like it so much. I bought it at a local little Potrovini, which is like a little sort of off-license shop close to where I live in Prague, and had a couple, brought them home. Rennie and I cracked one open just to have with dinner one night. We both tried it, and I was like raving about it. And Renata, she's not much into her drinks, and she's like, yeah, it's okay. And then she finished the can. I then went on to, oh no, this is going to get through everybody, and that's going to run. Is it going to pull up, or is it run all the way? It has indeed gone all the way for a minimo. 5 wides indicated there by the umpire. That's disappointing from the keeper, disappointing for Phoenix to see that happen. Valuable runs, though, for Bucharest Gladiators.
Yeah, it's an interesting delivery also from Rajesh Kumar. There's no, 6 off the overs so far. There was that edge which went for 4. He's trying to bang this ball in short, but it's I don't think there's a need for it. Wicket to wicket. We've shown us he can bowl a perfect Yorker. That's what you'd be looking at, especially he's getting some movement.
Yeah.
Why bang the ball in short? Just stay nice and full. Let's see what his reply is going to be. Well, at least he gets in the right area. It's an ugly-looking shot there from behind.
Wasn't it?
So, pear cider, eh?
Pear cider. And after we had that couple of cans we had for dinner, that evening, I said, Rennie, should I go see if I can find some online? She goes, yeah, just have a look. So I went and bought 2 crates of 24. So we've got 48 cans of cider now.
No, hang on a minute. You did have 48.
We did have 48.
The missus is still at home. It's gone down to about 12 cans left.
When I left on last Sunday before to come to Romania, we'd gone through about 2/3 of one of those crates. And so I haven't asked the missus how it's looking now, but when I get home on Thursday lunchtime, I may have to do another order. I wouldn't be surprised.
You will be going home because you will also be talking to us from the Sunday the 8th of June. They're in Czechia doing the event there. Danny Hudacek and Vidi Sandu will also be joining you there. We also go to Finland. That's going to be good. And we've heard that Vinny will be there with the Rhino. So Andrew Ryan will be in Finland. Looking forward to that. And we then I go to Bulgaria, and we could once again cross paths in Belgium.
That's right. Possibly that second week in Belgium. That could be, again, the Phil G and Rico Full show, bringing you all the action from Belgium, possibly. We'll let you know how that happens, or if that does happen.
Goes for it, and there is a fielder there who wasn't that keen on the catch, the captain, Rajesh Kumar, on this occasion. And just got a little bit untidy, hasn't it? I mean, the Phoenix side had just given away some unnecessary runs, I think, in extras. Those 5 wides is a good example of it. The Gladiators just lost a few wickets at the wrong time, but still got batters there that can certainly muscle in and help them to get to, well, definitely past 100, but how many past 100 is the question. Shah does come back, and that's well bowled. He struggles with that short outside the off stump, does Khan. I think if it's in his hit zone, he's pretty good. I know he hits the ball straight pretty well. He hits it over cow corner nicely. But I think already you saw that when Rajesh Kumar was bowling at him. He struggles with that short ball outside the off. He doesn't quite know how to play it. I'm quite interested that they haven't pushed a third bat, because if he does get bat onto the ball, I think he's going to go in that area more than anything else. Let's see how he goes here. Oh, fends this one off. Evasive action. And he doesn't really play a shot here, but I think the ball, probably the height and the direction. You see he's rubbing the back of his leg there. But this one, yeah, it's close, you know. It's very close, actually.
Bit closer
I
than
think
I
that's
thought.
he's very deep in his crease. I think he's lucky there. Honestly, do. He's deep in his crease. I don't know if the ball would have gone over, but the umpire Imran says no. And then he plays and misses at this one. You just feel here that Shah, after the deliveries he's bowled so far, and what a good over it's been so far.
Yeah.
Just a single and 3 dots, that he's probably thinking, maybe not the next ball, maybe ball number 6, full straight Yorker, because you know that Khan is just going to swing at anything that's on the pegs here after missing out on these shorter deliveries outside the off.
Yeah, he's looking a bit uncomfortable. He's not looking like the same batter we saw yesterday. He hit a really good 36, I think it was. Again, it's that look away, shy of where's the ball going to pitch, is it going to hit me, and the turning the head and hoping that he just defends himself.
Yeah, why is he looking away? It's almost like he's, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of sometimes when you have some of the juniors who move up from softball to hardball. He's like he's afraid of that ball.
Yep.
So he's playing his shot, but the whole body and the head and everything is not looking at it.
Yep.
Which is interesting because he weren't like this yesterday.
Shah should get him here. Just keep it into the body at the stumps. Yeah, so shows him a bit of width. And Khan was keen to get off the mark, but he probably didn't realise it was the last ball of the over. So his torment and torture is now over for the over, and he gets to breathe a sigh of relief and go to the non-striker's end. And he's chewed up a few dot balls there as well, 4 from 9 deliveries, at a time when the foot should be firmly put to the floor of this this juggernaut car of the Bucharest Gladiators scoring here. And unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to do that. Pretty sure that's the end of the over. I think the umpires are just conferring. Or maybe was there a missed delivery there? The scoreboard hasn't ticked over. I felt that was the last ball of the over.
Yeah, I wonder what... yeah, I thought it was because it's gone single, dot, 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 and another dot, hasn't it? Unless we've missed something.
Yep, I think the umpires and the scorers are just getting aligned. I think that's all it is. Yep, umpires just looking at the scorers and saying, are you guys okay? We are okay. As long as everybody's okay, then we can call it over. I think they were just pausing for a moment just to make sure that everyone has caught up there. Just something to note too, just Rico, I just also mentioned that we talked about Czechia kicking off on the weekend. You and I will be commentating the ECS Premier division in Czechia for 2 days. We'll also be doing the final. I'm looking forward to doing the final with you, actually. That's going to be fun. And then we've got another day as well of the Premier division together.
Yeah, there's some discussion here going on. I'm not sure what. I think they're just trying to check if there is a ball or not to go in the over. The scorers are involved, the umpires are involved, and well, I think Andrew Begg is just having a look at Imran and say, why don't we just get together and have a bit of a chat as well? So just try. I mean, looking at the graphics there, it says that there's one to come, but well, now what's happened? Is he?
He's been given out.
Yeah, so I know that the umpires were putting the stumps together.
So is that what?
I think what's happened here, remember, we did see Andrew Begg putting the stump together. I think he's played the shot.
Oh, he's hit wicket.
Hit wicket.
Well, we missed that. That must have been the slightest little mishit.
Well, when he played the shot at Cup, we were watching the shot being played and then them saying, no, let's not take the single. So he's obviously hit his wicket. I don't know. I mean, that's happened a fair way away, whether we've got that or not. I don't think so. I know that 2 circles. We'll see if we can find it. I don't think so. I think it's gone. But, yeah, he must have. The thing is, there was no appeal. There was nothing. I think the only thing that happened is that the umpire thought, hang on a minute, why are the bails on the deck? And, well, can't. Well, you said he was looking to get off the mark. I'll tell you one man who is off the mark.
Crunch.
And that's Baba, and he's absolutely smashed it. I suppose it's a good time to call and dial 999. They have done, and Baba has responded with a big 6. Just to confirm that, it's not the first time it's happened in this tournament as well. Kaim Khan, he hit his own wicket. That means he's going to go for 4 off 10.
Yeah, Babar comes in and says bye-bye to the Grizzly, gives it an awful big hoik, and that has gone a long way. I've got a funny feeling that maybe a fresh pill to come out, because that one has gone down to where the netting cage, the batting cage has gone, still not been brought up from the deep. Oh, turned him inside out, almost could have got a leading edge to the man at backward point there. That was a good delivery, good comeback there from Joe Surya. Like that one, bit of extra pepper on that delivery as well. Barber gone to 9. And Ali there, yet to face a delivery. He'll get his chance, I'm sure, very shortly. Muhammad Ali with the 4-4-4 in his back at the non-striker's end. Oh, good ball again. Jaisuri doesn't like getting hit around the ground, so he comes back with some extra hot sauce deliveries and gets them past the swinging blade of Baba.
One thing he does do, he always hits the deck hard. He's not one for not often getting that ball pitched up for the Yorker length. He's running in and he's banging the deck. Occasionally he strays down the leg side, we know that. But so far, he's after being hit for a boundary, he's responded well.
It's a wide ball, chases the wide one. Lucky not to get an edge on that.
Let's have a look at this again. The bowler, Jayasuriya, wasn't that impressed with the call there from Andrew Begg. Let's see why he's a bit disappointed. No, I think that's a good call. I think that's a fair call. I mean, the umpire's got to decide if any part of that ball catches the line, and I think it's a fair call.
Man in black got that one right.
Place this down the ground, and they'll take the single. I don't think you're going to mind if a single gets taken and Muhammad Ali gets on strike. Well, let's see if he can do the old Ali shuffle and put this away.
In yesterday's game, last game yesterday, Phoenix also successfully chased a score put on the board by the Bucharest Gladiators. Bucharest Gladiators amassed 106 runs, which in the end it was actually quite a good score for them because they looked like they were going to struggle to get to 100, and I think they had the help of some penalty runs as well. So Phoenix chased that score, and if it's just to your point about if they're not worried about singles, I agree, because currently it's 82 for 5. There's 7 deliveries left. If there's a few singles, and no boundaries in the next few deliveries, Phoenix will be more than happy to come out here in about 20 minutes' time and say we're chasing less than 100. Here we go. And they should chase that. They got the firepower.
Oh, what a great delivery! What a fantastic finish to the over.
Piasica.
After being absolutely whacked for a big 6, the very first ball, and the only other runs come off that was a wide and a single. So 8 off the over, 82 for 5. And I know that, and we know it's not the Muhammad Ali that is out there that's batting, but that has to lead me on to this. Unfortunately, it was a sad day today in 2016 when, of course, the greatest Muhammad Ali, who justified his self-proclaimed nickname the greatest by becoming arguably the most admired and dominating heavyweight boxer in the history of the sport, died at the age of 74. He's a legend. He was my favourite. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just admired the guy. What a talented sportsman he was. But on this day in 2016, he passed away.
Nicely bowled, just hits the pads and might have just missed the pad. Emergency services Barber, just giving that left leg a bit of a flex. Might have just hit a part of the leg that isn't quite properly covered. Down his haunches, he's going to wear that one. Give his little bruise maybe to show the kids later on in the week. He says, yep, that was when I was batting on that early morning and Rico and Phil were calling it. Enjoyed that. 82 for 5. 5 balls to come in the innings. And as we said a few moments ago, Phoenix wouldn't mind just a few dots and a few singles, chase a score below 100 if they have to. Well, Barbar says enough of this. I'm going to go for the hoik, and he's connected nicely. It has been placed pretty well in the end, despite the fact that he kind of did a bit of a look-away pull. Have a look at this. Sort of turned his head a bit, but elevated and 1 bounce, 4 runs. Yeah,
it's a good hit, and the fielder just can't get to it in time. Was hoping to try and pull it back in. So Kumar, he had a strange over the last one, didn't he? I mean, he showed us how he can really nail the Yorker, but then he started to try and bowl a little bit shorter, and that also is not a good delivery. It's work to be done by the fielder, and from the way that the fielder's moving, I think that's Abdul. They're taking on the arm, and what's the keeper done here?
Oh.
Well, he's hurt himself. I think if he takes it clean, he's definitely a chance to execute the run-out. But, I mean, he had his gloves on, so I don't know what he's done here.
I think it looks like he's taken it right on the fingertips. Might be hard to see there, yeah.
If he takes it, he's out, but he's messed it up.
I think that's what it's happened. I mean, you can't quite see because he's just out of frame there, but we see where his gloves were, and then as he brings the hand down, it looks like the ball may have just smacked into those fingertips. He's looking like he's really done himself a mischief. He's very uncomfortable wringing that left hand behind the stumps there, just at the top of the screen.
That's going to be another one that will go the distance. That's well hit. He's mullered it. Manos arriba from the umpire. I do like the 6th signal from umpire Imran. It's a little bit of the chakalagea. And there he goes. We'll just watch the umpire here. He says 6 runs. Oh, I like these. There he goes. I like it. I do like it.
I still think it looks like crab claws. Like this, you know.
94. 2 balls to go.
Yeah.
Looking to bring the 100 up here, the Gladiators. Now, in fairness to them, they have been managed to do that more times than not when they bat first.
Yep, that's true. Oh, has to walk away there and just punch off the back foot into the covers. Just the single, straight to the man in covers. So they're going to get to 95 now with 1 ball to go. A big hit here to take them up to triple digits. That's what they want. I said a moment ago that Phoenix won't mind a couple of singles and dot balls. It hasn't happened. It's been a few loose deliveries from Rajesh Kumar in this over, and he's been taken advantage of by Emergency Services Barber. Muhammad Ali gets to face the last delivery of the innings. Swings, and that is going to be all she wrote. 95 for 5 after the 10, so they don't get the 100, and it's going to be 96 for the win here for Phoenix. Let's see how they're going to be out here to bat in about 12 or 13 minutes time as the players go off for some cool refreshments under this very warm morning sun. And that's not a great effort, but it's not a bad effort. It's slightly above par from the scores we've seen so far. But for me, I think Phoenix, they shouldn't have a problem chasing this down. Remember, of course, that Bucharest Gladiators, they're going to have 1 player short. They will be missing one of the fielders out there. So that's an extra little bit of work for the other people in the field to try to stop the runs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way it started. That was 4 runs for Naqvi. It was gifted to him, but unfortunately, after getting the boundary, he would then be caught and bowled, and Katka picks up another valuable wicket, and it was a slow, lonely, miserable walk off the field for Naqvi. But his partner out there, Likshan Sasanga, much better from him. We know he too is not 100%, but he scored a very good and a very healthy 39. And what was good from the Gladiators is that they did sort of buckle down, and they showed a little bit of grit and backbone. This one was a direct hit, but the batter had just made it in. Yeah, so even Rashid, he put 12 on the board there. Babar also finishes with 23. Kaim Khan, interesting that he, this time, just looked at all sorts, never looked the same kind of batter that we saw yesterday. But they don't quite get the 100, but they'll be happy with the 95 that they've got on the board. It's something that, if they bowl well, they can defend. And talking about bowling well, I think someone like Khan, somebody like also Rashid, who wasn't used yesterday, I think you've got to use them. You've got to go for them. Whether Sasanga will be able to bowl or not with that injury, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the bowling lineup goes. It's a really good shout there, Rico. I'd be a little bit concerned if Naqvi takes the ball early in the piece, because I'm just worrying about where his mind's at. And if you're, as a bowler, if you're not the right frame of mind, that first ball that maybe gets knocked for a 4 or a catch gets dropped, you'll just completely lose your mind. And it will be sort of like in a bit of infuriation. So interested to see how they handle the bowling here. I'm not sure how that's going to go. We're going to find out very shortly. So we're going to take a short break here. Before we do though, let's have another look at that batting card for the Bucharest Gladiators. Tells the story of how they got there to that score of 95 for 5. And it was not the top order who did well. Atif Naqvi went for a second ball, 4 runs. Got lucky with that first one, as Rico just described in the highlights there. Went straight through the point fielder. Next one was a caught and bowled, pretty straightforward. Ali Zain, the captain, didn't stick around, needed to stick around, needed to show his quality, and unfortunately he didn't last. He got bowled with a straight delivery. Just zero defence ability there from the captain. He's got to work on that. But a couple of good scores there. I need to give a shout out to Sasanga. I thought he batted really well until he lost his wicket. For the bowlers, couple of wickets there to Shah. Well done to him. 2 for 9. Pick of the bowlers easily. I thought Kadka bowled pretty well at the top there, although he did go for 16 from his 2. Aleem Abdul was a bit expensive for that 1 wicket, as was Rajesh Kumar. His second over was expensive, but his first over was very, very good indeed. So that is the halfway point of match 11, the first match of today. Remember, there's 3 more matches coming your way today. Bucharest Gladiators there put 95 for 5 on the board after their 10. Likshan Sasanga gets 39 off 20, and Barber with a very good cameo, 23 from 11, helps the score along. So well done to those two to help the Gladiators get up to a competitive score. Is it competitive enough for the Phoenix team to overhaul? We're going to find out very shortly. Remember, in this game last night, Gladiators put on 106. Phoenix chased that down with 8 balls to spare. Keep that in the back of your mind as we take a short break. And myself, Phil G, along with Rico Fool, will be back here for the run chase as match 11 hangs in the balance. We'll see you shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the magnificent Moravassia cricket ground here in Romania. We're about 20-minute drive, I think, from the centre of Bucharest. It's a beautiful setting, just love it. There's the lake there, Moravassia, and you can see some of the village, I think is the best way to call it. There in the background, it is a beautiful part of the world, it really is. It's great to be here, and I'm so happy that after all the issues that we had with the weather, that we were able to stick around just a little bit longer and bring you some action from this cricket facility. It is really, I think, one of the most picturesque grounds that we do travel to around Europe. And let's have a look at the bonus point equation here with the score of 95. It is 66 or less if they can restrict their opposition and they can pick up the 4 points here. And on the other hand, I suppose if Phoenix go really well, if they can do it in 7, they will take all the points. I mentioned today already that we do celebrate World Bicycle Day, and the love of cycling has been around for centuries, and it's something that's very, very important for Europeans as well. And it's inexpensive, sustainable, and climate friendly too. There's a lot that speaks to the merits of the humble bicycle. And I was saying that, interesting enough though, it also is World Cider Day today. So I would suggest that ride your bicycle early in the day and then enjoy a cider or two a little bit later. So cider enthusiasts from around the world clink their glasses together to make a toast to World Cider Day. Apple-based drink is adored and considered a favourite from Japan all the way through to America. And that is a Gundy delivery. Can still be a run out there if they were able to field this straight away, but that's going to be a no-ball free hit to come. That's a disastrous start from Zawa. Just look at this. It's evasive action being taken by the batter. And that will just be, well, one to the batter. And one for the no-ball free hit to come.
Just quickly jump in here, Phil G for the European Cricket Network, joining Rico Full here in the commentary position as the free hit is coming. Man with a big 2-2 on his back, charges in, so he can do better this time. It's full, it's coming direct towards us, it's going to go just over the head of the infield and run away for 4. Our own Shub runs out of the commentary tent to field that one. Just for a moment it was coming straight towards us, but a lovely strike down the ground, 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played away. And it's going to be 4, so they do put away the free hit. So Phoenix, they will want a good start. It's a game that they could win here if they just go well in the power play, I feel. Yeah,
I totally agree with that. And it's good to see Unakrishnan at the top of the order. He's constantly, every time we watch him bat, he's coming in higher up the order, and I think it's good reward for effort. It's another full delivery. This time it goes straight into the fielder who the propulsion of that shot has pushed him about 2 meters back almost back onto the rope. I think he's held the ball really nicely. That has gone like an absolute Exocet missile. It's gone so quick. It's gone very close to knocking him back over the line too. We get a replay on this. Watch if we can for the fielder's reaction here. Watch this. Into the breadbasket, and oh, that's going to knock me almost back towards the rope. He stops, turns around and says, well, lucky that didn't get hit harder. I'm not sure it could have been hit harder. Wow, middled that, but well caught. Wicket down. And that's a dejected Unakrishnan who had the opportunity at the top order, did Arun Kumar, and he's come undone. Belts a really good 4 off that free hit and doesn't manage to back it up, so he goes for a second baller. Oh, that's a bit disappointing for him.
It is very much. Good catch there taken by Sasunga. We know he has got issues with his foot. But yeah, Unakrishnan, he was the key player for them yesterday. In this contest, he scored 41 of the 19 deliveries to get them home. So, a good comeback from Zawa, you have to say. And that's a really good delivery as well. That's where he needs to be. A left arm over the wicket, right across the right-hander. And this is Devinder Singh, who, I got to say, unless Phoenix knows something about Devinder Singh that we don't know, why he's coming in at number 3. This reminds me of what Phoenix did yesterday in that chase against the Bliss Warriors when they were chasing 80. Devinder Singh came in at number 3 there, and he just played and missed, played and missed, played and missed. I think he was in there for about 13 or 14 deliveries and made about, I think, 7 or 8 runs, and then would get himself out. So, yeah, they're just changing things around here against Phoenix. Surely they realise that they need to get the wins here. It's very, very important for them. Well, Devinder is trying to say, yep, I know that, Rico. This is what I can do. Well, where was this yesterday? It's only a start, though, from Devinder, and that's gone all the way. The umpire puts him up like you just don't care. Says us.
Yeah, Devinder looked yesterday. Looked out of sorts. He looked like a snooker player who'd walked out in the middle of a rugby field. He just looked completely unprepared for a game of cricket. Just shied away from the ball. Didn't have a lot of attack. Had zero attack, and was only looking to just bunt the ball away against the Bliss Warriors. Wasn't really looking to score. And so suddenly he's woke up this morning. He's had his Weet-Bix and a cup of coffee. He's come out here, and he's looking like he's keen to get on with the job. And he's belted that one out of the park. It's taken a while for that Grizzly to come back. Actually, here it comes now.
He's hit it well. He's hit it clean. It's a good shot actually, because the thing was it was short. The ball does come back into him from the bowler, but he had time to react and time to put it away. It's a nice solid stroke.
Got a viewer joining us, Zahid Aslam. I'll tell you why I'm going to mention Zahid. It's because he's tuning in from California. It's 12:15 at night in California, and he's tuning in to watch cricket here in Romania. Good on you, Zahid. Thank you. And he's watching from a jail. He works there, though. Let's make that clear. Thank you for clarifying that, Zahid. You've given Rico and I something just to raise our eyebrows about. Yes, but it's wonderful to have your company tuning in from California there late at night. 100 matches since the Golden Ball. The Golden Ball's got up its 100. There you go. We salute the century for the Golden Ball, and hopefully either one of the two tournaments going on right now will be able to knock that 100 off, if that's possible.
Yeah, we'll try, but it has got to the three figures. Yeah, hello there, Zahid. It's lovely for you to get in touch with us from California, and anybody else that is tuning in and hasn't yet sent a message to say hi and where you're from, well, why don't you do so? I know Ian Smullen was in the chat a little bit earlier. He still is. And who else did I see in there earlier that I wanted to say hi to?
Oh, hello there, Ian. I didn't see that.
Yeah, there was a few in there. It was Kenneth, wasn't it? Yeah, Kenneth Burridge. Hello to you.
Kenneth's in there.
Well.
Hello there,
Nice to have
Kenneth.
you with us.
Good to see you, absolutely. John here just saying, Zahid, it's a quiet night. We've got 5 matches today. Well, there are 5 matches in Hornchurch and 4 matches here in Romania. So a total of 9 games on the European Cricket Network. Hit uppishly, hits it on the full. Player's going to give a bit of work to get around. No problem, though. They're going to go back for a couple, though. There was took an awkward bounce as it came in. Luckily, the batter's wearing a helmet. I bet the bowler wished he had a helmet as well. That's almost collected them both on the noggin, and they've just taken evasive action there. Oh, boy, that could have been disastrous.
And it had to happen when the emergency services was bowling, didn't it?
Why is it every time Barber has got the ball, there's an issue to do with someone getting hurt, hit, or down? He's always there. That's why he's got the 999, because he is emergency services. He's there to help give a lending hand to anyone who goes down.
Good delivery, that. It's nicely played
Yeah, it was a good ball.
by Bilal Ahmed. I think in this one, Chase, Bilal has got to be key here. Once again, you feel if you can get to a 45-50 score, the others should be able to rally round and then get these runs.
Yeah.
And, but losing Arun Kumar and Krishnan early, that's certainly going to hurt them.
Yeah, I felt...
Still interesting they didn't open with Jayasuriya, so they're trying something different here as well.
Yeah, I felt Arun Kumar really missed out there. Got an opportunity to open up the batting. And he's done well coming in the lower order, well, the middle order, I should say, not lower order, middle order. And he got bumped up, I think, to 4, maybe second wicket drop. He came in about batting number 4, did pretty well for himself. So they've raised him up and said, well, look, if you're doing that well, then let's get you higher up the order. It just hasn't worked, which is unfortunate for Phoenix, but it's good for them to try. Just try to switch people around, trying to find the ultimate batting order for that team, chasing this kind of score.
Chance. Oh. It's one of those few, isn't it, where if you're brave, you dive forward.
Yeah.
You might take it on the noggin, but you have to dive forward. And it comes quickly. He was hoping that it will fall safely into his hands, but unfortunately it just dropped short.
Yeah, I think he's got it just on a very much a half volley. It almost yorked him, actually. But, yeah, you're right. Just you've got that even less than a split-second decision, whether you just take that leap forward and hope you don't wear one in the face, in the mush, or whether it's going to go straight to hands. And I guess he just decided to held back and just hope it was going to go into the paws. This one's in the air, though. Shouts to catch it. And, oh, the sun. Is it? I'm not going to blame the sun. I'll let the fielder blame the sun. What's he's going to... Yep, he gestures to the sky and he says, well, there's that big shining orb up there. That's why I couldn't catch that dolly chance. And I've got a cap on and I do apologise. And that's That's a bit of a weak effort there. That's just not good enough. He's shaped to catch it. He actually was in the position. His hands went up, and I thought, oh, he's going to gobble this up, Rico. He's going to absolutely gobble it.
Captain of all people. Yeah, you got to take those. And
Yep.
there's no excuses. You know, I think we said before, I know a few people in the chat were saying yesterday as well when we had a couple, now there's an issue there on the boundary. He's not the most nimble on his feet. He does get there, and then I don't know whether he slips as he's about to get his hands on the ball or whether the ball gets past him. He said, look here, he just doesn't quite get himself behind the ball, and he ends up on the ground like a sack of potatoes. It's going to be a disappointing end to the over there from Babar. It's going to be 4 runs, and it's 21 for 1 at the end of 2 for Phoenix.
Yeah, I think for Sangra, it did look like maybe his left foot just went out from underneath him as he was trying to lean down. Maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Have a look at the standings there. So third playing fourth now. Phoenix taking on Bucharest Gladiators, who are yet to open their account with a win. Phoenix with a win here, that'll put him in a good position, get some good chance to sort of leap up a bit further up the ladder. And just remember, there's obviously a big game coming up after this. But the games that we've been talking about are the 2 in the afternoon, and that is going to be for the Royal Eagles and Phoenix going head-to-head twice in a doubleheader. And that is going to be the story of the day for me. And looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. And that's going to give us a lot to talk about for what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think going into those matches a bit later on, Phoenix really want this win. If they can get this win, then they're going into that ahead of the Eagles. The Eagles know they've got 2 games to catch up with them, but one of them is against them. That's timed up in the air, and it's a great effort from Khan, who comes over from that very wide, long on area, but he can't get there. This is just sort of pushed forward by Bilal Ahmed. It's a safe shot to play. He's not quite at the pitch of it. That's why he doesn't get it right out of the middle. But you can see Khan came from a long way to try and stop this. It's one bounce, but you see, he's already stepped over the boundary rope. So even if he was able to palm that back into the field of play, it was always going to be 4.
It was indeed, yep. There was a valiant effort, though, here just in front of us. Well, there you go. That's a valiant effort as well. There's everyone's holding their breath as it's just tipped over the bar for 6. Well, it's slammed into his hand, and it could have gone straight up and straight back down to the pouch.
Yeah.
It didn't. It kept going with the angle, and he's helped that across for Maximo.
It's the technique, isn't it? It's the technique. I don't know how much of this we have, but it's the technique. I mean, it hasn't really hit it with everything. Puts the one hand out, but you can see there from that, he could have gone 2 hands quite comfortably.
Yep.
It's one of those where you can always, if you've got the technique, push the ball forward and take it on the second chance.
Good delivery, that one. Good comeback from the bowler. Yeah, just on that one, I think you're absolutely right. It was an opportunity to, if you're going to leap with one hand, but the palm was so open, it was only going to deflect over the line. He had no intention to try to knock it back to save the 6. And it was just, I'm going to hope I pull in a miraculous catch. Just didn't really think that one through.
Yeah, opportunities being created, but not being taken.
That's it. Indeed. Swing and a miss. Ooh, gets away from the keeper there. No chance of a little quick buy there. 31 for 1 is the current score. We're still inside the power play. Phoenix still need another 65 from 44. And it's not a lot of runs they require, but obviously they'll keep a very close eye on that run rate required. Zawar, he's got 1 for 22, been pretty expensive. Got 2 balls to come in his over. Oh, Batter didn't know a lot about that, Bilal. And assists with the throwback to the bowler.
Yeah, just changing his angle a little bit here, Zawar. So he's wants to come around the wicket. But it's interesting that there's no change from Bilal. I mean, he's played that ball. He's played it like his ball that's being bowled wicket to wicket. And he's pretty lucky that he hasn't been able to push it onto the stump. So it's a strange choice of shots from Bilal. Well, once again, he hasn't got this out the middle, but he's going to get lucky. He's just going to drop in front. He's an Bilal, remember how we saw him get out yesterday?
Yeah.
On 2 occasions, it's that rising ball, and he's hitting the ball literally he's just flicking it straight up in the air. On both occasions, he was caught there on the offside. He just hasn't. I mean, you either use your feet and you crunch it.
Yeah.
But what he's trying to do is he never gets himself to the pitch of the ball. He's leaning forward, and he just chips the ball up. He's got lucky on, 3 occasions now here.
It's so true.
He could have been caught twice. That one just dropped short of the fielders.
Yeah, this lack of follow through, this I call it just a punch.
Yeah.
But it's a weak punch. You know, it's not a. I've seen some players in a few different tournaments. I remember at ECS in Portugal, there was a couple of players there who they have a big backlift, and they punch the ball. They stop at about here. And, oh, my goodness, they don't need the follow-through because the ball is going 90 metres out of the ground. Bilal doesn't have that. He doesn't have the same build. He doesn't have the same backlift. And his punching is coming from where the bat is lower to the ground. So he's just not getting that momentum. Even if he middles it, it's maybe going to go to the person at long on. And you're right, he's gotten away with that one, but there's been so many times this tournament he hasn't gotten away with it. And he's offered up his wicket a little bit too easily for mine. And I think I said it yesterday. He needs to have a bit of a look at his technique. He needs to have a bit of work on that one. 32 for 1 after the power play. We start the fourth now. So Sunga's going to get a bowl. Clubbed.
Dragged out. It will get past Nakvi, but not going to get past Kaim Khan. Be interesting to see if we do see him have a bowl. But they are using Sasunga here. Now, I know that he was kind of rested yesterday and not used with the ball because of his injury, but he is running in, so he's putting a last big-ditch effort in here today. That's well bowled and shown the maker's name this time by Devinder Singh.
We've got Abdul Aleem in the chat. I thought we had Abdul Aleem playing at the ground.
Well, that was Aleem Abdul, man.
Aleem Abdul.
This is his brother.
This is his evil twin, and had to reverse the name just so there wasn't going to be any confusion.
What's he saying? What's he telling us?
Hello to Abdul Abdul Aleem, who's joined us in the chat. He says, my mum watched the match for the commentary. She says that Maximo and Shakalaga is so peaceful and cool.
Okay, that's nice.
Well, I guess if you're Shakalaga, I'm Maximo, I guess. And hello to Vinny if he's listening and lurking.
That's a good arm, you know.
Yeah,
it's
it was.
Very good arm from the fielder out there.
Good throw.
Throws it in hard. They will get the two. And, well, that's Babar who's replaced the fielder who was out there earlier, who had slipped and fell and gave the 4 away. It just comes back to that, doesn't it? It's their chances. If Bucharest Gladiators could take their chances, then things would be very different. And the Gladiators are not known for letting people off the hook, but they certainly have been here. Worked away, more work to be done by the fielder, but this time he can't do anything about it. He gets past the banner, and will probably just stop on the edge of the ground before it goes into the rough. It has to be found there now by Talababa. He's having a good look, and it's going to tread carefully down there. You don't want to go tumbling into the riverside, but nicely played. It's been great. We've been joined by so many people that have been tuning in. It's lovely to have you all with us. Remember, we have 4 matches today here, but of course the cricket will be starting in Hornchurch pretty soon. I think we're probably about an hour, I think, away from there. They are, of course, 2 hours behind us.
They are indeed.
The UK. And some exciting cricket there yesterday. Of course, we did see that individual 150 score.
Incredible, wasn't it? Yeah, Shawan Chowdhury with 150 or 40. 40 deliveries, you heard it right, folks. Incredible innings that. I'm sure that was going to get a lot of replays and a lot of likes, and we clipped and posted that one. That sounds astonishing. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it, just a little bit of it, and oh my goodness, he was absolutely on fire. And brought up his 150 with the last 2 balls of the innings as well. Clubbed a couple of sixes, went from 138 to 150 in 2 deliveries, and I think his team posted 212, a massive total in a T10, and it was incredible. Incredible here as well. Score is 40 for the loss of 1, getting towards the end of the 4th.
Oh, that's
shot.
Brutal. That is brutal. And look at I like the way the fielders, the fielder at mid-wicket and long on, are just standing there thinking, we're not getting it. You know, the batting side that are sat in the dugout, they can get this one for us. I remember, I mean, rightly or wrongly, when we used to play some of our rivals, if that would happen, we wouldn't get in the ball. We said, no, it's not for us.
Absolutely
Go
not.
get the ball.
You're closest. You can help us out.
Go get the ball.
We shall reciprocate, but there you go.
Yeah.
Run rate graph tells the story here, and they tells us that Phoenix are going very nicely. They have lost 1 wicket, but they're running along at 11.5 and over, which is well above the required run rate. One thing I noticed then too with the fielders watching that ball fly, and I think maybe we need to get a word out to them and pro for the rest of the day, is if you're going to keep watching the Maximos go like that, the big sisters go like that, put a bit of sunscreen on the roof of your mouth and your tongue, because you need to close your mouth when you watch that ball sail overhead. You will get sunburned mouths if you keep looking up with your mouth open like that.
You'll also eat a lot of flies, like I did yesterday. That still didn't agree with me, you know.
Oh, no.
That's why we went back and we had a bevy. You had to wash it down. Okay, it's time for a little bit of Safi. Samuel Safi is taking his time to sort his field out. And he's going to be bowling first up here to Devendra Singh, who's batting. Well, his strike rate's a lot better than what he showed us yesterday. And he's going to play the perfect lob for the keeper, who's, well, they're going to come back for two. That nobody again. Look, this is the basics. This is the basics we talked about. Where's the fielder taking the stumps?
Yep.
I mean, it's got to be done. So the wicketkeeper's going after this, and he has to really be as Rashid. So he goes after it, but nobody has taken the stumps. So here comes the throw. Nobody there. Look at this. What? Nobody there. It's crazy. Basics. Get the basics right.
It's you know what? It's borderline criminal when I see that. It does make my blood boil, because it is an absolute basic. It's a team thing as well.
Good catch.
Was.
Really good
there
catch.
There you
go. And they've got the right man in the right place. That's Babar. That's well taken. There was a scream of catch from Samuel Safi. He wants a wicket, and he's going to get one. Devendra Singh, he does go back on strike, but when he strikes the next ball, it's too close to a good player. And Tala Babar, well, he's certainly not letting his side down. Takes a really good catch, diving forward. Well done.
It was a ripper catch, that one, wasn't it? Yeah, this is what we talked about earlier with a possible catch that was on the 45 back coming forward. Obviously, a lot more time to see this one come in, and Barbar Emergency Services takes a ripper catch. Safi screamed as you heard it, just wanted that catch, wanted Devendra Singh out, because Devendra Singh has had a bit of a reversal of fortune in this innings. Played a cameo 20 of 13 deliveries, much better than what he was doing yesterday, especially in that match against Bliss Warriors, where he was just deer in headlights kind of batting. But this innings was a lot better. It showed that he can hit the ball well, and he can stand up for Phoenix. And now two down.
He was put down by Ali, wasn't he, by the captain on 7. So he's added 13 to that. This one should be stopped by Khan. It bobbles just before he gets there, but he does have the body behind it, so that would just be a single. Whereas that's the captain, Rajesh Kumar, who gets off the mark straight away. He batted well yesterday, didn't he? He certainly did cream the ball away to the boundary quite nicely yesterday. Talking about creaming the ball to the boundary, it's going to get over the fielder. He was waiting for it. It was Nelson. It's Shiva Rahman, actually, but he's got the Nelson on his back. He was waiting for that one, but the batter, Bilal Ahmed, gets enough oomph in this one. At least when he's hitting it on the leg side, he does follow through. And he's, well, if you hit the ball 52 metres, you're going to clear the boundary.
Do indeed. It was a desperate little attempt there, but yep, the man with the, well, you could say he's got the stumps on his back, or he's got the Lord Nelson on his back. I usually go with the Nelson. Call it, it's a bit of a saying we have here in the cricket world, isn't it?
It's a 50 up now for Phoenix, so even though they've lost that wicket there, if they want to keep on going, that's a good comeback there from Samuel Safi.
That was a good comeback there, 55 for 2. One more to come in this over. So 41 from 13 for a bonus point. I'm not sure they've got the momentum to pick up the bonus point at that kind of run rate, because they're really not. They're going along around about 11 and over at the moment. Crunch. Well, you mentioned the bonus point, and suddenly Bilal says, hang on, did you say bonus point, Phil? I've completely forgot about that. And he puts one out of the ground in towards the batting cage, which is still halfway down the side of the hill towards the pond, and finishes with 61 for 2 after 5. A lovely strike, that.
Ginabadash, Shaka Maria. Beautiful pickup. That's right out of the middle. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai, says Guerreras. As we have a look at what is going to be coming up in Hornchurch a little bit later, of course. Tina Goth and Nishay Bhatt doing a wonderful job there. We're going to see Rainham for the first time taking on Marco London, who had a bit of a mixed day. Sharks are after their first victims, and let's see if they can improve and do better against London or even Rainham. And Hornchurch will be finishing off the day with 2 matches. They had a good win yesterday, a good run chase in that final match against Marco London. But of course, it's the Tigers, the mighty Tigers, who are resting today after playing some wonderful cricket yesterday.
They did indeed, including some pretty mammoth scores, both by the team and individually as well. Action there kicking off in just over an hour's time, so make sure you keep an eye on that, and also keep an eye here on what goes on in Romania. Action aplenty at the ECN buffet, so enjoy. Wide
Going to start with a wide Roman. Gets a little bit of a wave movement there as well. So Shuva Roman, he gets bought off the boundary and asked to turn his arm over. That last over from Safi with that big 6, and it was a huge 6 if the last ball went for 15.
Indeed. Bowler in again with the Nelson on his back. Well, it gets a little something on this. It's going to run away fine. He's holding his arm as that's definitely come off. I hope it hasn't come off the elbow because that can really hurt. But he was just holding his forearm there.
It just popped up. Look at this one take off.
Mm.
It just gets a bit of the seam and it just, that's going to, well, if it's off the arm, it'll probably be leg bias. But it's been given to him. So, well, you might as well just say, yeah, it's all right. It hurt me. But if you're going to give me the 4, I feel a lot better for it. Will the captain, Rajesh Kumar?
It's true, isn't it? It's thinking, oh, okay, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's going to be, it's an excellent stop from the wicketkeeper, Mohammad Rashid. He's done superbly well. That had minimal written all over it.
It did indeed. Rahman really giving it to the wicketkeeper there and saying, here you go, have a go at that one. That's a little bit harsh on that, on the wicketkeeper, but you're right, he's done well to get a glove on that, to stop that one going all the way. Not sure if backwards square would have gotten around to that one. Yeah,
there's a question, Abdullah Aleem, is that he misses out on this one. He should have really worked that away to the boundary. He's just saying, he loves the sport, he loves the game, he wants to get involved. And he's saying that he's in the France area. I would say to you, Abdullah Aleem, look, just find out the details of Dreux Cricket Club. And they are a big club. In France, we've seen them play in the European Cricket League. They've been winners of the European Cricket League. Now, they've got a fantastic setup there for cricketers of all levels, and I'm pretty sure they'll be more than delighted to have you involved. Big appeal here, but I think this is going down the leg side by a long way. But, yeah, do get in touch. You'll be able to find them on the web. Dreux Cricket Club in France, and they're not that far away from Paris, so do get in touch with them. Hello to Luke Belgium, who's in the chat, and nice to be with us. And this time, though, he's gone. So it's another wicket, and Rajesh Kumar, no heroics from him. We know he did get one on the arm. Now, whether that's affected him or not, I don't know. But Rahman has got another wicket. Now, this is interesting. I'd expect that maybe now Palina Jayasuriya may be the next in, but that's well done, well bowled. He's stuck to his task. He's stuck to his guns. He's trying to keep that ball outside the off. There's a little bit of edge on it, and the catch gets taken. So another one bites the dust. Still needing 27 runs for victory here. They can do it, run a ball. But as you see there, Rajesh Kumar, he wasn't interested in singles, was he?
He certainly wasn't. He was interested in just putting the foot down and didn't need to. Did not need to have this big rush of blood. Maybe you could argue the shot was there to be played. I mean, it was a good sort of 6 stumps wide. It was there to be smashed through the covers if you're up for it. But he just... maybe just had to lean too far out to it, and he's stuck. Look where he's stuck.
Yeah,
he's stuck right in the middle stump.
He didn't really get the feet going in the right direction, did he? He was reaching for it, and I think that's the one you get the foot to the pitch of it, and you hit it through the covers. Yeah, you would hit through the line as well, rather than sort of cross bat style. Well, it connects with this one, the new batter in Aleem Abdul. We should let him know his evil twins in the chat. Yeah, well, we know I was just talking to Abdul Aleem. This is Aleem Abdul. And, he leans into this. Well, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Rajesh Kumar, lean into the shot.
That's right.
Get the power into it. That's a lovely start from him.
Yeah, it is. It's funny because it's almost an identical delivery, but this time Abdul has actually shown exactly how it should be done. He's leant into it, and he's really hit through the line of the ball, not sort of cross bat style. This time he goes leg side. Just doesn't get through the infield, though. Mid-wicket grabs that. Gets it back in a hurry, keeps it to just 1, 74 for 3 after 6. It's a good grab, actually, from Nakfi, because I think if he doesn't hold on to this, that would have gone to the boundary. So holds on to it, then realises he does have to get the ball back. He does, though. Well done to Nakfi. I'd like to see a smile on his face. Me too.
He's having a bit of a miserable time, isn't he? It's, remember that one over yesterday that he bowled, and he went 4, 4, 4, 4, and then, it just wasn't good, and that was a match done and dusted. So he needs... We need to cheer him up one way or another. 74 for 3 at the end of 6 and needing 22 in 24 for a victory. We were saying yesterday, actually, and it was Phoenix in that match against the Gladiators. They're good teams. They don't take it to the last, so they'll be wanting to do this by around about that to the end of the 8th over. They won't want to take it into the last. So let's see if they can. Right, straight up in the air. This should be out, and it will be dropped. Oh, my. And Samuel Asafi had the chance to pick up another wicket, but he puts it down of his own bowling.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I thought Safi had all the time in the world to get to that. Let's see what happens. It goes up in the air. Safi sets off. It's a moment's hesitation as the batter ran in front of him. Not that that put him off, but at that point he looked ahead and saw the keeper also running in, and that was the source of the hesitation. Well, Bilal has gone crash over the very square boundary, and that has gone a long way down into the pond. That may be a grizzly going for a morning swim.
Oh, the sound of this was just beautiful. What a shot that is. He goes down on one knee and he creams it as a glorious shot. Absolutely delightful. And the sound of that around this wonderful ground just sounded epic. What a hit.
It did sound really epic, didn't it? It echoed around the ground, sound bouncing off the trees in the forest around us. It sounded superb. 81 for 3. Bilal is marching his team towards a good victory here.
Yeah, that's hit firmly, and it's going to be another boundary. 4 more runs.
He's hit that one nicely too.
6 and 4, as we like to say. And I know everybody in the chat says hungry for more. Well, Bilal Ahmed, he is hungry for more. It is about time, though, we saw the best of him. The thing now is here. All right, he's batted well. He's moved it on to 45, but he's got to see it home from here. There's no point getting out here now. You've got to finish the job.
Yep, stick around, Bilal. Need to stick around. Need the captain to stand up and show his worth here. Sorry, not the captain, the experienced Bilal. Sorry, the captain is, of course, Rajesh Kumar. Bilal is wicket-keeper, but experienced campaigner. He needs to show his quality here for his team. Good to see. It helps with the youngsters in the team too, to see the experienced player guide the team to a good win.
Okay, that is
smacked.
Big, massive. Watch out in the tower. I think that's Rudolph in the tower. Rudolph, that was coming your way. That is a biggie. Boom. Shaka la gya. Why? Ge genial. Ge grandissimo. That is a biggie. And I see that Dave's in the chat. Dave, maybe you can help out our friend who's been in the chat there, of course. That's Abdul Alim. And help him. That's Rudolph.
Thanks, Rudy.
I'm all fine. I'm all right. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, Dave, just guide Abdul Alim in the right direction. Maybe you can put him in touch with some of the clubs there. This one is going to go straight to Nakvi, who is going to make the stop and no run.
Well, they're one hit away. One big Maximo away. Bilal Ahmed brought up his 50 with that shot as well, by the way. And it was he's 51 from 21.
He missed out on an opportunity to take 4 points there.
They have
missed
indeed.
out on an opportunity. That could have been big. I wonder if he realised that. I mean, if he got the boundary, if he got the 6, he would have done it. But in the end, I suppose you probably say there, Samuel Asafi, that it wasn't the best of overs. It went for 17, but he does get a point for his side. Because if they got another Maximo there, it would have been done.
Yeah, well, at the start of the over, I mentioned the bonus point. Suddenly, Bilal smacked the absolutely sensational shot over the square boundary for 6. And I thought, oh, he's heard me. He's been reminded of the bonus point. So you're right, Rico. Just misses it out. Maybe just let the run a bit too late. They went after Safi, but they needed just a couple more. Have a look at the dashboard for match 12 coming your way. After this game, Bucharest Gladiators back against Royal Eagles. You're going to see the Royal Eagles play a few games today. They've got that game, and then they've got 2 more this afternoon. So it's a big, long day for them as well. Gladiators, their last match coming up for today.
That should be some leg buys. Probably just be the one. As fielder comes from a long way around to do the pickup and the throw. So a boundary would do it now. And, 4 required for victory. And Alim Abdul hands the strike back over to his captain, who, by the way, did bring up his 50. I think that passed us 51-21. Well batted ball, Badaya Bilanu, apni half century, Puri Kali, and now maybe looking to finish the job off, and he will do. That is it. It is done. It is dusted. It's going to be a comprehensive victory for Phoenix over the Bucharest Gladiators, the same way that they were able to do so last night. They do it again. Well played, Phoenix. They will have a little bit of a break now, and then they're back for the afternoon session where they play back-to-back matches against the Royal Eagles. Bucharest Gladiators, they've got to have a, well, I suppose a slightly longer break than normal. They'll get about half an hour to compose themselves, get some fluids down them, and then they'll come back as they will take on the Royal Eagles. So, yeah, the Royal Eagles will play 3 on the spin. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, we'll roll through the highlight package here. We're going to see, well, it was interesting that we just got a little quick glimpse there of ECN crew membership running out of the comm stand to try and field a 4 delivery there. And we're going to see a few more boundaries being hit by the Phoenix opening batters here. They really did quite well, got a good start, good runs on the board. Bilal especially, need to give him a shout out. Felt that he'd been struggling over the last couple of days. Hasn't really sort of come out and put on a really good score. Seemed to be a bit stifled and just a little bit unsure, but today he looked very sure, playing shots to all parts of the ground, particularly strong on the leg side, but his game on the offside was also equally impressive. Good shot selection, a couple little fits and starts here and there for him, but otherwise he got very fluid in the second half of his innings, put the foot down and almost guides his team home to a 4-point win there. And he was ably supported as well along the way. A couple of good partnerships to help them along. In the end of the day, they weren't chasing a massive total. And I guess that it allowed them to have a couple of hiccups along the way. And there's one of them right there. Good take there by the keeper. Good catch indeed. Good delivery too. Good persistence from the bowlers. But at the end of the day, it was the Bilal Ahmed show. Look at that. That was the strike heard around the country. That was a great shot.
It was. He timed his innings to perfection, and before the start of the innings you probably heard me say that one batter gets a 40 or a 50 and they win this match quite comfortably as long as other batters work around them, and that's exactly what happened. I like the approach there of Phoenix. When you have a look at that scorecard, we don't see too many batters chewing up deliveries. You know, if you get out early. You'll see that from Arun Kumar, who got out of just 2 deliveries, but he did make 4. Devinder Singh this time much better from him. He scores 20 of 13. And Rajesh Kumar, the captain, we know how he plays. He goes for it, gets out. Nobody chewed up deliveries. That's why they win this match quite comfortably, and they do it with, in the end, with 16 balls to go. But it was all about the batting of Bilal Ahmed. We know he's a good player, and when he played for United last year, he was one of the top contributors. So it's about time that he showed what he could do for his side. And if he has a good day here today, especially later on in those matches against the Royal Eagles, well, who knows? They could certainly put themselves in a good position to be in the final tomorrow. On the bowling front, it is always going to be difficult when you don't get enough runs on the board. Zawa, it was a mixed spell from him. He did pick up a wicket, but he gave away, I think, far too many runs. You could say the same by Samiullah Safi. But once again, just have a look at the bowlers that they didn't use. They couldn't use Rashid because he was behind the stumps, but Kaim Khan, again, doesn't get a look.
Yeah, mystery, complete mystery for that one. Especially when you look at those bowling efforts in there. Sami Safi, 1 for 32. Very expensive there. And Rahman, watching him bowl, he bowled 8 deliveries, 1 over, and there's those 2 balls. Very concentrated on the leg side, leg stump, and he was being put away pretty easily. Yeah. So why did Khan not get a bowl? Who knows? Something for Gladiators to have a think about before they start the next game. Yeah,
it's one thing that I think they've missed, the inconsistency there. I understand why they didn't go for Naqvi today after that 1 over. But the other thing that we know, and we see it so many times on the European Cricket Network, whatever happens in one match can change completely to the next. So what happens on one day can change very much to the next. So, I mean, Naqvi, he could be the hero with the ball today. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next match. That one is coming up in around about 25 minutes time. Rico from here alongside Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and we are delighted to bring you the action from this absolutely magnificent Moaravassia cricket ground. We'll be back in about 25 minutes time when the Royal Eagles will be looking to once again catch up with Phoenix and maybe overtake them a little bit later on, because a second and first place is definitely up for grabs going into finals day tomorrow. Join us back in a short moment of time, 25 minutes, and we'll be back. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 12. It's the second in match day 3 here in Romania. The Bucharest Gladiators, they will play their last match in the day. Are we going to see them improving all the time? Well, let's wait and see, because it won't be an easy one. They take on the Royal Eagles, who had a good day yesterday, winning both their matches. Let's go straight over to the two captains and the tournament referee to see what happens at the all-important coin toss.
Royal Eagles to call. Heads is called. It's tails. Batting. All right, good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
Gladiators have won the toss. They're batting.
It is the Gladiators that will win the toss, and they will once again have a bat first. They'll be looking to go a little bit better than what they did in the last match against Phoenix. They'll be keen to get, I think, past that 110 mark. What we've seen from them is that they have got the ability to do it. I think they'll be happy that someone like Sasanga is coming good. We know he does have an injury, but that was a very good and powerful knock from him in the last match when he put 39 on the board. And also the likes of Mohamed Rashid is finding his form again. Maybe Kaim Khan can be better this time round. So they've got the ability, and I think everybody is hoping that maybe Atif Naqvi can put in a good performance as well, the powerful left-hander at the top of the order. But what about their opponents, the Royal Eagles? As I said, they had a good day yesterday, and they are the only team that have been able to beat the Bliss Warriors, and in fact they have beaten them on 2 of their 3 occasions that they have played each other. But they've got a big day here today. They've got to really sort of use their squad and move things around healthily for them, because they play 3 matches in a row. They've got this one against the Gladiators, and then the all-important double header against the Phoenix side, and that could really decide who finishes in the top 2 tomorrow. They've got players in good form though. Ricky Gill himself, we saw him at the coin toss. He batted very well yesterday. Their captain, Shaham Alam, is coming good at the right time. But it's their depth and strength with the bowling that's really impressed me. Taimur Chima has been fantastic. I expect to see him in the wickets. Something like Waqas Ahmed was great yesterday as well. But watch out for the little pocket rocket himself, Umair Safi. He was absolutely sensational. I think we're going to get a good match here. It's all about the stamina now of the Royal Eagles. Let's go straight over to Phil G in the igloo. Well, it might be the igloo, but it's melting pretty quickly for the start of this one. Phil, it's going to be the Gladiators having a hit first.
Thank you very much, Rico, for that introduction. It is getting quite warm here at the ground. It is indeed. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you all back to the continuation of this day number 3 in this shortened version of the European Cricket Series Romania, shortened based on what we originally had planned. As you all know, and as we've all discussed over the last few days, what the weather was like and what it's like now. It's a lovely warm day at the moment. It's still in the morning. It's probably pushing 28 degrees already. I wouldn't be surprised. And it's getting quite warm indeed. There is a bit of a breeze coming across the ground. Thankfully, it'll probably drop a bit later, which will not be worth thanking. But anyway, we'll worry about the weather later. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 12 coming your way very shortly. Bucharest Gladiators, unchanged 10 going into this match. Still 1 player short, sadly for them. That may be a bit taxing on them in the outfield when it comes time for them to be trying to defend the score that they can hopefully put on the board. As Rico said, they won the toss and elected to bat first, so they can see how they go there. Unchanged side from the previous match where they went down to Phoenix, who picked up the runs pretty quickly and got a good win. Royal Eagles, just 1 change there. And Supercomputer takes a look at this and tipping the scales in favour of Royal Eagles. 72% chance of a win, says the computer. Only giving 28% chance for Bucharest Gladiators to pick up a win here. Bucharest Gladiators have got a bit to prove here. And we've talked a fair bit yesterday and today already about how important it is to get the win on the board and how important it is for them just in their minds to make sure they get wins and they be competitive. This is a real test for them. This is their second match of the day. They're going to come back tomorrow with 3 games. It's fair to say they're completely and utterly out of any chance of playing in the Wednesday final. That's the last game tomorrow night, which will be the final. They're looking to just restore a bit of pride and just a little bit of respect for themselves and for their team. And I think that the team need to really bring this one together and just do one for the side. Get a win, get a good performance in. Individuals need to come together as a team and work together, and I'd love to see that from them. They are a talented bunch, and they really need to show something here. They haven't had a great tournament at all, and that's probably the understatement of the week right there. In an era where understatements are said all the time, there's one for you. But the teams are out there in the middle now. The Royal Eagles, they're marshalling the troops around. You can see that going on. Looks like it's Sawajan with the ball, often opening the bowling for the Royal Eagles. Resplendent. Try that again, Phil, in their gear. We've talked about their gear all week. Rico's a bit of a fan. I'm a fan as well. That lovely, massive eagle on the front of the top. And so, well, actually, the hats. Some of the hats designs have been interesting. Rajinder Jassi here, just in front of us here in the mid-off position. He's got the hat that looks like he's been walking around the beach under a few seagulls. But we're going to start match number 12 now with this delivery. In at the body, bit of luck there. Gets a pretty much out of the middle. It's just in at the body and it flies away just for a single. Off the mark straight away is Sasanga. Zane has put himself in to open the bat as well. Let's see if the captain could stand tall here. He hasn't really held a great account of himself. He's supposed to be leading the team. He's the captain. He's the man we're all looking at and expecting him to dig in deep here and present himself and get the team off to a good start here in the power play. Well, he's lucky not to get a feather edge or to allow that one to get through. It was a bit of a meek defensive prod here. Have a look at this from the reverse angle. Just a short little half step, just pushing forward, almost brushing the carpet with the bottom of the bat. Yeah, completely missed that. The ball's even cut in between bat and pad, so he's completely missed the line on that one. Yeah, I think for me, Zane he's key. He's absolutely key for Bucharest Gladiators here because he's the captain. He's opening the batting, bowls as well. He needs to stand up here. Ambitious shout. Large shout. It's going to run away though. It's 4 leg byes. So it runs anywhere you can get them. Have a look at this. And the keeper goes the wrong way. The slip, it was a bit slow out of the blocks to try to cover and help the keeper there. I reckon the slip fielder probably should have done a bit more there. Ricky Gill there, just in shot in front of the our camera. But he's taking a few steps back, so he's sort of now gone quite a fair way back. So he's gone from slip to almost like I guess you call it a short third man now, just inside the circle. Funny place to put himself. So Sawajan continues. 5 on the board with those 4 leg byes. Oh, nasty delivery. Really nasty, that one. Bowler's going to get across. I think they need to get across and have a bit of a look at Zane. He's taken that one. It sounded a bit like it's hit the lid as well. That was not good at all. He's just out of shot there, getting a bit of attention. Umpires are stepping in. They're going to probably ask for just a little bit of water. Take the helmet off and check he's okay. But he went down pretty quickly indeed there. And I'm just joined here by Rico Full. Rico, you've joined me at a time where Skipper's gone down. That looked a little bit nasty.
Yeah, nasty ball right on the lid. You could hear that. It gives us an opportunity maybe to take ourselves away from the Moravia cricket ground and go to Malaga. Of course, this will be happening at the Field of Dreams at the Karama Oval, the start of the Euros of cricket. This is the Premier Division and kicks off, of course, on the 25th of September through to the 18th of October. And Group A, B and C. Let's talk a little bit about the groups. So Group A, how do you see that one panning out, Phil?
It is a good group. I describe this as mouth-watering.
Yeah.
I mean, straight away, it's funny because Germany's sitting on top there and instantly my eyes go straight to Germany like, oh, yeah, looking forward to that one. But then I look at Belgium on the back of that fantastic Medina Cup that only finished a few days ago. They I think they're going to be a very strong shout for Group A. That's who I'm looking at. Great teams in there too. The Ireland 11, Norway and Greece as well. Looking forward to them playing, of course, Romania, where we are right now. But for me, I'm thinking Germany and Belgium, they're the two teams I've got my eye very close on. And when the sweepstakes are done, I'm fingers crossed I'm going to get one of those two teams.
Norway, I think they always underperform. And they certainly will have a shout there. And Greece, remember the winners of the Challenger Division, didn't they come good when it mattered?
They did.
And Group B, that's going to be an interesting one as well. I mean, Spain playing some good cricket at the moment. Well, I think that's what we all want to see. He's up, he's walking. I reckon, look, that's a good move. Whether he wants to stay out there or not, I think under the guidance of Stefan Gooch, when the ball, that has really rattled him. That's a quick delivery. I mean, he's gone. That's the one thing. We don't want to talk too much about the technique there. He's going into a ball that is right at to him. So it's always going to trouble him. But it's good news that he's walking. He's going to take a bit of time out, a sit out, maybe an over or two, and maybe we'll see him back out there middle a bit later. But yeah, Group B, Spain, Italy. Italy playing some great cricket at the moment, their men and their women. Austria, Denmark will probably be the dark horses there. And then, look, France and Hungary in there as well. That really is, I think, for me, that's definitely the group of death for me.
I agree. Yeah, Group B looks tough. Really, really tough. You drop a game there and, you start to panic. You drop 2 games there and you start to find yourself out of contention. It's that kind of group. You are right. Group of death, good shout.
Yeah, we'll talk about Group C a bit later maybe as we get ready to resume the action as John comes back and that could be out, It's pretty full and gone. Yeah, well, he's knocked one out, hasn't he? He knocks out the captain, Ali, and he says, well, now it's time to go full and straight. He can't do it to the captain. He's not there, so it's going to be Rashid who's going to face this delivery, and he's going to go for a golden duck. There's a little bit of the old... There you go. Bring back Derek. That's plum. You don't get plumber than that.
Smashing into middle stump. Not even halfway up middle stump either. Probably about a third of the way up. Crash. Look at this from side on. Bang. Yep, that's it. Oh, yeah, great delivery. Plum pudding with some plum sauce, as much as you like. Mohamed Rashid doesn't get to impress us with the bat in this innings, and he is gone for a first bowler.
Yeah, it's the old 1-2 from the fast bowler. First, knock out the batter with the short delivery right on the lid of the captain, Ali Zain, who then had to, well, he's going to take a bit of time out, sat out, and get his bearings back. But then the next one, full straight. You can see probably that Rashid thought, watch out for the short one, watch out for the short one.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, it's full in the block hole. Babar, what's coming his way? He don't know now. Will it be full? Will it be short? Only the bowler, John, knows. Looking to finish the over well. And it's an edge. It's going to get through and we'll go for 4. So he's bowled a little bit of everything here. The short delivery, the Yorker. Now this one just moving away. It's a genuine edge. Ricky Gill is the man who's trying to get there, but there was no dive there from Gill. It's almost like if he was able to spring off his feet, he probably would have had a play at that, even though it goes pretty quickly. Babar gets lucky. He'll get 4. And it's 9 for 1 at the end of the first.
Yes, indeed. We have a quick look at ECS Hornchurch, which should be kicking off sometime very shortly, maybe the next 20 minutes. I did catch a little snippet of information about a bit of weather over there. We'll keep an eye on that as well for you. So matches 6 through 10. Group A action coming your way there in ECS Hornchurch. Keep your eyes on that one. Raynham versus Markhor in London to kick things off. Sharks Cricket Academy against Markhor in London. The lunchtime match, Raynham back against the Sharks. And then Raynham back again for take on Hornchurch in the afternoon game. And the last game tonight will be Hornchurch Sharks Cricket Academy go head-to-head in match number 10. Group A action coming to you from that lovely part of England, Hornchurch, where I'm proud to say that's where my mother was born. And that is day 2 of 10. Enjoy that. Don't forget us over here. If you're going to flick over to watch Hornchurch, maybe keep us on the opposite screen as well, because action aplenty here at this wonderful ground here. There's been a lot of compliments in the chat about the ground. You're loving the vision and you're loving the cricket as well. So thank you. Keep them coming. Rico and I will try and get around to addressing every single one of your comments.
It's a good start from Jussie. We're talking about Jussie. We just had a little bit of lassie, and I know that you've been tucking into your lassie as well. On a nice hot day, there's nothing better than a nice cold glass of lassie. Not a mango lassie, it's a salted lassie. What do you think? It's nice, isn't it?
I drank half of it and pretty much didn't put it down. Just half of it just gone just like that. I couldn't even savour it. It was just glug, 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 glug. That's hit the spot. Thank you.
Wow.
That's hit the spot too.
Well, wow, to you, lassie hitting the spot. And wow to this one. Look at this takeoff. And ooh la la la.
Wow.
What a delivery. And in the end, the wicketkeeper there, Sahel, having to take that one-handed as it's still climbing as it goes into the glove.
Yeah, I know we're not far from Otapeni, which is where the airport is, but clearly the ball was given air traffic control for takeoff, and it really has taken off there. Occasionally the pitch will do that. The pitch plays very honest. That's my best way of describing it. But every now and then you get a ball that just gets permission to take off, and my goodness, bosh. Incredible. That was a good follow-up delivery as well.
I mean, can you imagine being the batters out there at the moment? So this is Sasanga and also Babar. I mean, they've seen the captain be knocked out. They've seen that delivery that just taken off. They've seen the stumps clattered by the Yorker length deliveries as well. So they just don't know what's coming their way at the moment. So, yeah, Rajinder Jassi. And he comes again. Still hasn't got a run off him. A little bit of whip. It's played into the ground. They want to take this on, and they will get there. But singles are not going to be a concern for the Royal Eagles.
Not at all. You're right, though, about the batters there. They've seen their captain go down with a nasty, vicious ball that's felled him, but he's up and okay at the sidelines. The very next ball was stumps clattered, and from a delivery that just, unfortunately for Rashid, had no idea about it. It was like 2 knockout blows in the same over. And so the batters, you can understand why they're probably maybe a little bit shy at the moment, a bit hesitant getting on the front foot.
That's out. There's an inside edge on this. Clearly heard by all. That's going to be the end of Babar. So he was good in the last match, wasn't he? He scored a few runs, 23 of 11, when he gave Sasango a little bit of support, but not on this occasion. He's played a bit of a rash shot. He's caught the inside edge, but there's good movement there from Jassi, and that's what's causing the problem. Look at this ball come in. So he shapes up to play a ball wide outside the off, but the ball just comes back inside, catches the bottom edge, and no mistakes there from the keeper, Sohail. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, you could hear that edge all around the ground. You could see this couple of spectators in a covered area away to our left. Even they were sort of like raised their eyes, and a couple of them raised their fingers as well. We all heard it. And unfortunately for Barber, emergency services has to go. Only 4 on the board for him from 2 deliveries faced. That's going to be a disappointing return for him at the top order. The Bucharest Gladiators wobbling already in the second over.
Yeah, well, they have opted to send Nakvi a little bit lower down the order. Now, it could work for the tall left-hander. He is out there with Sasunga. We know that these two, if they can buckle down and get going, can make a difference. So this is a huge partnership now, a huge partnership.
It really is. They don't want to lose one of these two. If these two can stick around for a couple of overs, as you say, knuckle down. Don't get carried away. Don't get too sort of like, hitting out of your skin, but just work a good innings here, especially Nakvi. He hasn't had a really good innings since that first one where he belted, I think it was a 57 not out on day 1.
Nice, good full delivery in Nakvi. He takes time to get going, but he will get to the other end. He's had a few issues, hasn't he, with his running?
Yeah.
As a diff Nakvi. These two, I don't think they're going to be the quickest runners in between the wickets. That's one thing they won't be doing, running quick singles, that's for sure. But what they could be doing is battering the ball to all parts of the boundary to get going. 11 for 2 at the end of 2.
Yeah, these are two. I mean, you're absolutely right, Rico. These are two batters who put on such a good display back there on day number 1. A 98-run partnership in very quick time as well. Dug the Bucharest Gladiators out of a hole. And, it gave them a good total in the 120s. That total was overhauled, though. So the batters did the job. Unfortunately, the bowlers in the fielding were unable to finish the job. But these two, when they come together, they showed us what they can do. Yeah. We need to see a little bit more of that in this game. And it's all there for them. This is their only, they've played 2 games. Played 1 game already today. It's the second game for them. After this, they have a break and they're back tomorrow for 3 games. Nothing to lose here. Need to really go for it.
John continues. This time doesn't really come up as much. You see the difference there, bowling now to the left-hander. It doesn't get the same kind of lift in that part of the ground. So that's nicely played there by Nukvi, just guides it away. And Nukvi, of course, normally is pretty aggressive, but it's nice to see that he's come out there taking a little bit more of a carefree approach as he takes a single. Now Sasunga was good in the last match, scored 39 or 20. He's the dangerous man. They have left a kind of long on in that mid-wicket unprotected. So if he gets the right ball, he will be looking to go in that area. John bowling now once again to the right-hander. Well bowled and well played as well. Is that rising delivery. A lot of people in the chat to say hi to. Hello to everybody. Hello to Thomas Martinez. Muy buenos dias. Hope you're well. Of course, Spain an hour behind us, so it is still the morning there. Mind you, it's the morning until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm giggling because the Royal Eagles, they're all gesturing to everybody here. There was an interesting moment there where the throw back to the stumps, it was a bad throw and it went for a buzzer. And they ran for a single and everyone on the field was gesturing to each other about, you should have backed that up. No, you shouldn't have thrown it. You should. They were all 11 were in on it. It was actually quite funny for a moment. And now they've all gone quiet for the next delivery.
In the air, and well, he's trapped it like a defender. Like a defender on the goal line. Never mind about using your feet, just plonk and put your foot on it. I tell you, one of these days we're going to see a cricketer really get hurt with these because he could quite easily have rolled his ankle on it. You don't quite have it on the side camera. We'll see it here now. And he literally just stomps his foot and look at that. He could have rolled his ankle.
Greco, that makes me nervous when I see things like that. Really nervous. And the bowler put his arms up in the air and he's saying, if you had all the time in the world to put your hands down and take that catch low to the ground, we could have had him out. Could have had a very dangerous batter out. As it is, he survives. Nukvi is at the non-striker's end. He's had a couple of singles to his name now. And Jan, unfortunate there. Really unfortunate. He should have had another wicket.
Yeah, he should have had. He's bowling well here. He hasn't really bowled a loose delivery as yet. He's got the batters concerned. He's got them worried. You can see the man in that catching sort of second slip position doing the warm-ups and the stretching, waiting for one to come his way. That's a Ricky Gill. He'd love to take a catch in that position. A slight breeze blowing, which is quite nice at the moment. Certainly doesn't look anywhere near as fearsome as you see those little banners moving around the background. That's a little bit higher. It goes for that Yorker delivery. And let's have a look at this side on. I can see the umpires just on their walkie-talkies for a moment, but I don't think there's any real issue. You'll see here, it's going to be around about the top of the pad. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's all good.
No issue there. So, no, we did mention to those of you that just joined us that it is World Cider Day today. And I think Dave is the kind of guy I can see who likes a good cider. Is that right, Dave? Do you like a good cider? And we were talking a bit earlier. You said you like the pear cider. I like the kind of the fruits of the forest. That's one that's really on a nice hot day like today. And cider, unlike beer and some other drinks, cider is one which, with a glass full of ice is still very nice.
Yes.
You know, some drinks you think, ice spoils it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case with cider. So a nice cider, yeah.
I do like cider. Yep. I started on the apple cider. That was kind of where I kicked off. I couldn't. There's a brand I won't yell the name of the brand out, but I found it way too sweet, and I just didn't like it.
Yeah.
But then a lot of ciders in the last couple of years started to come out, and I've tried these ones. Absolutely love them. Love them to pieces. They've toned down the sharpness and sweetness, and you get a really good apple cider. But this pear cider that I've discovered now, the one where I bought the 2 crates. The reason I love the pear cider is because the pear is smooth, and it's there and present. But then the flavour that they match it with, be it fruits of the forest, which they do have that one, or they have I think there's an apricot and of course the passion fruit, my favourite. Absolutely fantastic, sensational.
Yeah, I, of course, was introduced to cider years ago when I don't think it was a big thing. Every so often, after a game of cricket or whatever, you thought, I don't want a beer, it's too fizzy. And then you're going to go out to eat or whatever. And so I think, they got cider on tap. And a nice spider over there, actually. And he's enjoying the breeze that's been created by our...
Where is
right behind there. I love it. This spider. I mean, if you can look, he's on the fan now. Look,
there he is. Oh,
he is just.
Can
you believe
hang on.
it?
He's going to get blown.
Cheeky little monkey.
He's gone in. He's gone into the fan. No.
All over the place.
We're going to Rico, we're going to get pureed spider. No. Stay away from the fan. Stay out of the light.
Maybe turn it off and tip it over so he gets out of there, because
yeah, I will.
otherwise we're going to have spider bits all over us.
Yeah, okay, let me just take care of this. Just kill the fan for a moment.
Anyway, yeah, so I know that some of the sides used to be pretty strong in those days
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
So, but the ciders that we have in Spain are very nice. They're very, I mean, you said you don't like sweet. I'm not a big fan of over sweet. But they are nice as Waqas Ahmed comes on to bowl. One thing, or good thing, that Bucharest Gladiators got their side, they don't have to put up with Chima. No time or Chima in the side, but Rajinder Jassi is sort of made up for what Chima would do with that very good over. He's been given a rest here now, so they will go to Waqas Ahmed, who bowled superbly well yesterday, actually. He bowled just the 1 over in one match, which went for 2, and then in a match where he did bowl 2 overs, he only went for a handful of runs, and he got the 1 wicket where he quite easily could have had a lot more. He bowled well with Waqas Ahmed. He's a good player. But, yeah, so the Sardis in Spain, I won't, again, like you, won't say the name, but basically it translates to apple thief. They're very nice. The only thing with them is they come in small bottles, so as soon as you start, it's finished. So you need to have a few bottles ready to go. But they are nice. I like those. But pear, I haven't tried. I will try, because I think as more and more brands are now doing the pear one. I'm not a big fan of the ones like the lemon and lime or the strawberries or watermelons. I think that's more of a gimmick than anything else.
Yeah.
That's a sharp delivery there from Ahmed. And once again, I mean, he doesn't take it cleanly in the glove, but he makes a stop. That's Sohail.
Yeah, the cider I'm talking about, it's actually Swedish. It's called Rekorderlig. You see there they have
those.
these brands here, the small cans, and value for money if you buy a crate of 24, which is why I bought 2 of them. I'm not kidding. I really did. It's so good. Actually, I must. I'll message the missus to find out how many's left. I'll probably just get an embarrassed face emoji sent back to me. Oh, it's gotten through.
Got through, and is it going to go all the way? I think it might do. Oh, that is unbelievable.
Way. Have you saved that?
The batters had decided it's going to the boundary, so look at them here. They're just not even bothering. They're stopping halfway. How about that?
Awesome.
Oh, my word. Write that down, because we're going to have to put that on the social media. That is fantastic. Incredible. Who is that out there? Is that our pocket rocket? Oh, that's an amazing save. Amazing save.
I'm making note of that. That is absolutely terrific. 3.3 in the first innings. Wow.
Superb. Absolutely superb. And he saves 3 runs because the batters, they only take just the 1. In comes Ahmed again. Just tucks him up for pace. It's going to be too high. Waqas, calm down. Keep your hair on. I can't say that really, can I, to Waqas Ahmed? But anyway, it's too high. It's always going to get over the stumps. The batter's a long way down. Look at this. You can't be giving that LBW. Not from there.
No way.
And Waqas Ahmed just getting a little bit carried on.
Yeah, I think he's probably also still got the that save that was right at the back there in his mind. It's really quite.
I love the shot of the umpire and the bear there. By the way, it's almost like it's a part of him. It's almost like Andrew Begg is riding the bear.
If Andrew turns to the left, that bear's going to be coming out of him.
Yeah, in the air, and won't carry to anybody. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, that shot made me laugh yesterday, because let's just say that the bear, well, there he is.
Hang on. Oh, careful where you're standing there, Andrew.
Every so often every so often the head of the bear is peeking out from you know where. And it looks pretty funny.
Since you told me that image is living rent-free in my head now. That's something else. Let's get back. 19 for 2, last ball of 4th.
Will be wondering what we're talking about. You're thinking, what are those two on about now? What have I done? Oh, that's a cracker.
Lovely.
Absolutely launched. That's a biggie. Sasanga, if you put it in that zone, in his hit zone, it will go a long, long way. So Waqas Ahmed, it was a good over until then. It still is. Only 8 come from it. But that's a biggie right at the end of it. Absolutely smashed away. 4 overs complete. And the Bucharest Gladiators are 25 for 2.
25 for 2. So there it is. It's 4 overs down. So they're trundling along. It's not been a real big momentum, but things started very shakily. That first over was a couple of big knockouts. Firstly, there was the captain knocked down onto his haunches with a shot that was a vicious delivery that took him down. But then the very next ball was a big wicket, a Yorker length that absolutely blew the batter away. That was Rashid, who we were looking forward to him making a big score. But since then, these two have come along and tried to steady the ship a little bit. Sasunga and Nakvi, not so much. He's trailing a little bit behind the run rate there. He's got 4 from 8. Sasunga, though, 11 from 10. These two are big hitters. They'd be really threatening to get after the bowling now. But the bowling, all credit to the bowlers, has been pretty tight.
Yeah, and Hugh, okay, and he's saying that the side of you're talking about, the brand, is quality. Thanks for that, and thanks for joining us. Hello to Nishant as well. Who else do we have in there? Ian Smullen was recommending a brand as well. Thanks for that, Ian.
Okay, yep, nice one. Oh, slow gin. That's a good shout. I do like a slow gin. It's made with sloe berries, S-L-O-E, slow gin. It's very, the colour. It's very red, almost like a red wine sort of colour. And I had a bottle not last Christmas before, and it was very nice. A different flavour to your regular gin and tonic, but really nice.
Well, that's well hit.
Oh, lovely.
The fielder, well, let's just say he should have gone to a brand of opticians, because I'm not sure what he was trying to stop here, but he missed this by a long way. He comes across, looked like he had it covered, but he didn't, and it gets through him. It's well struck. It's a good shot from Sasunga. Once again, showing that he is a 360 player. It's not just about putting away the short ball. What's happening in front of us here? Well, the fielder was doing all sorts of aerobic exercises. That's Jan in front of us.
Bit of yoga.
Yeah, a bit of yoga from Jan.
The downward dog and the flattened snail.
You can see now with the overs quickly dwindling away. They're trying to get some extra runs here. So Sasunga looks like he's trying to get something going. He could do with a bit of help from Nakvi. This is Ricky Gill, by the way, with the ball.
The bells are tolling for thee somewhere in the background. Maybe they're tolling for... bells are tolling. Interesting time of day for them to be ringing as well.
And full delivery. Good ball from Gill. He knows that the batters are wanting to go after it here, and that's the one that say, well, okay, it's there. If you don't hit it, I'm going to hit the stumps. So Nakvi gets a single. The strike rotates. Left and right combination. Let's see if it can be a healthy one. They're starting to get something going. Well, Sasunga is starting to find his rhythm again. In the air, and that's going to clear the fielder. Bolle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagia. It was in the slot. And Sasunga, the difference between him and Atif Nakvi, he's got his iron, and he's middling most of the ones that he's hitting, and he's got a bit of brute force about him as well. That's 6 more.
I was worried for the fielder in front of us. That's Jan, who's just in front of us. He was backing back, and I thought, watch out for the tape. We've got a little tape there just running across from the commentary to the fence. And I hate for him to back into that and do himself a mischief. It's all good.
Disappointed with that shot, Sasunga. I wouldn't be too disappointed. He does get the single. It means that he does put himself back on strike. But halfway point, they only got 15 off the power play. But they've done a little bit better in the next couple of overs to take the score to 39 for 2 as we welcome you into a very warm igloo. I don't know about an igloo. It's a bit more of a microwave. But I will say this, folks. Me and Phil, we're not complaining because we know what it was like here just over a week ago. It was chucking it down. There was severe weather warning. This ground resembled a mud bath. It really did. I can't believe it's the same ground. I can't believe how well everybody's done. Everybody came together and got this ground right, and it's so good to be here. I know it's only 4 days. It's not quite the 7 that we originally had planned, and we were going to see 6 teams. We're seeing 4 instead, but it's good to bring you some action, and I think a lot of people are already saying they're glad for it because they love seeing this ground. Yeah,
the transformation's been amazing, and thank you to all the volunteers who helped us out over the last couple of days. You've been amazing, absolutely amazing.
Marcus Ahmed tries the Yorker. Been hit away nicely to the man who's had the fight with the Seagulls. There he is there. Can we please have a close-up on the fielder there, Rajinder Jesse? This is Rajinder Jesse, and we keep saying...
Let's have a look.
We keep saying that it's he wore that to Trafalgar Square, and it never looked the same.
That's exactly right. Trafalgar Square on a bright day, in the middle of the day, or walking along the beach on Bondi with a plate full of chips and allowing the seagulls to swoop down and say hello. Or what was the other one you said? No, you had another good one. It was looks like the hat you wear when you paint the ceiling of your lounge room.
That's right. Hit firmly, trying to get in the gap, and he will. Gets a hand on this to John. And all the stretching that John was doing earlier, it doesn't help him stop this one. Now, that's a good sign for Sasanga and also for the Gladiators, because Atif Nakvi, maybe he's the sleeping dragon, has also woken up, and he's got that away quite nicely.
Yeah, a bit too hot to handle that one. As you saw there, just got a hand on it, maybe a palm on that one, but it was going too fast and a little bit too wide. Helped across the line, 44 for 2 now in the 6th. Score, the run rate is picking up nicely.
It's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs as well, you know.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. Just leans back and caresses this through the offside for 4 runs. Lovely jubbly. Shaba. Ginna sona shot, Maria. Cut shot. 4 carreras.
Just in front of point, that shot. And for a moment, I was expecting a boundary rider to come flying into view. And then I realised there was no protection on the boundary on the offside whatsoever. And Nakvi picks himself up a very nice shot there. He is a very heavy leg side player. When he picked up that 50 the other day, it was 90% of his runs were on the leg side.
Oh, now if this is straight, he could be gone. And probably not straight from the reaction there from the umpire.
Yep.
Obviously going down the leg side because it doesn't come up. And, yeah, just missing that leg stick. By a smidgen. Already by a smidgen.
Yeah, it's doing a bit, but in terms of measurements, the smidgen is the correct one to use. It really was close, though. We've got to watch out for that one, the one that cuts in on him.
He does bat outside of his crease, but he does take a little shuffle backwards, doesn't he, when the ball comes through. Now, he's come a little bit further up. I wonder if Ahmed would try and bang one in as a result of that. Well, he does. And he gets this one kind of through Nakvi. So it's a dot ball. That's a good bit of thinking there from the bowler, thinking, all right, well, if you're coming further up, well, you obviously wanted to get it on the full and drive me over the top straight. Well, I'm not going to give you that ball. I'm going to bang it in. And he has got the field set as well. He's got the man on the 45 on the boundary. You've also got square leg back, long on, pretty straight long on the boundary. Whereas on the offside, just the long off. And they've got a man on the 45. Oh, he does well to get a bit of bat onto this one as well. So after the short one, he does go full. It's another dot ball. It's the end of the over. Ahmed, once again, no luck on the wicket front, but he'll be quite happy with that. So will his captain. 2 overs for 17. And 6 overs now completed, 48 for 2.
Sort of feel that Nakvi missed a bit of a trick there in a couple of those deliveries. They were sort of off stump and thereabouts. And as you described, Rico, the offside field was very light for Nakvi. Very heavy leg side field. And there was, again, after the 4 was hit, nobody went deep. So that door was still well and truly wide open. And he was unable to capitalise on those balls that were coming in on the offside, even just to punch it. Just to punch on the offside. Yeah. Again, he was swiping, he was swinging, trying to get it onto the leg side.
World Bicycle Day, inexpensive, sustainable and climate friendly. There's a lot to be said about the merits of the humble bicycle. Were you a cyclist? Did you, as a young man, did you used to get around on a bike?
I certainly did. Had a paper route. I used to cycle to high school every day. I had 2 bikes. I had a roadster, sort of a 10-speed roadster, and then I also had almost like a. It was a BMX, but I built it myself. So I had all bits and pieces and parts.
Yeah, the best.
You know, different set of forks, different seat, different handlebars. Yeah, I liked bikes as a kid. Delivery.
Nice start this from Usman Ali. Well, one thing we've always said, I think we said this on day 1, the slower bowlers will get a little bit of bounce, which, well, if you don't use your feet, could get you into trouble. Good start from Usman Ali. Yeah, I like it when you said DIY bikes.
Yeah.
It's going to get over the 3rd. You can't set a field for this, really. You don't normally have a 3rd on the boundary to a slower bowler. A little bit of luck, a little bit of suerte for Sasanga. He'll get 4 runs. The bike that I had, it was a hand-me-down bike from my brother.
Okay.
And obviously going back a few years, no gears at all.
Okay.
No gears at all. Yeah. It was just, I couldn't even tell you what it was called. It had been painted so many times also. My brother had changed the colour on it so many times, including changing the colours of the spokes. So this time, the fielder does get hands to it. And as we suspect, the batters are not going to run 2, even though It should have been 2. They just haven't got the ability to do so. Yeah, it was painted so many times, and when I got it, I sort of tried to take all of the paint off the spokes because it looked a bit tacky.
Yeah.
And then Mama's nail varnish came very handy when I did the paint job on it. I used most of nail varnish, but I love the glitter stuff. So this thing, it was painted with the red nail varnish, and then, you know, the transparent glitter, it had it all over it. I mean, in the sunshine, when we got the sun in England, it was just, well, if you think that the Bliss Warriors looked pretty nice, well, this thing, it had all the bling about it. Sorry, Locker Lifestyles, it had more bling than you. But it was fantastic. The only thing was, like I said, it had no gears. Now, where we lived, to get to the nearest shops, it was, if you walked it, it was 15 minutes.
Okay.
If you biked it uphill, now then, has he put his foot right in front? Yeah, he has. He would get his man eventually. Nukvi is going to have to go. He doesn't like it. But he is the sort of batter that doesn't really move his feet. He goes backwards and forwards. I think he's planted his foot across, going across the line. And if we have a look at this, if I'm thinking what I've seen, I think this hits him right in front. So let's have a look at this one more time. It's going to be a wicket for Usman Ali. And that's that there. Okay, for me, the ball had to do a lot to hit the stumps, actually. I can understand why Nutvi's a little bit disappointed. What's your thoughts? I think that it's one of those that could have gone and missed off. What do you think?
You know what? I might have shaken the head on that one. I think the ball had to do a fair bit there. Nukvi can probably, I understand why he stood his ground. I mean, which batter, is never happy about getting at it leg before. Yeah, it's the angle of the ball. It's the bowler's action as well. There's a lot to have a think about there. You know what? I'm not a qualified umpire, but for me, I probably would have shaken the head and said play on. I
like the fact that he took a long time there, did umpire Ramesh. He's thought about it in his head.
Yes.
He's gone through the process, and in the end he said, I don't see that much doubt, so I'm going to give it. So that's fair enough. Right on the lid.
Wow.
Right on the lid of the wicketkeeper. Sometimes they say you've got to use your head in sports and in life. Well, he uses his head here to good effect, I suppose. He does save, I think, 4 byes. He's okay. Somebody should check he's all right. And I'm liking this from Ramesh Satish. He said, idara.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a check. And Ramesh has been told, look, go with it. Give him the concussion test.
Good.
Tell him to take the lid off. Have a look into his eyes. Let's see if you can count the number of fingers you're holding up.
Exactly.
I love this.
They do it for the batter. Do it for the keeper.
Yeah.
No way.
Look, this is I love it. This Robert Satish said, "Kinya unglia kena mere kuch nahi de sakte. Ki gal te ki hoya? Kena main apni hand ka paiya. Maafi de do." Look at this. He said, "How many fingers?" He said, "I can't see a thing. Why not? I'm with my shades." Oh, all right.
Just get them out.
I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Write that one down.
We'll get that one down as well. Ramesh, well done, sir.
Oh, nice.
Oh, dear.
Write that one down as well. I will finish my story about bikes as this one gets played away. So like I said, if you walk to the shops up this hill, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
If you rode a bike, 20 minutes. This hill, I think in my youth, so this is probably from the age of about 10, when I had this bike, when I finally got it. Well, I'll talk while you have a look at our schedule.
Okay.
Take a picture. So in about 5 years of having this bike and living at home and trying to, I think probably only about 4 times did I manage to get up the hill without getting off the bike. I mean, people were walking, old women with their grocery bags were walking past me as I was trying to cycle up the hill.
No.
But I did it on 5 occasions. But the best thing about it was coming down the hill.
Oh, yeah, the ride home would be beautiful.
Down the hill took 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I had to pedal a little, and then that was it. And I was like, I would beat the bus coming back. It was great. So well, Dad used to say to me, right, fish and chips today is Friday. Will you go and get them? I'll say, yeah, I'll get them. I'll take the bike. And most of the time I got halfway up the hill and then stopped and walked. But coming down was fantastic.
Oh,
so that was my bike. Now, I have to say this, though. Over the years in Spain, I have, because I do like to cycle, I have got some other bikes. But one thing that really annoys me, and it's to do with where we are, because we're right next to the coast, the atmosphere is so salty. In the air, I think he's going to get safe here. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary, but it will go for 4.
Yes.
But the one thing about it is because of where we are, because of the atmosphere, that the spokes just get rusty no matter what I try.
You can't do anything.
So, what's one thing I really hate with bikes, when they get a bit rusty, so the spokes, where the gear levers are. So no matter how I cover it, always gets rusty. So that's one thing I just can't get around. But anyway, that was my experience with bikes. Do share yours, folks. Catching chance, maybe? No, doesn't carry. Just places away. Probably doing the right thing here, Shuva Rahman. Just wants to give Sasanga as much strike as possible.
I saw Dave B in the chat mention about riding the bikes where when you pedal backwards, they were the brakes.
Yeah.
As opposed to a handbrake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Funny enough, I never had one of those bikes. My bikes are always handbrakes.
Well, this bike I had, it did kind of have brakes. Okay. It's going to be a great catch if he gets anywhere near this. And, well, that's
luck.
unfortunate. The flick back from the fielder, doesn't get enough of it. He gets a good high five for his attempt there from Jassy. So it's high up in the air. It's well struck again by Sasanga. It's the area he likes to go. But the fielder just couldn't get the flip back. And it will go for 4. Yeah, this bike ahead, the front brake was brilliant.
Yeah.
In fact, I've done it when I've hit the front brake and I've gone over the handlebars. That's 4. That is being mullered down the ground as Sasanga is eyeing up a cheeky little half century here. He moves to 37 of 20. But the other brakes weren't that good, and a number of times coming down this hill when I had to brake and nothing happened, and I would just have to put my feet on the tarmac and say, please stop. And, yeah, the brakes weren't the best, but...
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I love now?
What's that?
These bikes that I see in the road with those great, big, massive, fat wheels.
Oh, yeah.
They're sort of the Harley Davidson of push bikes.
They're incredible, aren't
I wouldn't
they?
mind one of them.
They're quite incredible. They really are. They're the monster of bikes. Yeah, like a monster truck, monster bike. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, as we come to the end of the moral of this little story is ditch the electric scooters,
please,
and go back to the push bike. Electric scooters, they're terrible. There's going to be a lot of people going to come on and say, Rico, they're brilliant. But they just make everywhere you go look horrible.
Yep.
You know, they're all over the place. Get rid of them.
Yep.
And they're unsafe. And they should have insurance and they should wear helmets. No more on the
I got an interesting story for bikes. Really quick on here. Christmas 1983. I asked for a BMX for Christmas.
Okay.
I was turning. I already turned 13, turning 14 the following year, and I thought I want a BMX. All my friends got BMXs. I want a BMX. My parents gave me a 10-speed racer. 10-speed racer.
10-speed racer.
You know,
okay.
the ones with the handlebars that sort of go loop over,
the curly-whirly ones,
and you lean forward.
Oh,
and,
you had a proper racer with a very thin.
Yeah, it's the
tires.
thin wheels, the kind of ones you see going around the velodrome at about 50 miles an hour.
Yeah,
they gave me one of those. On Boxing Day, I'm going to sound like maybe a bit of a prima donna here, but on Boxing Day, I was so not impressed with not getting a BMX. I took it down to the local BMX track, and I took my racer around that BMX track. I did all the jumps, I did all the curves on the racer.
Oh, no.
I had to carry the bike home because the wheels were completely buckled front and back.
And good, excellent. Oh,
lovely.
How about this? Isn't that great?
Yeah.
People,
good work.
This is why we say we don't use our feet. That is tremendous fielding. He gets down and pushes his back. I think that's Usama who might be out there. And look at the way he flicks his back. Really wonderful to see. No feet involved, just flicks it back. A good bit of team fielding.
Clever. Awareness of where the boundary line is and momentum and where your teammate is as well. Yeah, very clever that.
All right, this one is going to be stopped by nobody. That's a lovely shot.
Good drive.
Sasanga closing on to the half century. The thing is, though, unfortunately, it's only him who's scoring the runs. He moves to 44 of 23. But we are in the 9th over. It's 76 for 3 with we've got 10 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah. By the way, just after that Christmas, 83, my birthday in 84, I asked for a BMX again. And my mum gave me a woolly jumper and an Iron Maiden record. So you're not going to get another bike ever again. That was the last of the discussion.
What happened to the race after you buckled it? Did it get fixed or was it? That was it?
No, that was it. That was it. The look on my parents' face when I carried it over my shoulder down the driveway. And just, what happened to you? Where'd you go? Oh, a car pulled out in front of me. Didn't bite for a second. Like, that's not what happens when a car pulls in front of you. What can you do? Oh, well. Anyway.
Ooh. Interesting. I think that's probably one for the over.
I think so
too. It certainly has come up. Let's have a look at this side on. That's a really fun. Again, the batter going forward to it, so probably not the best of options, but it's one for the over. Good spicy delivery there from Jassy, who is bowling this the ninth. It all happens in the ninth. To say he's been good so far as Jesse. Okay, that's gone. Adios, Pallotta. That's 6 carreras. Just goes a little bit too full, and that is going to be 50 to Likshan Sasanga. Well done, well batted. Borpadanya Sasanga nu after half century Puri Kalli, and he's done it in just 25 deliveries. The second 50 that he scored in this tournament. So Sasanga, he certainly, yes, rolled his sleeves up, hasn't he, for the starter today. And he said, well, I don't care. We're not going to make it to the final, but I'm going to put on a good show today. Fair play to him. Well done. Well batted.
Yeah, good for him as well. Yeah, really good. Hitting at 200% strike rate. This one, however, has gone straight up in the air. Keeper wants it.
It's too casual.
No, keeper can't get it, but neither can the fine leg who wandered into frame to say, I'll take it.
Keeper didn't want this.
He didn't want it, did he?
This is keeper's cat. The keeper should be screaming. So Hale should be saying, mine. It went so high up, so he'll say, nah, mani lana hai, bahut uchi gaya. And let's just say that the fielder is one of those which there's more foot on it than hands. So it's a chance that goes begging. So they lose the opportunity to remove Sasanga. He gets to the other end, and he's probably said here to Shuvo, just, 5. I think I've seen 5 penalty runs there. So 5 penalty runs going to the batting side because of a slow over rate. And Shuvo will just want to swing hard here. They don't want a single. Why are they taking the single? That's a bit...
Yep.
I mean, he's filthy, Sasanga,
he knows
getting
it.
to the other end, but he didn't have to take it.
Yep.
He could have just said, I'm not taking the single. It's not worth it. It's not worth taking the single. I think he's changing his gloves here, maybe, because you can understand it's a little bit sweaty. Well, he's doing something. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like the 12 is taking some gloves out to him. So 90... I guess that's with the 5 added on. Yeah, it is. So 5 penalty runs go on there because of a slow over rate. So, well, the Bucharest Gladiators could certainly do with them. They're on 90. Can they get to the 100? And there's the confirmation there. 5 penalty runs awarded to the batting team, and that's because of a slow over rate there from the Royal Eagles. That's always going to be a problem for them because they tend to use all those quick bowlers. I mean, they're going to finish with a slower bowler here now. They needed, I think, to sneak in the slower bowler before that 9th over because that would have speeded them up a little bit.
Yeah, totally agree. Yep. Here we go. 10th over starts. Usman Ali with the job.
Okay, catching chance, big moment because a new batter will have to go and strike, and Sasanga has to stay at the non-strikers end. It's his own fault. When you play this game, you've got to play smart cricket as well. Last ball off the over.
Yep.
You don't take the single with an over to go.
Yep.
You're on 51. He could get stranded at the wrong end.
He should have yelled that out to Rahman when he was on strike. Just said, whatever happens here, you either hit a boundary or we stand still. Doesn't matter where it goes on the ground. Doesn't matter if there's a fumble. Hold your ground. Hit a boundary if you can, mate. Otherwise, hold your ground. Let me face the first ball. Because, now you're right. We've now had a wicket fall, which means he doesn't get on strike for this one. The best he can do is to try and get a single now to face only a handful of deliveries. So that's a bit of a miss there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a... Hey, you know who took that catch? That was Amir Fazal. Now, that should ring a bell because yesterday when he bowled, 2 for 9. They haven't used him today. So Fazal's not being used. They haven't got Tamor Chima in the side. So that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
That is a surprise.
Also he took 1 for 6 against Bliss.
Yep.
He only got the 1 over in that one. Then in the next match against Feeney, he's got 2 overs. Took 2 for 9. He doesn't bowl in this one. But then, having said that, all the bowlers that have bowled all right. So.
Yep.
And that is gonna be 4 maybe. We're gonna have to look at this. I think the shoulder might have touched the rope as he's going over here, and he must have been touching the ball at the same time. Let's have a look. He throws himself at this. Let's see. And well, I suppose nothing concluded. Where's that left foot?
Yeah, well, where's the left arm? Is he propping himself with the left arm as he's holding the ball? Because that left arm would be over the boundary rope.
I don't think it is. I don't think the palm's out because once he does this, he sort of rolls all the way around. So I think he's let go of it. I mean, it's got to be conclusive. And I don't see anything there that tells me that he's touched the rope. I think he might have made the save.
You're right. You can't see the left hand. It's hidden by the left leg.
Yeah, I think you've got to say he's made the save. And That's what they
Indeed.
decide. I think that's great work
Wow.
from the match officials. Excellent work.
Yep, fair call. We
All right.
continue.
This is why he had to get on strike.
That's
That's
it.
the main thing. Everything else is irrelevant. And in fact, him saving the boundary could be a bad thing because it could have been 4 and a few dots. But actually, by saving the boundary, it could be a lot of boundaries instead.
So Sasunga in that little, we showed in the replay, Sasunga's it was a good save. It was a very good
Yeah.
save. That was not a boundary. It was a
Excellent.
very good save.
I think
Excellent
you're right.
save.
Yeah, you're definitely right.
Sasunga was literally pleading like, it was not a boundary, please. Let me stay here. I need to do things.
2 balls to go. 97 on the board. Looking to get to more than the 98 that the expected score was saying. He doesn't run. He says stay there. I don't mind that.
Fair enough.
Really don't mind that. I know there's only a ball to go, but he reckons that he can hit a boundary.
Yeah, and with Kay Khan at the non-striker's end, didn't see a lot from him in the previous match. I can understand why Sasunga's saying, look, you know what, let me take care of this. Last ball of the innings coming up.
Oh, he hits this pretty well. Unless the fielder makes a mistake, it should only be the one. They will think about the second. They might get it here because they're not going to get it. The bowler was alert. The finger does go up. Khan will be run out. They'll get one. So, well, I said the expected score. The expected score, whoever does that is a clever chappy. Because I thought they're definitely going to... Oh, look, it's cheating now.
Oh, we saw that. No,
But
we saw that.
It was 98.
Yeah.
It was 90. You were right the first time.
We saw that.
Just when I said you're a clever chap, it is 98. He should have left it at 98. It's gone down to 97, but the score actually is they get the one. So it is 98 because the run out happened going for the second. Computer, you did yourself there. Anyway, 98 it is. So they don't again get the 195 it was for 5 in the match against Phoenix. In the second match, they will finish on 98. And let's have a look at the highlights. Well, how about this? Well, we're going to see some real fiery bowling from John. This was the one that knocked out the captain. The captain never did come back. So it's interesting to see if he will take the field of play. And then the very next ball was that vicious delivery to Rashid, which was LBW. It was the old fast bowler's trick, wasn't it? The short one first and then followed up by the Yorker. All the bowlers actually bowled really well. And in fact, John could have had another one in that over when he found the edge. This one was the edge. Another one will bite the dust. An easy catch taken to remove Babar, who went for 4 of 2. And what the Royal Eagles continue to show us is they've got some very good bowlers, some good fielding as well. How about that for a stop? It came from nowhere. But they'll be a little bit disappointed with themselves that they did give away those 5 penalty runs.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, that's just a lack of awareness there. And we know when it comes to the timings and things like that, the captains are kept abreast of the time considerations from the umpires. We know that that's what happens. So really, we don't want to sound harsh, but there's no excuse for that to happen. And it's awarded quite rightly as well. Sasunga, well, how about that? Really good innings from him, put together a really good total. I'm glad for him that he's come good at a good time here. Unfortunately for Nakvi, same company said, he got given out to leg before wicket there. You see there in the replay, he was a little bit upset. Then the wicketkeeper took a little shot to the head, and Ramesh, our umpire, had to take the sunglasses off the wicketkeeper to do the concussion test. I'm glad they did the concussion test for the wicketkeeper. He's got a helmet just like the batter does, so right thing was done there. Couple of good shots down the ground, and that was Sasunga, who was hitting the ball very nicely indeed. Along the ground or over the infield, it didn't matter, and his leg side shots were quite incredible as well. So he's put together a really good score for the Bucharest Gladiators, and he's given the bowlers something maybe to cheer about as well, albeit maybe a slightly below par score, but a score nonetheless that's up there for the Royal Eagles to chase down. Just remember, the Royal Eagles, they're battling for second spot on the table with Phoenix, and their run rate could use a bit of a boost. So the Royal Eagles, you'd like to think they might try and come out here and try to get these runs in quick time. I wouldn't be surprised. They're currently, if I have a look at the standings really quickly just during these highlights, I can tell you that Royal Eagles' net run rate is minus 0.2. Phoenix is plus 0.3. So there's a bit of a gap there. So Royal Eagles, they would want to come out in next 10 minutes or so, and they'd want to put a good score on the board, take over this total they need to catch, which is 99 for the win, and they would love to do that in quick time, just to give that run rate a little bit of a boost, the net run rate, push that up a little bit, because if they can get a win here, they go to 12 points alongside Phoenix. It's going to come down to bonus points and net run rates, of course, but we'll see what happens. So have a look at the scorecard there. Sasunga, 58 from 29 not out. Congratulations to him on a terrific innings there. For the skipper, he was taken out of the game hurt. We're going to check on him, make sure he is okay. He looked a very, very sorry individual on the ground. Then he got up and walked off. Gave us a bit of a smile as he walked past as well. So fingers crossed he's going to come good. We'll find out if he's going to take his place in the field. 2 wickets there to Usman Ali at the bottom there, 2 for 15 off his 2 overs. And wicket to Saojan and Rajinder Jassi as well. They pick up a wicket each. And, well, that tells a tale. A good partnership there between Narkvi and Sasunga as well, by the way. 43 runs. We spoke about the partnership they did in one of the early matches of 98 runs, and that was a pretty good effort from them as well. So the mid-match summary looks like this. It's 98 for 5. The Spider's back over the fan. That's really... I'm glad he's still alive. I got worried he got chopped up. I just see him just running around there. He's enjoying the coolness of our fan. So Royal Eagles need 99 off the next 10 overs when they come out to bat in about 10-15 minutes time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far. Match 12 hangs in the balance. I need to save a spider from the fan, and we'll be back here shortly. I'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, cricket fans, to the continuation of this game here. Locked in the balance, it is at the moment. It's match number 12, and it is going to be the Royal Eagles to see if they can hold off the Bucharest Gladiators. After the Bucharest Gladiators posted the score on the board, the Royal Eagles get a chance to come out and try to belt a winning score if they can. That will put them in a good position. They then will jump up to maybe equal second place. Maybe they get a bonus point, even jump up into clear second place. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, taking you through the action here today in sunny conditions, warm conditions here in Romania at the Moara Vlase Arena. The ground looking absolutely resplendent. There's a lot of comments in the chat about how good it looks. Soon to be joined by my co-commentator and good mate Rico Full, just making his way back momentarily. 98 the score on the board, so the bonus point equation looks like this. For the fielding team to restrict the Royal Eagles to 68 or less, they pick themselves up all 4 points, and 4 points up for grabs for Royal Eagles. If they can knock off 98 and 7 overs or less, well, that would be definitely worthwhile if they can do that. If they could do that, they will jump to clear second, because they're currently sitting in third place on the standings. They've got 9 points. They're 3 points astray of Phoenix, who are there in second place on 12 points. And I described just before we had the break about the difference in the net run rate. So net run rate for Royal Eagles is minus 0.2. Phoenix is positive 0.3. So a good win, quick win here for Phoenix. For Royal Eagles. That'll get them pretty much neck and neck with Phoenix in terms of points, and also very close on the whole net run rate as well, which it may come down to decide who will play in the finals tomorrow night. Remember, the last game tomorrow, the 5th game tomorrow will be the final, and it's the top 2 positions here. No other finals being played in this shortened version of this ECS. Currently, Bliss Warriors at the top of the standings play 7 games. They've got 2 to play tomorrow. They're sitting on 19 points, looking very happy sitting on top there with 5 wins and 2 losses. Interesting to note, though, the 2 losses they've had against the same team. That's the Royal Eagles. How about that? That's something that they'll be working on and something to keep in the back of their minds when they play tomorrow, just in case Royal Eagles do sneak in and take to the final. If they do meet the Bliss Warriors, well, they may have a little bit of advantage considering how they've come along. We'll find out that shortly, though. Still going to get through a couple of matches today. We're halfway through this second match of the day, and we've got 2 more after this. The 2 games after this will be a double header of Phoenix and Royal Eagles. And that can't wait for that. That's going to be very enthralling stuff. Still, we need to get Bucharest Gladiators. Try to find a win for them here. They need to get out of this tournament with a win. This is their 6th match. After this, they're going to take the afternoon off, and they're going to be back tomorrow for 3 games, trying to restore a little bit of pride and a little bit of, honestly, just to feel good about their day out here, about the last 4 days of this, the 4 days of this tournament. And be good for them to get out there and come together as a team. They've got every opportunity here to try to spoil the party for Royal Eagles. They can put in a good bowling display here and restrict the team, the Royal Eagles, to a low score, defend that total, and they're going to be feeling really good about themselves. And it may give them that kind of buoyancy that they need. Get a bit more spring in their step and a bit more positivity into their game. And it's absolutely what the doctor would be ordering for them if they can do that. Not sure they're going to make the final. I'm pretty sure they will not make the final on Wednesday. But, you know, it's more than simply just making a final for a team that has not had the best of tournaments here. Players are out there in the centre. It's going to be Baba with the ball. He's just getting his field arranged there. Remember that the Bucharest Gladiators are down to 10 men. They do have, well, they came to the game with 10. So here we go. The run chase starts right now. And we kick things off with a leg side wide. Tick that on your ECM bingo card if you like. So, bit of a warm-up, bit of a looser, that one. Alarm is opening the batting, and so is Sohail. We've seen them open the batting for the Royal Eagles a couple of times now in the past, and doing so successfully in the game last night, the last game match yesterday. Not last game yesterday, the game before, they batted quite well in the 2 games. They both won those games too, which was very good. But they got off to a good start from these 2 openers, the Royal Eagles. So they'll be looking forward to continuing with that sort of bit of success as well. We'll find out very shortly how that's gone. Just looking around the field to make sure the skipper is out there. He took a nasty shot to the head. I'm just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Am I missing one? Just to help me with that calculation, I'm going to... I've got a funny feeling there's only 9 out there. Let me try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, all good then. So, cautious start here for All Eagles. They don't have a big score to chase after here, but still, it's a score nonetheless. You know what? I'm going to see if Rico can come in and join me here now. Rico, the run chase is on, and Bucharest Gladiators, good chance here to maybe upset the party for All Eagles.
Yeah, good chance, but as you just touched on there, of course, after taking that blow on the lid, and it was a hefty blow, Ali Zain, our captain, hasn't gone on to the field of play. That just come through on my device, which I'm in touch with the scorers with. So that's obviously, I think he did say that he was definitely shook up. It was a nasty blow. It was good to see him walking off, and even though he was walking off, he was still kind of rubbing the side of his head. So I think you have to be cautious here. And so he's not on the field of play at the moment. So there's going to be a few gaps out there that the Royal Eagles will be looking to try and find. Here comes Baba. It goes a little bit too wide here to the left-hander. But this is Sohail, who probably would like to score a few runs, Sharia Sohail. We've seen that he can hit the ball. He's shown he's got power, but he hasn't gone on to put a big score on the board. He'll be looking to do that. And him and his captain here, Alam, will be looking to put a good partnership together. He scored, Alam himself, 31 of 21 yesterday and getting the win against Phoenix. That's been well hit. Well, this is what we know that Sohail can do. Can he put a score together and make it and turn this into a healthy contribution?
Yeah, these two put on a good partnership in one of the matches yesterday. Put on a good 53-run opening partnership from Sohail and Alam. Alam, I think that was the match where he kicked on to make a good 30-odd. So more than capable, very capable. Hey, look, Spider's back. Every time I try to shake him off the fan, though, he runs away from me. I'm really struggling to capture him.
He's a clever chappy. He knows that's the coolest place to be. Yeah, he moves quickly.
I almost don't want to get rid of him because he's enjoying the cool. If I don't want to hit him out to the sun because spiders hate direct sunlight.
Yeah, well, he's enjoying himself in that moment. But look, I'm just worried that any moment we're going to be talking and the fan is just going to blow him straight out his oar. Yeah, he's going to end up going the wrong way, and yeah, that'll be the end of him.
I think he's constantly on the front of our fan. He's enjoying the breeze. I think he's genuinely just, guys, this is really lovely. I should call my friends to come up here. Please don't.
Yeah, don't do that.
We don't need too many spiders here.
Yeah, don't do that. Welcome back to everybody as well. There's John Heesham says we're back. Yeah, we are. And that's a good heavy ball that's been bowled there to finish the over. 8 will come off the first one. So they need wickets, really. They don't get a wicket, but if you don't get wickets, as long as you keep this score under that sort of 9 and over, then you could go on and win the match. Let's have a look at what's happening there at Hornchurch. I think as we go to 103 matches since the golden ball, that tells us that they haven't had one there yet. Starts there. Marco London, they are batting. They're 101 for 5 with 12 balls to go up against Raynham. Raynham playing their first match. So I know that few people are keeping an eye on that, and also using a bit of the dual screen, coming backwards and forwards and enjoying some of the cricket from Romania and Hornchurch. What a nice thing to be able to do. And if you can keep an eye on both matches, that's a really gundy delivery. Wicket keeper. Not sure how he's trying to stop this. This is going to go all the way for a minimal Zawa. Now, Zawa's first ball always ends up being an awful one. This one, I'm not sure what the keeper's doing here. That's poor keeping. I mean, come on. And that's Mohammed Rashid. He was the keeper in the last match, so it's not like he's just put the gloves on. You've got to stop those. But remember his first ball in the last match, Zawa, was that horrible, filthy full toss. But he did recover well. Will he do the same in this one? Not with that ball. That is going to be one bounce. 4 runs in that vacant mid-wicket area. He gets a swivel on this. Probably the Sohail. A bit of the as that one will go for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, that one. Gets in position really quickly. It's set up for the hitting. It was a bit too straight and too short. And any opening batter worth their salt is going to launch into that one. Does indeed. 17 without loss here at the start of the second. Sohail has got 9. It's been a few... well, we've had 7 extras already. That's not a good sign from Royal Eagles, from the Bucharest Gladiators. It's a good sign for the Royal Eagles, not a good sign for Bucharest Gladiators. He just sort of toned that one down. You're right about Zawa, though. I completely agree with you.
All right, catch me if you can. Wicket keeper, it's got the gloves, and Lamar Baggy catch ball here. However, well, he takes the catch, does Rashid. Well, he might have made a big clanger when he doesn't stop the ball that goes for 5 wides, but he does take the catch, and now he's, look at him. He's doing the glove pointing. He's doing the glove pointing. He said, you gave me no chance, didn't you? Look at that. I took the catch. If they gave him a pillow, he would have loved it. Look at this. He goes high up in the air and takes the catch lying down.
Boom.
Look at this. Oh, comes down with a thump on his tootsie. But that's going to be the end of Sahel. So once again, Sahel shows that he's got power, but he can't put a big innings together. He'll go for 9 off the 4 deliveries he faces.
Yeah, I felt that thud as he landed on his moneymaker, but he didn't. Ball did not dislodge, held onto it. It's a funny old shot from Sahel. He lost complete control getting that top edge. It flew over the back of him. And then, Rashid wants to have a chat about the sun, and I had to look up in the sun. I had to do all the work, and, you did. And you took the catch. Well done. Celebrate it. Don't be,
Yeah, celebrate it.
Glass half full.
He was like, you see.
Yeah.
No, celebrate it. Hey, I reckon there's a few players out there that would like to have a bowl at this guy, because John caused all sorts of problems for them, didn't he, with his feisty little spell.
Oh, yeah. See what happens here.
Pushes that away. Oh, no.
Oh, that's poor.
Well, I'll let you talk about this one, because I'll say some nasty things.
That's just poor. That's just... Look, the fielder is moving, but that is bread and butter stuff for someone in the covers. You just need to just bend down, and you need to get down to that one. If you're going to create the long barrier, you make that decision nice and early to do so. He was in 3 minds whether to just do some foot fielding, maybe use part of the hand. In the end, in 3 or 4 minds, just lazy. Just lazy.
Know who that is?
Who's that?
Well, maybe we can forgive him. I think that's Ali Zain.
It is Ali Zain. Yes, it is. Number 21.
Maybe he ain't quite right. And that's just been clipped away onto the pads, and he does move from that position now. So this is risky running, but I suppose if you're going to make up your mind and say we're doing it and go for it, then you'll get there. And this proves it.
Yeah, I think a few times during this tournament, I've probably been a little bit sort of focused on Ali Zain with his batting and his bowling and his fielding. And as a captain, I want to see captains stand up and lead from example. He's not done that for me at any point in time. Yeah. And I'm a little disappointed with him. And I kind of understand why the Gladiators are a bit sort of rudderless at the moment. Oh, shapes the throw down the stumps, doesn't let it fire. Wonder if we'll see Khan with a chance to bowl here at this afternoon.
I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it as well.
You know why I'd like to see it? Something gives me the impression that this pitch is just livened up today. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. Maybe the ground underneath has really hardened after all that rain, but the cricket bowlers have just extracted a little bit more from this. Is it going to plug? Is a long, hard chase, the little flick back. Well done. The batters will take a comfortable 2. They think about the 3rd, but I think that would have been too risky. Well chased. Nicely done. And Oli allows. That's a good work there from Babar. He gives everything, doesn't he? I think you're right. What you say about Ali Zain, Ali Zain should be doing exactly what someone like Babar is doing, giving it 110% no matter what the situation is. That's the end of the second. It's 25 for 1.
Can I just give you a case in point there? A really good chase there to the boundary line from the fielder, Babar there. He's really put in the hard yards. He's stretched. He's flicked the ball back, only to realise nobody's following him to the boundary line. There's no backup. Guess who was the player closest to him to back him up? His skipper.
Capitan.
He didn't make any effort. He could have chased just to show the team, this is what teamwork is, fellas. I'm going to chase as well. I'm going to run 20 metres away from where I'm standing, and I'm going to take that flick back. Surely, as a captain or a fielder, you'd see what's going to happen. He's going to get close to the boundary. He's going to flick it back. If someone's there to take the flick, guess what? We might save a run. It's just poor.
Yeah, 100%.
Not impressed.
This is a guy who could, I think, be the match winner for the Gladiators if it happens. Sasanga comes back. He's going to be hit down the ground. Pick up and throw.
Oh, that was...
And, well, how about this? Well, now the two batters are making all sorts of gestures to each other. One of them, well, that's John, who throws his bat in the end. Look, he drops his bat here, 1. So, number of drops, 1. And then look at his running. And then he decides he better get going. Now, what's his problem here? He turns around and what's all this about? And then he just throws his bat. He can't be doing that. You cannot be doing that. I think the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, will definitely have a word with him.
What?
I mean, I don't even know why he's doing that.
Rico, why is he filthy at his captain? He's the one who didn't get to his end.
Exactly.
That's rubbish. Come on, man.
All right, here's another chance maybe.
Oof.
Just doesn't have the arm on this occasion, does the fielder. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he was just literally ball watching,
Yep.
not running. And then when the throw goes to the non-striker's end, it then gets fired back at his end, and he decides, I better get going. And then he's making all sorts of gestures at his partner and then throws the bat.
Yeah,
Royal
that-
Eagles have got to sort that out. You can't be giving your partner any aggro out there.
No. And your captain as well.
Yeah.
It was not him to blame, not one bit. 27 for 1 halfway through, almost. Now we're halfway through the third over. So 3 balls come in the power play, 27 on the board so far. It's not been a bad power play. 72 from 45 needed. Royal Eagles just need to settle down a bit. Just take a bit of a moment here. Just take a spell, have a breath, and fire up again. You're in a good position. There's no need for a little bit of aggro on the field between the players. And, well, for the Bucharest Gladiators, they're the ones who we've been talking about a little bit disjointed. But they're, another wicket here. Who knows?
It's up in the air, but this one will get over the fielder. We'll go for 4 runs. And I suppose that's the issue in the power play. And that's why the power plays just haven't really, I think we said this yesterday, we need to give them another name. There haven't been too many big power plays, but that boundary there gets them, moves them to the 30 mark, 31 off 1. And yeah, just looking around, I just think Sasanga, he's certainly going to keep trying. I'd like to see them give the ball straight away to Kahim Khan, let him have a go. Zawa, yeah, he could go back to Zawa or to Babar, but that's that shorter delivery. I wonder what they decide here. Wide is being called. It's too high, goes over the head. I mean, it's a tall man.
He is, isn't he?
It's Alarm. If it's going over him, it's well short. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, that's easily a wide.
Yeah.
Easily a wide.
The umpire did not need assistance from the non-striker to call that one a wide. It was well and truly going to call that all day, every day if they're going to keep going there. Sasanga just getting a little bit enthusiastic with that short ball.
Yeah, Scotty just saying what we've been saying. The ground looks magnificent. A big change from last time. Slower delivery, but it's been picked beautifully. That's a delightful shot. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya Shaba Shaba from the captain Alarm. He picked his up quite beautifully. Sasanga just tries something different. I suppose the only problem with this one was it was into the pads, and Alarm just gives himself a little bit of room. And I like some of the batters that we've seen. He's got a good swing, and if he makes contact, he gets it good, and he sends it big.
Definitely. Yep, 38 in the power play so far. Plus this one. This could be the biggest power play we've seen in this tournament thus far with a big hit. No, doesn't apply. It gives us a dot ball. So we'll hold that thought for now. 38 for 1 in the power play. 3 overs done and dusted. 61 needed for the win here. If they get 61 in the next 4 overs, guess what? 4 points will go their way. I saw Luke Belgium in the chat just mention that briefly about could they be going after all 4 points. Could be onto something there, Luke, but they need another big over. They need to be going at 15 and over here on in to try to get that bonus point.
Yeah, we've only seen the 4 points going when teams have defended well. We haven't seen a batting side knock off the runs early, have we? As the power play is the end of the power play signal there by Andrew Beck. And a quick question then for everybody. Why not? Which international cricketer was known as Mr. Whippy?
Oh.
Mr. Whippy. Which international cricketer was known as Mr. Whippy?
Ooh, that's ringing bells. That's ringing a lot of bells.
E-Man's, you just cracked myself and Phil up. E-Man's our producer, said Vinny Sand. E-Man's, if Vinny's listening, you're in trouble. I do like it though. Talking about Mr. Whippy, that takes me back to Cyprus. We used to, at the ground there, when we moved to the, what was it, the lovely ground, the military ground. It'll come to me in a moment. But they genuinely had the ice cream van coming up there.
Yeah, with the sound playing and everything?
Everything.
Oh,
and it
wow.
was quite funny because I was there with Nish. Hello, Nish, who's probably
Nish.
not listening because he should be commentating right now. But so the whole crew were going there and getting ice creams. But, of course, when you're commentating, it's difficult to do. And this one is going to go all the way as well. 6 more as it's time for Sohujan to hit a big 6. But, yeah, so what was happening is we would be finishing off, like, the scorecards and the highlights. And the van would go.
Yeah.
So what I said to Nish, I said, Nish, look, because Nish was like, when he gets moody and grumpy, he gets grumpy. Oh, I don't want an ice cream, blah, blah. So I said, look, what we do is, when the ice cream van comes, I go solo, you go and get the ice cream.
Okay.
All done. So the ice cream went ding, 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 ding. Off he goes, gets to get his ice cream.
Yeah.
It's going to be played away just for well, maybe two actually if they really want it. Well, one batter did, the other didn't. So he did go. Thing was though, it was hot. It was really hot. So by the time, so he's probably going to where our fourth camera is. So it's a bit of a walk where the ice cream van came. By the time he comes, the ice cream
just liquid, isn't it?
It's all over his hand. He's rolling down his arm.
Oh, no.
That's my memory of Mr. Whippy.
Okay.
But that leads to the question: who was known, which cricketer, international cricketer as well, was sometimes
Whippy.
referred to as Mr. Whippy.
Just so we know, it's not Vinny Sandhu.
It's
you might have also heard a bit of a metallic crash just in that while Rico was describing that. We have lost the Barry at the far end of the ground. It has gone down.
Has it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It has gone down, isn't it?
We had a gust of wind really pick up there. I think because it's coming from behind us, we didn't get hit with it, but it smashed straight into there.
Talking about being smashed. That's smashed out of the ground, and that's into the wind as well. Big hit, played away. And, well, this ball, I think, ends up in one of the helmets. That ends up, you see the gear there? I don't know if we got all of this. It ends up in the helmet of the batting team.
I think it did as
and
well.
It had to be fished out of there by Shubi.
One of the crew Shub had to take it out of the helmet. There you go.
50 up, shorter. Ooh. And good comeback there from the bowler, Samuel Asafi.
Looks like the Eagles are looking for this bonus point as well. So good shout out from the chat. I need to sort of give a nod there to Luke Belgium. He flagged it and said, do you think they're after it? Looks like they are. And it's looking like they're going to go for that. 47 from 18 required, and some of these big hits in the last over and a bit. With Safi going for 14, they needed to go at 15 and a bit per over. Every chance for them to try and pick up the bonus point here. And as Rico, you just said, no team has picked up the 4 points when they've been chasing. 4 points for defending, but not when chasing. Could see it here.
Phoenix, who we got it, they had the chance, didn't they?
They did.
The last match. And don't forget, it's Phoenix and the Royal Eagles. They're the two teams I feel that are going to be battling for that second spot. I do feel with the Bliss Warriors still with two to play tomorrow. With 2 to play tomorrow. Yeah, 2 to play tomorrow. I still feel that they will probably finish top.
Yeah.
So I think that it's going to be between the Royal Eagles and Phoenix. And if Phoenix, who are currently ahead of the Eagles by 3 points, if they could have got that extra point, stole the bonus point, it could have made all the difference. And if their opponents here, the Royal Eagles, pick up the bonus point, that could be the one that really hurts them.
Yep, they will go clear second, and they'll get a nice, healthy boost to the net run rate as well.
That's very key as well.
If they're playing for that, honestly, it makes perfect sense because Eagles and Phoenix go head-to-head next 2 games.
Well, the wicketkeeper gets lucky. I think he sits on this.
I think he does. I think
will be a wide. It could have been worse. You know when you get that moment and your mind goes blank? Well, my mind's gone blank. I'm trying to think of the ground now. Not Ipsonas, but the ground where we did move to play the internationals in Cyprus. Oh, it's now. Somebody help me out in the chat. Come on, help me out because I'll be thinking about it all the time. This is going to get over the short backward point, and that's going to be 4 more runs, cuatro más. So it's not, for some reason, you know why I can't think of it? For some reason, I've got Palm Springs in my head, and I can't get it out of my head, so I won't think of it.
It's something Springs, though, isn't it?
It is something
Springs.
Is it
like Caroline Springs?
Now you made it even worse, you. Go, bring the cider, everybody. Bring the cider on World Cider Day.
Yep.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, bring the cider, maybe start the car at the same time. No, don't drink and drive. People drive first and then drink the cider.
True.
But you could start the car because they're looking to finish this off here now pretty swiftly, aren't they? It's Shahab Alarm. Alarm bells ringing for the Bucharest Gladiators. This guy, when he gets going, is dangerous. I mean, hasn't had his usual hitting partners with him.
Yeah.
Haider Ali is one of them. And Yasir Mohammed is another, not playing. Haven't seen them play for the team this time round. They were brutal last year. With those two and Alarm, the 3 of them, all of them scored over 200 runs in that series, and that's why they went all the way into the final. But unfortunately, when it came to the final and also the qualifying number 1, they just couldn't get past Cluj. So are looking to go all the way this time. And that's a good comeback if you've got a batter that likes to give himself room and head out from the offside. We'll tuck him up.
Yep.
And that's what Shivu Rahman does with that delivery. Goes at his pads.
Yeah, nicely done indeed. So, are they still searching for that bonus point? It's 36 from 14. Keep your eye under the bottom of the screen there for that run rate and also those numbers. See if they want to chase that bonus point. It will mean a big deal if they can get it. That's going to help. A leg side wide will help the cause. And yeah, Bucharest Gladiators. I wonder if they'd be aware of that and maybe try to spoil the party, so to speak. They need to look for a win here, though, but they've got so much to do. And when you're a couple of men down in the field, I think it's Muhammad Ali who's not taking his place in the field. Plus, you've got their captain, Zayn, who's taken a shot to the head in when he was batting. Probably still maybe seeing a few stars as well as the Grizzly. So you've got 9 men in the field. That's tough. That's really tough, trying to block all those holes. And also, it just drains you when you've got to run more and you need to be more aware of a bigger space to protect as a fielder.
It's going to get played away just for a single. There's Shub. What's Shub doing over there? Look at Shub here. No misfields for you this time, Shubi. And he's probably on his way to lift that banner up. I think Shub. Look at Shub. Good. He's got some support with him. No way. Shub. Let's just say when it came to giving out muscles, Shub never really got any help with it. There he is there, Shub. You can see he needs the muscles from Mars to help him out. Shub is the brains. Look at him. He's giving it all the... Shub, what is that?
Shub.
Hey, that's for later on. That's for match number 4. Shubi.
Let's cut to a graphic.
We can't be doing that now. I'll take all eyes off Shub.
Go to the graphic.
Shubi was showing us some of his moves there.
That was the Shub move. It's like, and Marzi, after a couple of drinks, this is where you go. It's great stuff. Up-and-coming events, Romania and Hornchurch are going on right now. Don't forget, we get to Czechia on the weekend with T20I action. And there's ECS in Czech as well. Remember, in Czech, when we go to the ECS, it's going to be Premier and Challenger Division. So we're going to try that split again, similar to what we did in Portugal a couple of months ago. So I'm looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. Finland, Bulgaria, and we're already talking about July now. Belgium in July. So much cricketing action coming over the next 4 to 5 weeks, and then for the rest of the year as well.
Well, there it is, and this should be just saying, this is the way you do it. Udora, if you're watching. No wonder you have trouble keeping him down. All right, that's just going to be a single that gets taken. There's been a few answers, by the way. Hello to Mayur Patel. He's given us an answer. Mayur, it's nice to hear from you. I haven't heard from you for a while. It's not Thompson, but a good guess. And who else? Yeah, Mayur Patel was guessing Jeff Thompson. And hello, Petra. Petra could be onto something, and Luke Belgium. But I will reveal all. Mr. Whippy, gone. We're talking about Whippy. Well, this is a Whippy delivery from Babar. Gets the edge. And so John will go for 22 of ball number 11. Gets a little feather on this. The catch gets taken. And Babar, he's not in a mood to be sociable, is he?
He's not.
He's focused, is Babar.
Yeah, he's all business. He doesn't crack a smile. Knows that the job is not even close to being done yet. He's got a lot of work to do. He's been playing a bit of a lone hand. I've been really impressed with Babar coming to the side. Really impressed with him indeed. I know we're calling emergency services. We don't necessarily do that in jest all the time because it's like they've needed someone on an emergency basis, and he does step up. He does step up with the bat, with the ball, and just then, case in point. And also, he toils hard in the field. Yeah. So I think he's been a good player for Bucharest Gladiators, and he's trying to stand up for them right now.
I think the thing with the Gladiators have been, and that's what I started off by saying in my intro, they've been disjointed. As we see the first one here, played away quite nicely by, it's Wakas Ahmed who comes in at number 4. But yeah, they've been disjointed. They've got players in there that have really worked hard. You know, you've just talked about one of them there. Babar's been good. We've mentioned Kaim Khan or not. They're really trying hard. Even Samuel Asafi's been throwing himself around. Mohammed Rashid, he's saying that how adaptable he is. This time he's behind the stumps. Sasanga, he's been working through the pain barrier. But they haven't all been that way. They just haven't been able to click as a team. The team dynamics haven't been there. It's kind of plays at this one, which might have been a wide ball actually, but gets bat on ball, does Shahab Alam. So it looks like here, the way things are going, that maybe the Gladiators, the thing is, I mean, by them getting a point is not going to see them do any better in the standings or play in the final tomorrow, but it's a point, you know, it's probably, they will see it as at least a step in the right direction. Oh, It's a good delivery at the body. Just gets worked away there by Ahmed. I think Ahmed was bowling a few of these himself, so I think Babar would like to get a bit of revenge back on Ahmed.
He would indeed, yep. I think that bonus point's definitely out the window now. 30 from 7. Mathematically can be done, probably won't be done, as I hear a jet screaming overhead, taking off from Otopeni Airport, not too far from us here.
Just look at the umpire there, standing there with his bear. Heel, he says. Well, that's a wide, there's no doubt about it. Babar bangs this one in too short. Alam will always goes for these. We saw him go for a ball that was wide before. That's not even in the screen now. Alam is a tall player.
Oh, I just saw the Grizzly go out a shot in the front part of the screen. That's it's funny how Alam gets these sort of deliveries. Do you think because the bowlers think he's probably the tallest guy we're bowling to? If I pitch it in short, I may get away with it. Any shorter player, it'd be instantly no ball.
He's hit that hard, and it's going to get away from the fielder. Goes with it with his legs, you see, and the problem with that is there's no way that you can guarantee that the ball is going to hit you at a good part of the leg and go forward. In fact, he slides it backwards with you. If you go with the hand, at least you can get the palm on it, and you can sort of tennis stroke it and keep it into the field of play. So a boundary to finish the over. Babar will be disappointed with that, and the Royal Eagles are needing 25 more runs, need to go at just over run a ball, as the score is 74 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, 6 overs gone. Have a look at that. 11 extras in that total too. 11 wides. So Bucharest Gladiators not really helping him out here with a bit of wayward bowling. 11 wides in 6 overs. That's it's almost 2 wides per over, and that's something that needs to be addressed. It's just too many extras. Just helping the batting side, not just with the extra ball, but also with the penalty run as well. 11 is a big number. 74 for 2, as you say, Rico. And it looks to me like the Eagles are pretty much on their way to pick up the 3 points here. If they can try to tidy this up maybe in the 8th over, that'll give them a good boost to the net run rate. That would really help things along for them.
Gone. Out. Corner bowl.
Well.
And Sasanga. Well, I said earlier that one man who could make the difference and get a win here for the Bucharest Gladiators is this guy, and he's right up there with Talababa, as just doesn't give up. He pitches this up, and it's Waqas Ahmed. It is there for the shot, but he tries to just stroke it. He doesn't really get any power in it. Watch this. He just, easy little pushback, and you can see he's filthy with himself, giving his wicket away. Sasanga, he's still got to catch him. He holds on to it, sends another one back. There is a way back in this for the Bucharest Gladiators. 25 still needed.
Yep.
Let's say in this over, it's a quiet over. It goes for less than 6. You pick up another wicket or 2. Game back alive.
Well, it's 2 wickets in, 6 deliveries. There was a wide in there, so 6 deliveries. So 2 wickets go. A couple of batter that's been set. There's still one set batter out there. But otherwise, there's a new batter in. So Bucharest Gladiators, maybe this is the time where they need to just step up a little bit here.
Well, there's a helicopter now above us, so we just saw a jet go by. Now looks like a chopper going by. I think everybody wants to know what's going on here at the Muara Vasia cricket ground, and well, maybe it's another camera crew that wants to take some aerial shots from above. Where was this helicopter when we needed the ground drying a couple of days ago? That's what I want to know.
Exactly. He sounds very low to the ground, actually. I'm sure it's not Vinny flying in the Maximo chopper.
Mr. Whippy is turning up.
Mr. Whippy's here.
Mr. Whippy is arriving.
He's going to throw ice creams out onto the ground.
So down the leg side, lets himself down here, Sasanga, with that one. I will give you the answer after this over. So, of course, the question was which international cricketer was known as Mr. Whippy? Some of you have got it. It's just for fun. And if you have got it right, well done. And if you don't know if you have, well, I shall reveal all. What I will tell you, that he was born on this day in 1966. He was one of the greatest left-arm fast bowlers in history, they say. He was at the top for almost 20 years. And, well, his action, that whippy action, bought him a record 916 international wickets for Pakistan. So I think I'm more or less giving it away now.
I think
but we will reveal all at the end of this over. Mr. Whippy.
You know, if it is who I think it is, I've got a very interesting stat about that player.
Have you?
Yep.
Right.
I'm going to hold it until you. Just because I don't want to say something just yet until I hear the answer, because I'm not 100%, but I think I know who you're talking about. But yeah, if it is who I think it is, I got a good stat for you.
Right.
Anyway, we'll continue. Nice little shot, that one. Gets the runs back on the board. So a little bit of a bubble here at the moment with a couple of wickets falling and then helped along by a couple of wides and another boundary there. So it's sort of like the Royal Eagles are sort of, they're stuttering their way to a good win. Bucharest Gladiators not putting enough roadblocks in front of the Royal Eagles. Unfortunately, this looks like they're going to just fade away here. It's less than 20 runs required now.
It's a good delivery, actually. It's a slower Yorker. And you can see Sasanga thought for a moment that he was going to get this under the bat of Alarm. But Alarm waited for it nicely. And fair play to him, the batter. He kept his head nice and still as he plays it away for a single.
81 for 3. So 18 off 19 for the win now. As you can see that the chance for all 4 points is well and truly gone with the loss of those few wickets in the last 2 overs. Try that one again.
The short balls worked well on this pitch, but only if it's nice and straight. That's one thing that was demonstrated pretty well by the Royal Eagles. When they bowled it short, it was right at the body.
Yeah.
Whereas we've seen a few times here from the Gladiators, it tends to be a bit wayward down the leg side when you're just hoping that a bit of glove or something on it goes through to the keeper. If not, then it's going to be called a wide. That's a nice looking shot, but it is going to beat the fielder.
Yeah.
What a lovely shot. Well, this one here, can we see this again from Ricky Gill? This could be the 1xBet shot of the day. Look, holds the post beautifully. I wonder if we can see it from behind the bowler's arm as well. I reckon this probably is a 1xBet shot of the day. Ricky Gill. What a lovely shot that is from Ricky.
Yep, high elbow, holds the pose, as you say. Trots through, but he realises there's enough legs on that shot. Very correct in that execution. Good to look at. And I do love a good cover drive. There's something about the cover drive. There's a bit of elegance to it. Probably because a lot of the leg side shots are full of aggression and a lot of power generated, things like that. But on the offside, a lovely cover drive or even a square drive. I think it's one of the best looking shots in the book.
Yeah, Lalit Punjabi coming into the side for the Phoenix for the next match. And against the Royal Eagles, I'm just going to say this. It's match number 13.
It is match number 13. It is. And it is going to be Phoenix and the Royal Eagles going head-to-head. And they're going to go again after that one as well. So it's a double header of Phoenix and Royal Eagles. That's the first one there. You can see the fantasy dashboard. Lalit Punjabi, as you say, coming into the side. Let's keep an eye on that man, Chima.
Yeah, I mean, it's not normally we light up the players that coming into the side. Of course, Chima doesn't play. Oh, that's well, this is the second time that Rashid has not been able to stop it's not a great delivery. Of course, it's not. It's a wide. But why is Rashid not stopping this? I mean,
he's very slow to get across the leg side too.
I don't like to be mean to people. Some people would say, Rico, you're lying, dude. No, I don't. But he's got to do better there. He's given away 10 runs.
Well, the thing is that when you're looking at that replay, you can see clearly he hadn't moved across the leg side even after the ball had gone behind the player. And at that point, you know it's going leg side. Move across. You can't do it at the last minute. You don't have the time.
It had to happen to Naqvi as well.
Yeah, of course.
Latif Naqvi. We want him to be smiling. Well, he's not smiling yet. That's a nice looking shot played away by Alarm. Just gives himself a little bit of room, plays it out on the offside, takes a single. And, well, at least this time there's no overthrows as Rashid just sits on it.
It's not the first time Rashid has tried to hatch a grizzly. Not sure what he's thinking about there. Yeah, obviously Rashid is the maybe the second string wicket keeper. He's not the first choice, and he hasn't really sort of shown exemplary effort with the gloves.
Okay, well that's into the body and Mr. Whippy, everybody. Well, this was the answer to your question, and I think Phil has got a story to tell us about this as well. So born today, on the birth of one of the greatest left-arm bowlers in history, Wasim Akram.
Wasim Akram, it was indeed. Yeah, so the one little stat I had about that was he played against a very, very fantastic batter coming from India. Of course, that's Sachin Tendulkar. Interesting note, Wasim Akram had a better, higher score than Sachin Tendulkar.
That's been crashed to the boundary. And it's almost done, isn't it? That's going to be 4 runs, cuatro más. Nice shot played by Ricky Gill. Ricky Gill put a good performance in yesterday as well, didn't he? He put a good partnership together with Alarm when he scored 32 of 22, top scoring in the win against the Bliss Warriors. Yes, so tell us more.
Yeah, well, Makram, obviously known for his bowling, and he's a very handy batter as well. But his highest Test score, I think, is 257, and it's a couple of runs better than Tendulkar's best Test score. And it's funny because we love Sachin Tendulkar. He's done so much. He's done some great stuff. But, you know, it's just an interesting number to note that Makram had a better high score.
Yeah. That was Kaim Khan. He's all right, by the way. He was just resting while the ball comes back. He'll be on his feet now. Up he gets. And 3 runs for victory. Naqvi still got 3 balls to bowl in the over. And that's hit firmly. And Khan getting behind it and misses it. Phil G will do the fielding, will he? No, it catches our table. That is going to be the game. It's done and dusted. Well, we just saw Kaim Khan was stretching on the ground. Well, maybe he did fall asleep and didn't quite wake up, because when he came to do the fielding, he completely misses this. It would have to happen off the poor bowling, or the poor bowler, Atif Naqvi. I'm not going to say poor bowling. It was just poor fielding. So that is the victory that the Royal Eagles wanted. They don't pick up the 4 points, but they do it comfortably. We said before, good teams like to do it with plenty of balls to go, and they do. So well done to them. 14 balls to go. They get the victory. Naqvi will go for 14 in the over. And well done. One thing also that is worth mentioning about Akram, him and Wakas Yunus just never got on. They never got on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's. I've heard a lot of stories about that. But well, maybe people in the chat can tell us more. Anyway, let's have a look at the highlights. But I did say that Rashid, I'm not sure what was happening with him behind the stumps. On 2 occasions, he gave away 5 wides by just not getting there and stopping the ball. But he does take a good catch there. He ends up lying down on his back, and then he starts finger or glove pointing to everybody, saying, see, I told you I'd get it. There was a few of these as well, unfortunately. And the Gladiators, as we keep on saying, some of their players are performing very well. In fact, some of their players are performing well because they have to make up with some of the underperformers. But it's those little underperformances which mean that they once again go without another victory. Now, haven't got a victory in any of their games, but they will pick up a point in this one. But the Royal Eagles, with that win and a good net run rate, better than that of Phoenix, will now go above them. Shubi was telling you he's Mr. Bean moves, as him and Marzi were having a conversation that I'd love to know what that was about. Mind you, they do get the banner back up, so well done to them. But that was a wicket, nicely done by Baba. He was happy to get another one for himself. You can see he certainly gives it 110%. The problem was, though, the fielders on several occasions did let themselves down. Another man who lets himself down was Waqas Ahmed. Being given an opportunity, he just literally pushes this into the safe hands of Sasanga. He's had a good day today, 39 of 20 and also 58 of 29. But again, same old story. You can't keep repeating it. It's some of the other players that are let him down. That was a delightful shot, by the way, from Ricky Gill. Shot of the day so far. Another blunder from Rashid. 5 more wide, minimal, as that one goes all the way to the boundary. And then this is, unfortunately, how the match ended.
Yeah, that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The ball ran just to the feet of the table on the other side of where we're standing. Couldn't quite reach it. I'd have to probably try to tackle Rico out of the way to get to the ball. So I chose discretion's a better part of valor. And in the end, it was all done and dusted. Have a look at that batting card there. 100 for 3 with, 2 overs and 2 deliveries, 14 balls to spare. And you got to give hats off to Shahab Alam, who's coming good at the right time, is the skipper. Another good contribution with the bat on the back of his 2 good contributions yesterday as well. He had a good 30 and a good 20 in those 2 games that they won as well, the Royal Eagles. Ricky Gill joined in towards the end there with 13. A couple of wickets sort of made things slightly wobble, but you really felt they were in contention here. 18 wides in that, Rico. 18 wides. That is simply not good enough. That is an absolute waste. The bowlers need to have a good hard look at themselves. That's unforgivable. That's 3 extra overs.
Unforgivable. I'm at peace at the moment. This music is lovely.
It is
lovely.
Isn't
it so calming? It's like I'm in a nice. Obviously, it just came from Estonia. They've got some lovely spas there, by the way. It's like I'm in the chill out section of the spa, and I'm just enjoying myself, loving the tunes. And just as I say that, Emans is turning up the volume. But no, you're right. I ditto everything you say there. So the Gladiators, they will come back tomorrow And they've got tomorrow 3 matches. 3 matches tomorrow. I wonder, first of all, I wonder if they can pick up a few recruits. I wonder if the captain is going to be okay, Ali Zain, after taking that nasty one. But the Royal Eagles, they know they've got a big afternoon ahead of them. If it goes well, if it goes to plan, then they could certainly be cementing their spot in the final. Phoenix, though, know that they could spoil their party. If they go well and they upset the Royal Eagles on 2 occasions today, then tomorrow is going to be a big, big day. Well, time for us to maybe just chill out and enjoy some more of this music. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time to talk you through the start of Phoenix taking on the Royal Eagles. Ciao, hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for the final two matches of our 4-match day here in Romania, and it's going to feature the same two teams. The Royal Eagles are taking on the Phoenix side, and depending on how these matches go, we could know who are going to finish in the top two when it comes to finals day tomorrow. Two very important games coming up. Before we talk about those, why don't we go straight over to Stefan Gooch and the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Royal Eagles to call. Tails is called. And it is tails. What would you like to do?
Bowling first.
Good luck. Have a good game. Yeah. Good luck. Royal Eagles have won the toss and they're bowling.
The Royal Eagles winning the toss in this very important match number 13. Remember, strange things happen on match number 13, but I think this is going to be two very good games to finish off our day here, match day 3. Two teams who I think are very identical in the way that they play. I think the Phoenix and their bowling is really good. They've got someone like Kurika at the top of the order. Shah's been bowling really well for them. I think they really are going to cause problems for the batting department there of the Eagles. And the Eagles are very much the same in that last match. Jan was absolutely superb. He certainly was bringing a little bit of spice and masala to the middle with some of those short deliveries. I think Waqas Ahmed bowled very well as well. But interestingly enough, there were some other bowlers there that weren't used. Fazal didn't get a bowl there. They opted to go with some of the slow stuff there from one of the slower bowlers. But I think maybe in this match they'll change it around. Maybe they're a bit smart. They know that they're playing 3 matches on the spin, so they're just saving some of the players. Something like Chima could come into the side a little bit later on as well. But I think it's going to be a really good match. And the players that could stand up here, I think something like Bilal is coming good at the right time for Phoenix. He scored a very fine half century in the last match. And maybe someone like Shabam Alam can come good at the right time as well. He'll be hoping from some support there from Ricky Gill as well. With Phoenix though, I think they feel that if they're going to be competitive in this one, that somebody else has to step up with the batting. And maybe that can be Arun Kumar. He didn't quite click in the last match, but we know he was very good yesterday. Can he come good at the right time for the Phoenix? Crunch match, but I do feel that Phoenix, if they do want to be putting their name in the hat to play in the final tomorrow, they've got to win this one, I think, and get the upper hand first up against the Royal Eagles. So a really good match coming up. I think it could be a close one. It's about time we had a golden ball on the network. Could it be in this match or the next match between these two teams? We'll have to find out. Let's go straight over to Phil G, and Phil will tell you a little bit more about the two squads.
Thank you very much for that introduction there, Rico Fool. Indeed, this is a big couple of games coming your way. It is Royal Eagles and, of course, Phoenix. And we've been looking forward to these two going head-to-head now. We'll talk about that at length yesterday, not just because in the standings of where they are at the moment, but also simply because we felt that they were pretty evenly matched. It should be a very good tussle coming up. We've liked aspects of both of these teams, how they've played. They're very, very good. If you have a quick look at the standings, I will come to the standings in a minute. Let's quickly go through the fantasy dashboard here. So Lalit Punjabi comes into the side for Phoenix on the Royal Eagles side. Looks like it's unchanged except for Chima does come in. He's not highlighted there, but he comes in. And so that's pretty good. I think this is going to be a very even tussle. I'm looking forward to seeing what Supercomputer says about this as well in terms of percentage chances of a win here in match 13. Remember also that while you're watching match 13, think about what they're locking away in their minds for match 14, which is going to happen straight afterwards, of course. Supercomputer likes the Eagles, 58% chance to get a win here, and 42% chance of the Phoenix team to pick up the points. Eagles fresh off a good win of Bucharest Gladiators. We'll see how much it's going to sap their strength, because it is getting very warm out in the centre. They've just come away from that good win from against the Bucharest Gladiators. Let's see how they go. Let's have a quick talk about this. We'll pop the standings up a bit throughout the game as well. But I can tell you right now, Royal Eagles have held down the 12th, second position on the ladder. Phoenix have been pushed back down to third, and the difference in the net run rate, they're both on the same points. Net run rate difference is 0.023. 0.023. And now, if any maths boffins out there want to try to work out what that means in terms of runs, I reckon you're talking about a handful of runs, potentially just a boundary. Literally a boundary, a shot for 4, maybe a shot for 6, maybe exactly what that difference is. But these two teams are neck and neck, and they've got a bit to play for here. Just remember also that Royal Eagles have a game in hand. Now, that's something to remember as well too. So 2 matches coming up now in the afternoon here. Again, with these two teams playing, Phoenix have got just the 1 game to play tomorrow. Royal Eagles with 2 games to play tomorrow. We start the game. Jan Saud with the first delivery. Elevated, not just elevated, be given a bit of oomph and then some, and it lands on the good side of the rope if you're a fan of Phoenix. Not so if you're a fan of the Royal Eagles. That's a big Maximo to start things off with. That lovely chassé down the ground. They see it just come straight past the camera from our friends in the scaffolding there. Probably they thought they were under attack yet again. So Bilal Ahmed, who's played a very good game earlier in the morning match, he's coming out and hoping to continue on his merry way here and get on for a big score here for his team, Phoenix. Shouts a catch. He's played that beautifully, though. He's placed that to perfection. He's hit it uppishly. Knows that there's a fielder there. The third man is very wide, but he's not wide enough to cut that one off. So that's 6 and 4, and he's looking for more. Have a look at that. 2 balls gone, 10 on the board. Just remember, the Eagles, they won the toss. They wanted to have a bowl first. So they put Phoenix in, and this is a pretty classy start from Phoenix, you'd have to say. See if the momentum can continue. Looking for a big score to put on the board here. Under very, very warm conditions here. Survival of the fittest this afternoon. Hit down the ground. Didn't quite get the same oomph on that he did with his big 6 earlier. But he still gets a boundary nonetheless. So that's 6, 4, 4. And things are going all Phoenix at the moment. Rising out of the ashes as the mythical Phoenix does. Not that they were stuck in the ashes, but they've come good. They're looking good today. And Royal Eagles trying to find a way to stem the flow of runs here. Saljan under attack. Absolutely under assault here from Bilal Ahmed. He needs to find something. Dot ball needed here. Tucks him up. Better delivery that one. But played very nicely indeed. Gets a single, turns the strike over. Krishnan, he gets to come on to strike now. It's good to see he's opening the bat again. He opened earlier this morning. Been talking about him yesterday. Gets a chance to come up the order. He's up the order so far now that he's opening. Unfortunately, didn't do much in the previous match. Earlier this morning, the first match, match number 11, I think he had a second ball 4. Hit a boundary and then was out pretty quick smart. Let's see if he could do better here. Good delivery again. Just tucks him up. Punch nicely to a backward point area, just for 1. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over, that's the key. Phoenix looking good so far in the early stages of this innings. Bilal Ahmed back on strike. He's already raced to 15. Krishnan 1 from 1. Eagles won the toss, wanted to have a bowl first. And so far, you'd have to say that I think the Phoenix will be very happy with this start. Last ball of the first coming up. 16 on the board already. And already the percentage chances have already come down to almost down to parity. Just loses the run up there. Hello to everybody who's joined us in the chat. Helix has just joined us as well. Hello to you, Helix. Luke Belgium's back in the chat as well. Good to see you back. Dave B was also there. Hugh O'Kane, you've been helping us out in the chat as well. It's been lovely to have your company. Hope you're still hanging around and joining us for the rest of the games here, and everyone else with the Blue Spanner crew, or if you're not with the Blue Spanner, it doesn't matter. Give us a shout out, give us a wave. Let us know where you're watching from, of course. Wide delivery there after re-bowl that one. Wide +1. Great to have your company. So, also question for the people on the YouTube chat and tuning in there. Phoenix or Royal Eagles? What's your assessment thus far of these two teams? Royal Eagles have played 5 games. Phoenix have played 6 games. Royal Eagles have got 4 wins. Good delivery, that one. Just cramped for room. Doesn't get to make contact with the cut shot. That'll finish the over. 18 off the first over. Great start for Royal Eagles. Sorry, great start for Phoenix. Not a great start for Royal Eagles. Had Royal Eagles on the mind then when I was calling that one out. Let's have a look and see what's going on in Hornchurch at the moment. Hornchurch Day 2 currently ongoing. We've got side-by-side European Cricket Series happening at the moment with the men. Match 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Raymond versus Markor London started things off, just in the past tense. Sharks Cricket Academy, Markor London. Then Raymond come in again for a game, the lunchtime match against Sharks Cricket Academy. Then they take on Hornchurch. And the last game of the day, Hornchurch taking on the Sharks Cricket Academy. Action aplenty there. So after we finish, we've only got 4 games here today. We'll be finishing a bit earlier. And then you can switch over and enjoy the rest of Hornchurch European Cricket Series. That's going to work really well for everybody around the world who want to watch some T10 action from Europe. This is what we're all about, showcasing what's going on here in European cricket. The Romanian series. We're just over halfway through day number 3 now. Flicked uppishly, very uppishly, and that is going to clear the boundary line. That's how uppish it was. There's the signal from the standing umpire, Big Maximo. Bilal Ahmed looking really dangerous. Bells tolling in the background, warning the local villagers of the raining grizzlies, I suspect. Massive. I just had a weather alert come across my computer screen, but it's actually for Prague. So, yeah, even though I'm in Romania, for some reason, my computer still thinks I'm in Prague. It's a new computer. Maybe I haven't set the location services to the right area. It doesn't matter. So anyone watching from Prague, apparently there's a thunderstorm, big thunderstorm coming your way. I'll have to send a message to Mrs. G, let her know. She's not a fan of thunderstorms. And the bells, maybe that's what the bells are tolling for. I don't know, people can hear that coming through the effects mic. Bells tolling in the background. Bilal Ahmed, 21 from 5 deliveries faced. Danger signs here for the Eagles. Oh, it gets a bottom edge. They're going to scamper through for 1. Uni Krishnan very quickly to say, yep, come through, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. That's what's vital. Bilal looking ruefully at the bottom of his bat and saying, what was that? I needed to middle that. Didn't happen. Also want to give a shout out to a very good friend of ours here on the European Cricket Network, and that's Daniela. Daniela, who just dropped into the comms tent a few moments before we came back on air. And she was good enough to bring us a couple of little goodies in an ice box full of ice and full of some drinks and a couple of ice creams for myself and Rico. She is an absolute keeper. Thank you very much, Daniela. You've done the right thing by us. And we thank you wholeheartedly as well. We continue then. Jassi. Oh, maybe a second bite at the cherry, not to be. Oh, a few heads rocking back there. That was a great delivery there. Sharp, short. Uni Krishnan's just touching the top of the helmet and touching the shoulder, trying to suggest there was no bat on that, I think is what he's doing. Sending a soft signal to the umpire to suggest, no bat on that. But, yeah, the replay shows that may have been something as it ricocheted off. The keeper only got a glove, paddled it in the air, and it went flying off to the side, and no one was able to pick it up there. Jassi with a bomb with a bit of fire in his belly. Uppishly through the infield, and that is a lovely strike. And something has fallen over somewhere in the background. Oh, did it hit? That's what it was. Oh, I was blindsided by the pillar of the tent here. Rico Fool, going to bring you back into the chat. That's what it was. Thank you. I wondered what that sound was. I'm looking around to see who's throwing punches.
Nobody's throwing punches. It's all about love in here. And I heard you just mention that Daniela, of course, came by. And, well, I put a little shout out yesterday, didn't I? Saying that if somebody wanted to come over and bring us a nice cool box of goodies here. Yeah. And, well, Daniela did. Well, Daniela, I actually just went looking for you. Where have you gone? Come back.
Yeah, come back.
I'm sure that our viewers would love to. Gone?
Oh,
no.
In and out.
It's straight in and straight out. And, well, Rajinder Jassi, he should have had a couple of wickets. First, the keeper lets him down. Now, this one, it's straight in. It's in and out. Shake it all about. And the chance goes begging. But, yeah, Daniela, come back. And I'm sure our viewers would love to see your beautiful smile. And we'd like to say thank you to you properly on camera for bringing us all these goodies. Look, it's only fair, Phil.
I agree.
But I've been in there that had me ice cream already. I think you should get yours because even though it's in the cool box, it might melt pretty quickly. Oh, well, this shot is going to melt in our mouths because that's an absolute beauty. There's a few big birds flying around at the same. Did you see the shadow of that?
I did. I was following the ball, and then instantly the shadow kept going. Was that a duck?
Well, let's have a look. You'll see the shadow at the moment. If we stay on this moment, it was a big bird that flew by.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but good thing is it's gone that away.
I've seen a couple of ducks flying over the ground early this morning, and I guess they left the ground because they thought, well, you don't want ducks in a cricket ground, do you? We need to get out of here. Don't want to put the mockers on any of the batters. Have a look at the standings there. The standings exactly as I told you. The Royal Eagles and Phoenix on 12 points apiece, and that net run rate on 0.336 for Royal Eagles, 0.313 for Phoenix. And this game and the next game, trying to split them up, trying to separate them like a couple of kids in the schoolyard, just trying to separate them to see who's going to feature in tomorrow's final, potentially. That's what we're looking at.
Mullet.
Come on.
Absolutely mullet. And luckily that gets into the fence and doesn't go any further. That is being cream cracked. You know what's interesting here from... I was thinking this when he bowled that first over, so John, which went for 18. Going at 18th at the moment. This is going to be a proper power play. But John is pitching the ball up.
Yes.
In the last match, he was bowling short of a length, causing all sorts of problems for the Bucharest Gladiators. Now, all of a sudden, he's just pitching the ball up, and Bilal Ahmed is loving it at the moment.
He really
he's
is
lapping
indeed.
it up. Hey, you got to lap up your ice cream.
Should I take a short little moment
go for
break?
it, because it will melt.
All right.
It will melt.
I'll leave it to you, Rico.
You leave it to me, and I will once again, and I know when Phil comes back, he'll say the same. A big thank you to Daniela, because she did answer our call. She came and offered us some lovely ice cream. Now, she was while Phil, you're not just going to get an ice cream and not work, Phil. You're going to find out the lovely area that Daniela was telling us that she's from. She said it's known as Green Paradise. It's about 20 minutes from here. So we're going to try and find that out while Phil tucks into an ice cream. He's got some choices here, actually. And I tell you what, while Phil's looking into that cool box, well, we're going to see another one sail over the head of Waqas Ahmed. Marzi thought it was coming into him for a moment. He was taking evasive action. We're not going to see Marzi there thinking, get to the gate. No, they're all right. Well, I was looking at the big chunks of ice in there. I get the feeling that pretty soon I'll be putting that ice on the back of my neck and the top of my head because it just looks too tempting to not to put to good use. And Phil's getting into that ice cream. Good on you. Well deserved as well. Right, John, can he stop pitching the ball up? Well, he does go for the shorter one, but this is going to be whipped away as well. It's a good shot. It's almost like Bilal Ahmed is expecting this short delivery. He's playing well here today, isn't he, Bilal? He scored a half century in the win against the Gladiators when they chased down the 96 required for victory. Did it with 16 balls to go. He's hungry for some more runs as he races to 40 in strike rate of 450 on the board already. And maybe those run rates are finally going to start creeping up to where we were expecting to see them. Have a look at that. Expected score, double take, 137 at the moment. So John not having it all his own way this time. This one's going to be dragged onto the leg side. Isn't it funny that all the flies and the creepy crawlies tend to know when food is about? And the ice cream wrapper just comes off and they are all over the place. And I'm also looking to see where our homely spider's gone, who was camped up in the fan. They don't see him at the moment, but yeah, flies everywhere. It's very, very warm, folks. So once again, thank you very much to Daniela for bringing us some refreshments. Slower delivery, and he could work a treat. Should be out. It will be out. The captain holds on to the catch. And so John gets the wicket. And it's Arun Kumar Krishnan, who once again is going to be the first to depart. This time he does a little bit better than what he did this earlier in the day, when he only managed to get a couple of runs. I think 4 it was. This time he gets the double figures. And it will be the first to depart. So wicket falling right at the end of that power play. The score 55. Then for 1. And it will be Aaron Kuma who will go for 11 of 7 deliveries. It is going to be the captain, Alarm, who takes the catch. And John, he will pick up a wicket, but he does go for 37 runs. So new batter comes out, and they're sticking with Devinder Singh now for all of the sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Stick works, doesn't it? Oh, there you go. That's not bad, is it? 18, 18, and 19. It's a bit more like it. It's what we expect to see. Yeah, for all the stick that I gave him, he has come back and improved today. And, Daniela was, she's just saying it's near Green Paradise. There you go, Phil. I know Phil's onto this now. And her area is called Korbinenka. And she's saying she'll be with us tomorrow. Can't wait. Unfortunately, I know that Daniela did say she's got some errands to run today. I hope they all go well. And look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We will look after, if you don't come back, we will look after your cool box. Promise. But thank you. Hit firmly, but towards the fielder. No mistakes. That's well done by John. John, who, and there's a lot of colourful caps out there from the Eagles. This is Waqas Ahmed, who's bowling his first over. But he's got the black cap. I wouldn't want to be wearing the black cap because it's a bit too hot for that. Hey, now that looks nice. As I'm looking over the shoulder here from Phil G. Oh, yeah, look at that. Lovely area. The green powder, isn't it? This one gets played away. It's a shame, isn't it, that we didn't catch up with Danielle a bit earlier, because remember we did have a few days off with that bad weather. We could have ventured down to this area. That looks awfully nice. I wonder if it's the park that I went to and walked around anyway. It might be a different one, but yeah, it looks nice. Next time, maybe, when we're here, certainly we'll look out for that one. Whipped away, and it's going to be a boundary. Nice shot. Just clips that away. Well, you could probably hear that Phil was just saying that it's not far from where we're going to be moving to. Phil does come back. Phil, tell me more.
So it's Corbianza, which is close to Otapeni, where the airport is.
Yeah.
And as we've told viewers yesterday, we had to get out of our hotel. No reason, just apart from the fact that the booking wasn't extended because it was already full. Nothing to do with the behaviour of myself and Rico last night at the bar. It was always going to happen. And that's going to get through for a Minimo. That's disappointing. Disappointing delivery, that one. Wakas getting a little bit carried away there with a bit of extra pace and wayward delivery. But we're moving to a hotel which is very, very close to the airport. In fact, it's really close to the airport. It's going to be so close that if you wake up in the morning and you stand up and stretch your arms, you might get told by the stewardess to sit down. It's going to be that close to the airport with the plane screaming overhead. And this Corbianza, it's just to the northwest of the airport, so literally up the same motorway where we'll be staying. We'll be around about here, and that's where Danielle is. Lovely little green part of the map I'm looking at.
Looks nice, huh?
And nice river going through as well. She talked it up too, said it was a very nice part of Romania. But yeah, that's 25 minute drive from here, depending on traffic, and outside of the city, north of the city, probably about half an hour, 35 minutes north of Bucharest Central.
All right, well, that's definitely worth making a note of. As we can come to the end of that fourth over, so it is 65 for 1, just a 10 off that over, so a bit better. By the way, we had an absolute corker of a finish there in Hornchurch. Like London, they put 117 on the board, didn't they? And Rainham, they got there, and it looks like the last ball finish. They needed 18 of the last over, and they got it. They got a win off the very last ball. So pretty close to a golden ball there for Tina and Nish. Now, Tina does give herself the title as the Golden Ball Queen.
She does indeed.
And she was, you know what, that's probably pretty close, you know. In fact, more than close, it is out. Well, I did mention this guy earlier, didn't I, to say, you know who took that catch? Remember I said to you, Amir Fazal,
yeah.
who doesn't bowl? Well, look, he just gets a little bit of a wake up there.
Interesting, yeah. Well,
this is his captain. I don't think he was listening to his captain, and his captain said, "Oi, मैं तेरे ना गल करदा, मेरी हाल देख." That's what Alarm had to say. But Fazal gets the wicket. LBW, Plum says the umpire. And then there's a little bit here. I don't know if we got it all on camera. So Fazal he's in his own world. He's just talking to a few people, gives the ball back to the umpire. And then at the last moment, his captain said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Pay attention." So Devinder Singh will go for just the one of two deliveries. So he's not able to do as well as he did in the last match, where he did put a fine 20 on the board. So that's the end of him. Gets done with that good, quick, pacey delivery from Fazal. So next batter comes in and that's guided away. Fielder's got to get down and does. Nicely done. Kept watching the ball all the way through. That's our man, the pocket rocket out there, Amir Safi. That's a good job. It says Rajesh Kumar, the captain, has come in at number 4.
Yeah, Fazal instantly screamed of catches that came off the very high end of the bat, but it went to a vacant space. Good work from Safi down there, as you say, Rico. Protecting the boundary there, 66 for 2. Still inside the 5th. Whoa, that's going to go well over us. Not quite, actually. It does. It's getting caught in the wind. The breeze is actually a lot stronger than we realised. And it's coming over our shoulders, going across the ground, and it's holding up in the wind. That's the second time I've been fooled by a ball which I thought was going to go a long way. But that is Bilal Ahmed. He's up to 56. Blink and you miss it. Off 17 deliveries. What a cracky innings he's playing.
Yeah, back-to-back 50s in the day. Well, big grunted comeback from Fazal. And this is where Fazal says, go on then, have a go at this one. He does have a go, but he misses it. Just that tad quicker from Amir Fazal this time. Again, interestingly enough, we're getting up to the halfway point. Keep an eye on the time.
Yeah.
Because they've just used quick bowlers again, so that time is ticking away. I think they've got to be careful and smart about when they do take the pace off, but that's another big wild swing there. Ball number 5 swings and misses. It's another dot.
Yeah, from that reverse angle shot, you can see the flags in the background, and you can see the trees in the background from that shot there. They're moving around. That wind is really picking up. It's been really persistent, and the players will be absolutely so relieved to have a breeze coming across the ground because it is quite warm out there when the breeze drops. Another good delivery. He's put a few dot balls together here, has Fazal. He's a quality bowler, and he's absolutely bamboozled Bilal Ahmed, who's got himself a 50 in this over, and he can't seem to kick on. That's quite astonishing. Really good from him, Fazal. Well bowled. Yeah,
well bowled indeed. And as you can see, even though we've had the refreshments thanks to Daniela, it's very warm. So jackets are gone now. And it's still very, very hot. And
it is.
Well, it's been a thought for the players. I just see in front of me there, Savio Romani's sitting down, trying to sort of save his energy. Yes,
yep.
It will be Safi who's going to now come on and have a bowl. Let's see how he goes. And this is a good plan, I think, because they have had difficulty with the time. So this time they're going to try and use a slower bowler. I say slower, he just doesn't have a bigger run-up as some of the others. So he should get through his over pretty quickly as long as he doesn't bowl too many extras. So if they get 2 overs of him in, it should help them stay up with the time.
And thanks everyone for joining us here in the Igloo as well. Lovely to see you. And keep us company on the chat. Please, random questions, whatever you'd like to know, we're here to answer them for you.
Nice start, outside the off. Also with that little bit of pace off, I mean the ball has been pinging off the middle of the bat, hasn't it? So it would just mean that the batters have to work just a little bit harder to get it away. So Bilal takes a single hands to strike now over to these Capitan.
It's a good idea to bring Safi on because, yeah, you're right. They've been bowling with these guys coming off the long run-up for a few overs now. It's a wide delivery there, so kind of spoils what I'm trying to say here about Safi. But he slows things down. He'll get through his over a bit quicker as well because we are keeping a very close eye on that clock ticking down. And, yeah, also just to slow things down, just to sort of mix it up for the batters. So Bilal Ahmed hasn't... see if you can get after him here. Well, don't bowl short. Not to that man. That's not a good ball to someone who's on 56 from 19 deliveries. He just turns around and goes, crunch.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because the ball before was short and was down the leg side, and then he just says, I'm going to stick to the short stuff. He hasn't even got a mid-wicket out there now, so they're making a change to the field.
Yeah.
Again, you're putting a field to a bad ball. He shouldn't be bowling bad. Remember how well he bowled yesterday?
Yeah.
Especially when he bowled to the left hand. He's got that ball ready to move about. So I think he's just got to get his line right. And I think quite rightly the captain says, no, you're not going back there. Stay where you are.
Yep.
You can't be setting a field to a bad ball.
I agree. I agree completely.
All right. High. Is this going to be a catching chance? It could be. And
well caught.
Be.
Well caught.
Really well caught there. And that's Sojan. Keeps his eyes on it. Follows it. Had to make a few adjustments.
Yep.
Happens right in front of us.
Yep.
You mentioned the breeze. I think the breeze is playing a part here because it seems to be holding up those deliveries. But he hits it more high than low. I'm liking this. Even though Sir John has taken the catch, he's saying to all of his players, hey, guys,
Watch the clock.
Be ready to bowl the next ball as soon as the batter comes in. That's really good for him. Good awareness. Takes the catch, and then he's on to his teammate and say, hey, guys, come on, let's get ready. Let's get another.
Yeah, clever, really clever. He also gestured, as he took the catch and threw the ball back, he gestured to his counterpart in the long-on area. He pointed to the air, and he made a gesture of the wind. He actually said the wind pushing it. I could see him saying it, exactly what we've been saying, and that's why it held up. I thought that ball, for all money, was going to be another 6. Would have been the 3rd time I got caught out there. But no, it did. It caught in the wind, and it came down inside the boundary line.
Well, we've got this media screen behind us, and I know it's been secured, but the wind from underneath it is really catching my ankles here, and it's pretty strong. So anything that's hit down the ground, especially if it goes high, the wind is definitely going to play a part. Well, it's another short delivery. I don't know why Umir Safi is bowling this slightly shorter length. He doesn't have the pace of the likes of Jan and also Waka Ahmed. So if he's going to bowl that line, I think 9 times out of 10 is going to be put away. This is Thalina Jayasuriya, who now comes in at number 5. We didn't see him with the bat today. They opted to go with him a little bit lower.
That's right. Oh, he likes him there. Picks out the player, though, which he does so often. Sadly for Jayasuriya, he's picked out the player pretty easily there. So 83 for 3. One more to come. Yeah, this has not been a great over from Safi. He needs this short stuff. I'm not sure about it. Just, the slower ball that sits up and says hello, it's almost like trying to buy your wicket with maybe tempt the batter into a couple of big hits and then try to get him to hit a rash shot. Not sure about that. But he's the bowler. It's up to him how he wants to do it. It's coming down towards us. Miss hit. Just gets about 3/4 of the way towards the boundary line. And just the single to finish the over there. It's 84 for 3 after 6. That run rate is sitting nice and tight on 14 runs per over. Just remember that the Eagles won the toss, elected to field first. I suspect this is probably not the way they would have thought this bowling effort has panned out. Only taken 3 wickets, and with 6 overs only bowled, 4 overs still to come. It's a good score on the board for Phoenix.
It is a good score. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the first time really, I suppose you're not always going to get it right. First time the Royal Eagles have just been a little bit loose on the line. But they have come back better after 18, 18 and 19 off the first 3. It's gone 10, 7 and 12. And they have picked up 3 wickets. Ian Latin, hello to Ian in the chat. And he was putting a question out there saying, has Samir been going to the gym? Ian, no. I can tell you that because I've been going to the gym. And Ian, I haven't seen Samir anywhere near the gym. So I can tell, no matter what Samir says, he hasn't. That's it. End of story. Anyway, Ian, hope you're well.
Thanks for the question, Ian. I should ask Samir when I see him next. If you can go to the gym, I know exactly what he's going to say to me.
Yeah, I know what he's going to say.
And he won't mean anything offensive by it either. He'll just say it to me and I'll just say, all right, hey, I had to ask. I'm asking for a friend, okay? Sammy, it's okay, mate.
I mean, give him his due that. I think he has been going for some long walks.
Yeah.
Oh, the spider's back, by the way.
Oh, yeah, yep.
I wonder where he disappeared to.
He's very animated, the spider that lives in our fan. He comes out, looks for food, goes back into the fan. It's amazing.
Oh, could be a wide here. Yeah, will be. Where's all these flies come from, by the way? Is it because we've got the cool box there and it knows we've got the goodies in there?
No, we had this yesterday as well. The afternoon sort of hits in, and they get in here because maybe it's out of the direct sunlight, and they just mill around in the centre of this area.
Why are they just going round and round? Look at them.
They're so busy.
I don't want to eat you today. No, I've got ice creams and things.
Yeah, those who missed the action yesterday will. The Stowe's been hit. Hold that thought. Given out as well.
He's gone. Yes, he's been given on the field of the play. The batter can't believe it, but it is lazy running. Now, we'll see this again. The batter cannot believe it. It's a direct hit. But, I mean, look at the running. It's quite shocking, actually. Oh, he gets what he deserves. Honestly, have a look at this. He cannot believe it. But he's going to have to go. Jai Surya is going to have to walk back. And we've said this before, haven't we? We think he's the most unluckiest batter that there is. Have a look. Have a look at this. We'll have a look at this side on first. So here it is. It's played out. He goes pretty quickly, but he slows down. In comes the throw. You know who it is. It's our man. We do love the pocket rocket. But look at the throw. And let's have a look. Let's see. Where's this ball hit? The bails. Let's have a look. Why? Hang on. The ball hasn't hit the bail. Why are the bails off there? Can we go back a bit?
Yep. Ball comes in.
Let's have a look there.
Ball hits stump there.
Yeah, I think he's on the line, and the line does belong to the fielding side. Back to the action. This one gets nurdled away. The chase is on. We'll show you this ball again, folks. I know we were having a look at that replay, but it won't go to the boundary. The batters will run too, and this time you can see they are running, sliding the batter. He just slowed down there. That was the problem. Jai Surya, he started to run quickly, then he thought, I've got plenty of time, and he just slowed down. Look, just slows down, and the throw comes in. And even though he did try to, once again, up the ante, he couldn't do it. He's going to get run out. That's poor, really, from Jai Surya. Shot. And that's going to get over the fielder, John, this time. And there it is. Shakalagia. 6 runs. Nicely done by the umpire. 6 carreras. As Fazal gets smashed. He's a long way away from the boundary, though, isn't he, John? There, I will say, I still think the ball was going upwards and coming downwards, but he just finds himself maybe a little bit away from where he should be.
Yeah, it was a flat 6. That's that one. Didn't get a chance to get caught in the wind that's coming from behind the commentary tent.
Oh, shot! Wow! Aleem Abdul. He's started with 6, and now he smashed this one away for 4. 6 and 4, and hungry for more. And Amir Fazal, though he does pick up a wicket in the over, it will go for 13. In fact, it's gone for 18 in the end. No, that's his 2 overs. It goes for 13.
Overs, yeah. No, you got that right. So 97 for 4, 7 overs gone. Touching distance of triple digits and then kicking on. Speaking of kicking on, talk about ECN kicking on the European Cricket Series calendar before your very eyes there. Romania and England Hornchurch action aplenty right now. Then we go to Czechia next weekend. The fun starts with the Central Europe Cup for men and then women. Then ECR action and straight into ECS action as well. Finland starting after that concludes. And then Bulgaria the week after. The week after that, we're going to Belgium. And then we're into the second half of the year. Can you believe 2025, we're already talking about the second half of the year. Is it just me, or is this year gone quick? Maybe it's an age thing. I think the older I get, the more I say how fast the year's gone. Maybe it's some sort of thing. Maybe time is speeding up the older you get. Maybe Einstein was onto something. I'm not sure.
It does fly by, doesn't it? And it was the other day when I said to everybody, and it's the 1st of June. And I was thought, wow, June already.
June, yeah.
That is going to go the distance. It's a hit me ball, unfortunately, from Usman Ali, and it gets clobbered out of here. Rajesh Kumar, you don't want to invite him to get going. He showed yesterday just how deadly he can be, so that will bring the 100 up now. So we are still on course here for a 130 score.
It'd be great to see a big score here at the ground. A 130 be exactly what we want to see. Big runs are plenty. We want to push that that pass score up, the average inning score up. I want to see runs aplenty here in Romania.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get this out in the middle. It's a long chase for whoever wants it, and it's going to get to the boundary. So chased hard there by Amir Fazal, but the ball beats him to the boundary. Iba. Kafi कोशिश की थी फजाल ने, पर चौका लग गया. 4 runs.
So the question in the chat about the third umpire and reviewing decisions and runouts. Well, the third umpire, he can be brought into play. Just to make that point clear, as that's been cut away to the boundary rider. Yeah, the question is, do we have a third umpire to allow for reviewing runouts? Well, if the umpire at square leg so wants to, he can ask to go upstairs, have a look at replay if he's unsure. So we do have that capability. They use it when they want to. If they make the call on the field and they're comfortable in their skin, then they do that as well. But the review's not there for the players to dispute. That's the thing. Oh, just in and out of the breadbasket.
Yeah, that's a chance. And look at the wicketkeeper. Can't believe it, because that's Sohail behind something. He dropped that. Gajan is such a good catcher. He has to go a little bit side on for this, but this is straight in and out. So opportunity goes down. And this one is going to go to the fielder. So, yeah, opportunity to remove Aleem Abdul. So, Abdul, make a note of that. He gets dropped on 11 there.
And make a note of that one. 8 overs gone, 110 on the board. Looking at the clock, they got 7 minutes to bowl the next over, so they've done well to catch up with time. I think that was a very timely, no pun intended, a timely reminder from, it was Jan Seward in front of us here who told his team, look guys, keep the celebrations to a minimum and get on with the bowling. Too many times already we've seen teams get penalised for a slow over rate. It looks like they should be fine now.
Yeah, they should be fine. I think it was good from the captain's alarm because he did get Umar Safi to bowl an over, then he went straight to Usman Ali as well after that one from Fazal, and that just quickened things up a bit. So he's got plenty of time to play with here to get a good over. And by the way, look at the win percentage here, 70% to Phoenix to 30% now of that of the Royal Eagles. So remember these two, when they first started, the Eagles were just slightly favourites, but that has changed a fair bit here because of this expected 130 score.
Indeed. A question in the chat asking about Kima, asking where he is. Mr. Chima, he's listed. He's out there. Don't think he hasn't. I haven't seen him have a bowl yet. Have you?
No, he hasn't. I can tell you why. I think Chima was one of the players who was listed to play, but he was stuck in some of that traffic we know you can get in and around Bucharest. So though he's got here, of course he can't bowl straight away because he has to wait for the same amount of time that he's been off. So we're probably not going to see him bowl, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is disappointing for him, but we all are very aware of the famous Bucharest traffic. And often when we're coming to the ground, we go past the tailback as we drive out of the city, and the tailback going into the city is quite extensive. It's a wide there. Keeper does well to stop it going from any further. No further ones there. So it is 112 for 4. They get off the Lord Nelson, 111, and it's 112 for 4. Still 10 legal deliveries to go here. Aleem Abdul on 11. Kumar on 16. Still eyeing off a score in the 130s, which I think would be really good to see here. Finally get a decent score on the board. A big score that needs to be chased down.
It's a good bit of bat onto this, but we've seen this a lot, haven't we, from teams where they're quite happy to push back the fielders on the leg side, so no short mid-wicket. So they've gone with deep mid-wicket, deep long on. And then you got nothing really from that mid-wicket all the way round to that short 45. So they left the square leg open. And it's with plenty of bodies though out on the offside, that's where they wanted Jassy to be bowling.
Yeah.
Just there. And that does the trick. So once you get past the end, they're taking this on now. Good throw, he could be in trouble, and now you might as well go for a third, possibly. Well, they won't because the fielder does want to back it up, but, well, I don't know about this from the keeper. Sohail throws it. I think if he hits, he probably does get the wicket. I wonder if he did have a chance to dive at it. I guess we will never know, but I think if he hit this, here it is. I think he could have dived at these stumps. I think he could have.
I reckon he could have.
Look how far his glove is away from that. So why didn't he just lunge forward and get the run out? Missed opportunity, definitely worse. And now that, I heard a double sound.
I heard double sound. Oh, Pocket Rocket goes to shy the stumps. Asking for backup. He's saying, where's my backup? Your backup's on the other boundary line. And he's still pleading his case. He's saying, if I have a shot at the stumps, I need someone there.
Well, he has inflicted one run out, so you can't really ever go at him for having a go. But yeah, I mean, he throws it. So it's one of those where you know if you don't hit, it's going to be trouble. And liking this, the umpire's also checking the batter because there was definitely double contact. I wonder if we can see the whole thing again. I think this has come on bat and the lid at the same time. And just for good measure, the umpire just gives him a little shake at the top of the lid as well. All happening out there at the moment.
Nice, good to see. Not the first time the umpires have had to check somebody with a helmet's been hit. Already one of the wicket keeper has been checked in the previous match. And now the batter here getting checked as well. One more to come in the over, 117 on the board. Score of 130 beckoning. Jassy, though, trying to do his best to alleviate that. He's gone for 25 of his 1.5 overs.
He's hit as well, you know.
Oh, no way.
Oh, my word.
Oh, you little beauty.
This is an incredible Jalebi catch. I think everybody will want to just see his foot here. But what a catch this is. This is out of this world. This takes your breath away. It's quite sensational. Absolutely amazing catch. Jalebia Khao Mundio. Jalebia Khao Rajaki Khao. What a catch that is. Absolutely amazing. Breathtaking.
And some of the players, his teammates, they're imitating his one leg in the air stance as a way of congratulating him to taking that catch. Sticks out the mitt. It sticks fast. And he's inches inside the boundary rope. What a classic. That is a ripper.
Yeah, well, it's worth looking again. Well, this was a shot, but just look at the balance. Look at the catch. Unbelievable. That really, I was not expecting that. It was hit well. I think he's going all the way for 6, and then somehow the catch has been taken, and that's Usama. He only needs one name, Usama, taking the catch. Wow.
Just making a little note of that catch in the good book, because that was a ripper.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, he takes the catch, he gets rid of the Captain Kuma, saves 6 runs, 117 then for 5 going into the last over. Gets played away, and oh, it's another opportunity that probably should have been taken. I just wonder if the fielder gets too close to him here and he's not able to get a proper dive in. And, that one, I think, was Fazal, who gets a bit close to the keeper. But this is a chance, and I just didn't get off the ground. I think you've got to be diving forward to trying to get that.
Yeah.
So
disappointing.
Opportunity missed.
Yep. Probably still that catch on the boundary line still living rent-free in his head. He just made a bit of a meal of that one. Waqas Ahmed with the duty to bowl the final over out. Clipped down the ground nicely. Just going to be a single there. So the score of 130 has just been put on the back burner just for a few deliveries here. We thought there was a really good charge here with that wicket falling at the end of that previous over due to that sensational catch. Sort of Phoenix have just sort of stuttered here just in these few deliveries. Let's see if they can still push on. They're only a couple of big hits away from hitting the 130 mark. Waqas Ahmed, he's been pretty good with the ball in this tournament. Right on middle stump, that one can only be punched down the ground for a single. Good delivery, that. Go score up to 120 now for the loss of 5 wickets. 3 balls to come. See what they can add to that.
120, can they get to that 130? Expected score, 125. It's been right more times than wrong, so let's see. I still think they could probably get on to that 130. Right. Up in the air, fielder will
take it.
Hold on to the catch. So,
nicely caught.
The win calculator and also the score calculator saying, no, Rico, we're right. So good catch taken. The win will have to be playing a part when you're taking catches like that. But look, got the shades on, got the cap on, holds on to the catch. Ali Haider looking for big runs, but he's going to have to fall for just the one.
Yep, there he goes. Heads off there. Oh, now, hang on a minute. Now, Rico, you spotted. Surely that's not our spider, is it? How did he end up over there?
He flew. The fan just...
You know what? I bet he's lost his footing and the fan has flown him over there. He's gone from the fan to the other side of the tent. He's sitting on the pillar. Unless that's his mate.
He's probably thinking, how do I get back there now? We're going to have to keep an eye on him.
He is. He's looking over at us going, guys, I need to safely cross your desk to get over to my fan. Are you going to grant me safe passage?
Now, let's see what he does. There is a way back.
Oh, yeah. He's got to take the long way around.
He's got to go the long way around.
Yeah.
I'm not helping him. If he wants it, he knows what he's got to do.
Yeah,
if he wants the cool breeze, you know what he's got to do.
Survival of the fittest, my friend. 2 balls to come. Oh, they think they got something here. They're running, they're appealing, and the umpire's looking down at his counter and clicking it over for 1. Well, Waqas Raja saying no, no, no.
Yeah, I like that from the bowler saying no, 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 no. I
Nothing
think
there.
It probably comes off the leg or something.
Yep.
No buys. It's come off nothing, says the
There
umpire.
you go. So even the bowler was saying enough, fellas, enough. Came off nothing. Bowler knew that, missed everything. Keeper went up.
I did hear some. I thought it was the shoulder. So, but it hasn't been given leg by, so it's just been given as by. So, but I like that from Waqas Ahmed. He was the first to say, no, it's not. The wicketkeeper, though, if he wasn't celebrating, he could have been involved in, in a run out.
Possibly, yep. Last ball of the innings.
Well, they've got to go too, haven't they? Good pick up, good throw.
Oh,
They've got to go again here, surely. Early, he is trying. He's got to...
His counterpart was completely at his back to him, was never going to turn around.
They get just the one then in the end. So, yeah, they don't even get to that 125. It ends up being 123. But still, it's a better score that we've seen. I would have liked to say that it's a higher score that we've seen, but it's not.
Not quite.
Higher score batting first once was that 125, so they don't quite get to that.
Yep.
But still, it's a respectable score. But I suppose you have to say that the Royal Eagles, who I felt didn't start well with the ball. I was, I think I was saying to you early on that the line that Jan started off bowling and Jussie wasn't really the same as what they did against the Gladiators, where they were just a little bit too full. But they did adjust that after about the fourth over, and then from there, from Waka's first, Fazal bowled a very good over as well. And then even the likes of Umar Safi and Usman Ali did tidy things up for them towards the end.
They did indeed. And, you know, credit to Phoenix. They kept toiling away. Royal Eagles, they had to pull it back a bit here. There was a lot of loose bowling. The bounce just going, while Bill El Ahmed was out there, he was striking the ball nicely. A little bit of luck running his way as well. A few edges. But for the most part, his shots down the ground, square the wicket, on the onside and the offside were a joy to watch as he picked himself up another half century in really quick time and really secured things in terms of the batting for Phoenix and set a really good stage for the rest of his team to come in and try to kick on.
Yeah, that's right. Rajesh Kumar, the captain, also, I mean, he probably feels he's the most unluckiest man on the planet. I mean, he has hit one out of the middle of the bat, and then a catch was quite brilliant. When talk about brilliant, the run out was class as well. This is the one a lot of people were talking about, and I think what it comes down to, I think the bat was probably not past the line when the stumps were broken, and that's why it was given out in the field of play. So we saw something magical there, and then in that part of the ground, we saw a catch taken by Usama that was just simply breathtaking. It really was, and it was Rajesh Kumar who would get out to this. What a catch that is! Shaba, shaba, volley, 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 kinna sona.
Karate Kid, that's what it was. I saw Montalus in the chat say before, the Karate Kid catch.
It's just
sensational
catch. It really was. And because of moments like that, you know, this one they thought it was out, and then it was given. I think it did get bit in the shoulder. That's why the wicketkeeper was celebrating. While he's celebrating, the batters are running. Waka's Army, to his credit, say, no, he's not out. I like that from him.
Yeah, me too.
The Phoenix do. They get to a good, respectable score, 123, but will it be enough?
That's the big question. Is it going to be enough? Because let's face it, the Royal Eagles have got a bit of a talent with the bat. 123 for 6. There's 9 extras in there, 6 wides, and that score of 60 atop there from Bilal Ahmed led the way. A great innings at 60 from 22. Well-deserved half century to him. Rajesh Kumar, the captain, at 20 from 16 as well. Little cameo at the end there. Aleem Abdul with that 16 not out there at the end. Got them up to 123. We were thinking 130 at one point. It was going to be pretty easy for them to do. In the end, I reckon they still take 123 for 6. The bowling card shows us that wickets were shared, except for Usman Ali, who was unfortunate not to get a wicket, but wickets amongst all the other bowlers. Saljan there, a bit expensive there, 1 for 37 off his 2 overs. Struggled a little bit. Anyway, they bowled okay. They came good. Felt that the just got away from them at the very start there, Phoenix. I think really just felt that. But then, you know, they pinged it back. They got a lot better. The bowling got better. It got a bit tighter. And 123 for 6 is what it ended up being. So Royal Eagles need 124 runs in their 10 overs when they come out to bat in about 6 or 7. Oh, no, call it, say, to 8 minutes' time. And we're going to find out how that goes. This is Phil G and Rico Full for the European Cricket Network, taking you through match 13. It's Phoenix going head-to-head against the Royal Eagles, and they're going to go head-to-head again in the following game, but they're still got to sort this one out. 124 runs for Royal Eagles. Join us in about 5 minutes' time for the run chase. We'll see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, cricket fans around the world. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back to the continuation of this game. It is match 13, hanging in the balance here. Run chase about to start. The Royal Eagles batters are making their way out to the centre. Phoenix are out in the field, resplendent in their orange and black gear. You can see here 123 on the board. So for the bonus point, which could be very important at the end of this whole situation, it's about restricting the batting team to 86 or less for the fielding team. And obviously the batting team, if they can score this in 7 overs or less, they would well and truly earn themselves a bonus point. Be a bit of a tall order though to drag all those runs in 7 overs. But you know what? This is T10 cricket. We've seen things like that happen. And these two teams, very evenly matched for mine. I think they're quite evenly matched. They're in the standings together. Obviously, there's an extra game in hand for, I think it's the Royal Eagles who played one more. Just getting my scoreboard up in front of me there. So, a bit to play for here from these two teams. And remember, they're going to go head-to-head immediately after this game. So that's something to think about as well. So whatever happens here, they're going to dust themselves off, have themselves a little cool drink of refreshing liquid, and then come back and they're going to try it all over again. And that is going to be exciting stuff. So let's see who can get the first strike on the board. The first little body blow in this tussle between second and third in the standings. Looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a pretty sharp little affair here. Royal Eagles need 124 to pick up the win here. Every chance for them to do so. Let's see how they start. Well, that's not good for them at all. That's not a great start. Shouts have come on. Kadka is absolutely fired up out of his skin. Phoenix couldn't ask for a better start. A dream start for them. And for Royal Eagles, stumps shattered. And maybe dreams have been shattered as well. Have a look at this one. Just threw everything at it. Fast, full. Base of off stump. Clatters. Full delivery. Missed the lot. Oh my goodness, what a start. And the scream was absolutely sensational. Almost made my eardrums burst, but that's what you want to hear. Shah Balam, he's gone for a first baller, and it's Kadka with the breakthrough on the first ball. What a response that is. Sensational. Royal Duck. Oh, crunch goes the stumps. If only we had Derek in the stadium to help him on his way. Oh, there's a lot of noise out there in the field. The Phoenix fielders, they are up and about. They are properly up and about now. What a cracking start that is. That's incredible. Oh, but the noise. It's also the noise and the fact that there's chat, there's screaming, there's excited people out there. Phoenix here, just because of a slightly inferior run rate, they are sitting in third. So they'd be very keen to try to help themselves here to, well, not just to win, but also try and do it in a quick time as well. Try to stifle this this run chase as best they can. That's a great start though. Kadka, he's got a bit of assistance because the wind is coming over his shoulder, maybe slightly left to right going down the ground towards the third man for the left-hander. Oh, they hesitate, then they do go for him. That's a good call though. Just keeping an eye on things there. That was a really good call there from the non-striker as the it was Sohail, the striker, just looking around a little bit sort of, where did it go? A bit shell-shocked, not sure about that one. And then it was Saud Jan, who is the new batter in. He said, come on, get through. So 2 on the board, loss of 1 wicket. Kadka bowling with a head full of steam. A little bit of assistance from the breeze as well coming over his shoulder. Steaming in again. Ooh, shouts of oohs and ahs. Gets a bottom edge. Could have gone anywhere, that bottom edge. In the end, it goes for 4. Kadka cannot believe his misfortune there. Thought he could have been in with a shout of another one. I would agree with that. Hope she's some side on. Gets down to it, just hits it down, and it goes to past the leg stump. Oh, it's all happening. What a great start to this run chase. 118 still needed, that run rate required at 12.64. Keep your eye on that. Eagles just stuttering right at the very start of this this run chase, losing a wicket in the first ball. A Royal Duck to Alarm. That's coming down towards us, and it hits the pillar of the commentary igloo. Bounces away. Unfortunately, I can't get out to reach that one. I'd have to disconnect myself from all the cables that I'm strapped into. And, well, you can see me just there trying to stand up and jump up for that one. No, I couldn't quite get there for that. Couldn't get there to it. I'm stuck here. There we go. Good stuff, guys. Good work there in the tower. Oh, almost a shot at the stumps. Very close, that one. That's going to be the end of the over then. So, eventful first over from Kadkar. 11 from it and 1 wicket as well. But there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of players jumping around, a lot of hand gesticulations. Kadkar himself absolutely roaring when he picked up that wicket. 105 matches since the Golden Ball. It would be fitting for these two teams to polish off this game with a Golden Ball. That would be absolutely fitting. And again, they've got an option to do it in the next game as well. We'll see what happens. So welcome to everybody in the chat, wherever you're watching from. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network and joining us here in Romania at this lovely ground here. As we get set for the second over, it's going to be Shah. He's going to take up the attack. And Jan facing. And Rico looks like he's back from lunch and had a quick little bite to eat, albeit maybe a bit quick, but you're back. And you're ready to go. Good to see you again.
Yeah, back and ready to go. A nice little royal kebab royal, which is very nice. I know that yours is eyeing you up, so whenever you're ready, feel free to tuck in and come back. And yeah, I had a kebab and a nice cool drink, thanks to Daniela. And had a kind of a tropical fruit burst kind of drink. It was very nice as well. And, well, what a start. A royal duck, and it's the big wicket of Alam, who made 36 in the player match performance in that win against Gladiators. So somebody else is going to have to perform here. Will it be Sohail, who we've seen on so many occasions make starts, but then not able to convert it into a bigger score? Or will it be Sahud Jan, who we know is a very talented player, can score runs at any position, it would seem. Down the leg side, and it's going to be quarter wide here. The length is okay, but he just needs to get the radar on the right spot here to Sohail. And cricket, exciting here, exciting also there in Hornchurch as Markhor London are looking to put a, probably they'll be happy with a score around about 150 the way it's going there. They're 121 for 3 with still around 17 balls to go in the innings there. They're taking on the Sharks, who are looking for their first victory. That's played away nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's just a little bit too short. And, gets a swivel on this. Cuatro carreras. And once again, and like a number of batters, do prefer to be batting outside of his crease. And that gets played away. 4 more. Needs to, hasn't been able to get the ball in the right areas to the left hand as Shah. He's coming over the wicket. That's better. And he's going to be unlucky. Hay montón de suerte ahí por Sohail. Well, maybe his luck does need to change a little bit. Shariar Sohail, he swings hard at this one. It flies over the wicket keeper. There's nothing that Bilal Ahmed can do about that. And that will be 4 more runs. The back-to-back boundaries, trying to stay and keep up with the rates. Currently standing at around about 12.5. You don't want it to go too far behind that. I think that will be the plan, to keep this rate no more than the climb, no more than 15. If you go into the last over, you're needing 15. I think you still think you're in with a shout. Changing the field here. They bring another one over to the left hand and the leg side. Nobody out on the boundary on the offside. And what Sohail does try to do here is he tries to give himself room down the leg side and hit on the offside. I don't think he needed to do that. Look at this delivery. He spoils a wide, really. Look where he ends up. If he just stayed still, he's got a choice. He either clips this round the corner and tries to get it past the fielder and try and get another boundary, or he just leaves it and takes the wide. And let's see what he tries to do this time, as Shah still just can't get one outside the off stump to him. And he does this time, but with the field as it is, that will go over for 4 runs. That's the risk with this field. I mean, it's a bit, for me, it's a bit OTT on the leg side. Of course, we are still in the power play. You can only have 2 out, and they've elected to go mid-wicket and square leg. But it leaves the offside then fragile, and if anything does go over the top, it will be a boundary. So 3 boundaries in that one. I'm saying they needed about 12.5. They get 14 of that, and that makes up for the shortfall in the first over. So 25 for 1. Remember that it was a very productive power play for Phoenix. They got to 55 for 1, losing the wicket at the very last ball of the power play. But then they did slow down in the second half. They made 72 in the first 5, and then just slowed down in the second half. So at one point they were looking to easily get past that 130 mark, but it wasn't to be. Cut, straight back. He's on a mission, is this guy. And good delivery again. Now, he started the match on level pegging in terms of wickets to Shamud Madmul, who, remember, the Bliss Warriors player, took the 4 for the other day. They were both on 7 as this one's up in the air. Fielder has got his eyes on it and takes a really, really good catch. The captain, Rajesh Kumar, fixes his eyes on it, and then after that he just patrols it and he holds on to the good catch. And Josat Kodaka is now by 2 wickets the leading wicket taker in the series. That takes him to 9 and 2 ahead of Shamud Madumal. And what a good catch that is from the captain. Again, we've talked about this, because the wind that is blowing, anything that goes aerial. So if it's hit flat and hard, it probably is going to carry on and get past the boundary. But when you go aerial, the wind is going to hold it up. And John is going to have to go for 11. 11 of the 7 balls that he faces. Great catch there. You see it again there from Kumar. Beautifully executed. Look at the way he watches the ball into the hands, and a nice slide and dive catch as well. Gadgat picks up another 2 for 11. He's bowled well in every single match. That's been good about him. He's averaging, before the start of this one, 10-14. I think that's come down a bit. His economy's been 5.91. Strike rate, 10.28. And I think he's worthy of being the leading wicket taker. He just bowled well every time he's gone on to bowl. So 9 wickets to him. And it's good, and should be another. And, oh, no way. Oh, my. Oh, my, oh, my. Well, after seeing a brilliant catch being taken, I don't know what's happened here. He's got hard hands. It's just straight in and straight out, and almost takes his nostrils off. He can't believe it. And that was Jai Surya, who's just not having a good time, is he? Jai puts the catch down, and it will be survival for Ricky Gill. Well, he's a lucky chappie, isn't he, Gill? Gets dropped on 0. Right, so Hale definitely need a good knock from him here today. 87 for a point, by the way. That's also reflecting. Oh, high. Keeper's got to want it. He's got the shades. He's got the cap. He's got the gloves. But he drops the catch. Well. And what can be the excuse there? He's looking up, but he's got the shades on. He can't say the sun was in his eyes. And Sohail getting dropped on 13. Both batters dropped in that over. And Khadka, he can't believe it, can he? He can't believe it. He could have finished with 4 wickets here. So Sohail on 13. And that's by the keeper, who's got the gloves on as well. So that's not a good one. Not good at all from Bilal. So 27 for 2. There's a ball still to go here in this 3rd over. Goes short. It just gets turned away around the corner. So they kind of deal with Godke. He does pick up 2 wickets, but it could have been a lot worse. He should have had about 4. It could have been 4 for something like Ted. But a little bit of luck for both these batters, but will they make it count? 28 is the score at the end of the power play, and that's going to be a big difference between where they were. You'll see that on the the graphics coming up now on your screens, a big difference between the 28 and, of course, 28 for 2 compared to 55 for 1. So they've got a bit of ground to make up, and that over rate, I'm saying that they didn't want it to go too far. They don't want it to get higher than 15. At the moment, it's sitting at just over 13.5. So looks like it's going to be Shah who will also bowl himself out. I think the plan is just to try and keep the pressure on and get that rate as high up as possible. And then the other bowlers, maybe they might slow it down and put some of the slow bowlers on. Sharp, beautiful delivery. Good ball, short of a length. This is the length that I think the Royal Eagles, what they normally bowl, they just weren't able to deliver it the first 5 overs. They were a little bit too full, allowing the batters, particularly Bilal Ahmed, to hit through the ball and hit big down the ground. Those drop catches, all right, they haven't cost them in the sense of they didn't result in boundaries. But you can see that mentally it does seem to have sort of quietened down the Phoenix side. They were on a bit of a high earlier. That's clipped away quite nice. There's going to be 4 runs. That's beautifully played, actually. It's a lovely leg glance from Ricky Gill. Ball just going onto his pads, and like the way he just gets that leg out the way, gets the bat in front and just glances it away for 4. He was dropped on 0. Jayasuriya dropped him, and then it was Bilal behind the stumps who put Sahel down. Both of them were easy catches. I guess you probably say that the keeper's one was the easy of the 2, bearing in mind he has got the gloves on. Just be a single, it will be. Just got to keep this scoreboard. Well, I say just be a single, and then that's a needlessly thrown away. And both teams, I think, have been guilty of this today. We saw the Royal Eagles do it a few times, and when they did it, they were all at each other's throat, weren't they? I mean, there's the throw there. It's a difficult one for the keeper, Bilal, to get to. And the batters say thank you. We'll double up. Thanks very much. And Mr. Miza just asking the question here, do you think they practice like on the fielding? I think they do. What I will say on that is that you've got to remember that even though we are just in June here, that this is the start of the season for a lot of these players. Some of them probably have never played before. So as a result of that, they're going to be a little bit rusty early on. And I think you can see that those that have played and have practiced a lot, you can see their skills. For example, Rajesh Kumar took that fantastic catch. It's down the leg side, and it's a good take from the man behind the stumps, Bilal Ahmed. It's guilty of a few things and of a few sloppy bits of play, but he makes a good stop there. It's nicely done. And then Masiza saying he'd love to be a European cricket fielding coach. Yeah, I think coaching is one of those things. I mean, you can coach. I mean, I know it from my own coaching background. As this one tucks up the batter once again, you can do as much coaching as you want, but it's the players out there then have to put that into practice. But yeah, I think it's one of those, isn't it? I think the coaching point of view, the more balls you hit, the better you'll be when you go out there, the more catches you take, etc. And the one man who knows all about that joins me back after tucking into his kebab. It's going to be Phil G who joins me back.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yes, good to be back. Following this run chase very intently while sitting at the back of the tent working through lunch. And now I'm back, present and accounted for.
Played out onto the leg side, and that will just be a single that gets taken on the leg side. So again, that they've got to keep an eye on this rate. It's now getting up to that. I was saying, Phil, that if it gets past the 15, that's when it starts to become pretty difficult. So you're wanting to get going here pretty quickly. You don't want to be chewing up too many overs. I mean, that over goes only for 8 in the end, and they need to be going at around 14. So the boundaries do need to start flowing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, in a T10 match, it can be over before you know it. That's the catch. It starts, suddenly you're through the power play, then you're at the middle part of the 5th over. You can hear the commentators doing their 5th over analysis, and then before you know it, you've got a run rate chasing of 16 runs per over, and you are behind the 8 ball all the way to that last ball of the 10th over. You don't want to be there. I know it sounds pretty simple to try to get your nose in front, but that's the best advice I can give a team that's batting. Get your nose in front early. That's what the power play's there for in the end. Just been mishit back over the bowler's head just for a single. We've talked a bit about the power play in this tournament so far, with the fact that we feel it's been very underutilised by a lot of teams. That's what it's there for. That's why there's only 2 players actually on the power play. It gives the batting team a chance to get their nose in front of the required run rate. That's the whole point. I know it sounds pretty simplistic how I'm saying it, but that's exactly the reason. That's what we're trying to do. So, you know what? Teams, they need to work hard to get in front of that run rate. You leave yourself too much work in the last 3 overs, and you're going to be in trouble. That's a nice shot. Lofted through deep mid-wicket. So Sahel there brings up another boundary. Good shot indeed. Have a look at this one. And that is a lovely shot just inside the boundary wrap too. Unlucky not to get full value for a shot there. He's up to 18. Sahel, he has had a life though. What I've noticed from Sahel when he bats a couple of times, well probably more than a couple of times, maybe 3 or 4 times now, he's been dismissed by a delivery that hits him, and he hits the ball very high on the bat, and it goes either straight up in the air and over his head, caught by the keeper. I think we've seen that already today, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it yesterday and maybe even the day before. He often just misreads the length of the ball, gets it high on the bat, and it hits him on an edge and flies over the top. He's been caught behind, but off a skied delivery, not necessarily the ball that goes through. So it's interesting just to note that from Sahel. He's short in stature, but he does get a lot of deliveries just high on the bat. I think it's got a bit to do with maybe just the rush of blood that he has, like you see there. Just he sees the ball a bit short anywhere, and he just goes for that swipe, agricultural swipe, trying to hit it towards square on the leg side or deep mid-wicket. And he's been caught out from a high smack on the edge of the bat, straight up in the air. Keeper comes along and takes the catch. I think it's happened about 3 or 4 times in this tournament already. 41 for 2, getting towards the end of the 5th. 2 more to come. Another dot ball there. It's not good enough. That run rate, as Rico just described, look at it now. Just in that moment, it ticked up from 15.5 to 16 in just 1 delivery. And that is what happens when you're chasing a decent score and you're at this part of the game. Every dot ball, it's like another nail. It really is. He gets another dot ball here, that run rate's going to go to about 16.7 or 8, and it's going to start to get very, very north face of Everest kind of steep.
Yeah, and the thing is, the fielding side know exactly the shots he's going to play.
Yeah.
Bowler just loses his line here, Hyder. So you can see the field that's set. The 3 men on the leg side boundary. They've also got the mid-wicket right on the edge of that circle as well. They've got a man on the 45. And they just basically say, look, we know he's going to play those shots. So
set it for him.
Yeah, just keep bowling full. He's getting to go across the line. So again, there's that shot. It's straight to the fielder. And they will just scramble home for the single. So, I mean, Phoenix, for the moment, they've done their homework, haven't they? They're sending the right field. So Sahel, now he's got to think about this. The other thing for Sahel, what he's got to think about is, swinging and missing. Well, if you're going to swing and miss because you're trying to get a boundary, that's not helping your cause. Just get the singles. At least rotate the score. Get Ricky Gill on strike. Maybe Gill can do something. You've got the left and right combination. Get that to work for you.
Yep.
By just swinging and missing, you're making it easy for the opposition.
So true.
We had a look at this earlier. We didn't look too much at Group C. Now, Group C, Scotland, Jersey, playing great cricket at the moment. Portugal, I like the look of Portugal.
Me too.
They're in the Medina Cup as well. Then you've got Finland, Sweden, and Switzerland in there as well. Now, that ain't going to be an easy group either. Yeah,
a couple of standouts in that group, though, you've got to say. Portugal, Scotland, Jersey. They're the top 3 there are the real standouts. But don't take anything away from the other teams in that group either. That's a pretty tough group. It's going to be exciting stuff when the ECC comes around. I'm really looking forward to that when it comes around later in the year. Only a couple more months to go, and it's going to be all over that. 42 for 2 is the score. Royal Eagles need 82 from 29. Struggling here. That run rate just a smudge below 17 now. So they get a single here. They turn the strike over, but they need a couple of big overs. They need at least 2 magical overs in the next 3 or 4 overs to be within a shout of this game. Otherwise, you can wave it goodbye.
Yeah, they need to do exactly what their opponents did in the power play to get back into this. And that power play was 18, 18 and 19, 55. You get 55 in the next 3, then you're in a position where, once again, you take it to the last and you do get a chance. But if you let that rate keep going up, then you're not going to help yourself. And that ain't going to help. He just literally steps away and lets this go straight through him. So Kumar, the captain, gets the wicket. And Ricky Gill, only he can tell us what he was trying to do here.
Because I can't tell you. For love of money, I wouldn't be able to tell you what was in the batter's mind there. Strange old dismissal, that one, in the book as being clean bowled. Watch this one again. Yep, only he'll know exactly where he was trying to go there. He swings, the ball hits the stumps, and he continues just stepping out towards leg side as though momentum was taking him. There was no momentum with the bat anyway. So, yep, it'd be good to be a fly on the wall inside the head of Ricky Gill right now to understand what on earth was ticking through his brain. 10 from 11 deliveries faced. Unfortunately, not enough from him to get the Royal Eagles up. And it looks to me like they're going to basically give this up with a bit of a whimper, unfortunately. I think Phoenix just looking way too strong in this game. And Eagles in all sorts of trouble now. That's clipped very nicely on the toes. Race on here. And that is successfully fielded. Oh, they're going to go for the second. Or spilled by the keeper just at the critical moment. Doesn't quite glove it successfully. Could have been in with a chance to have a run out. Have a look at this. It went very fast out to the outfielder. I think he's okay there. Just looking at the feet, make sure he's all right. He's not touching the ball there. Maybe that right foot. No, there's the right foot. And he pushes off. Oh, is he pushing off the rope with the left? It's close, but we play on. So obviously it was all fine. Slower delivery, that completely beats him.
Comes back with the slow one here. I think that's really good fielding.
It is.
And I think if the wicketkeeper was just a little bit more alert, probably another opportunity for a run out there. And I think we're seeing here that Bilal Ahmed, I think he's fitting a spot, isn't he, behind the stumps. He's done his job. I'm not going to give him too much of a hard time. But on those little things like when throws come in, run out opportunities, that's when he hasn't been as sharp as what he can be. Talking about being sharp, well, that is a good hit. They need a few more of those. This is Waqas Ahmed, who wasn't able to perform in the last match. Remember, he gave his wicket away quite cheaply, caught and bowled, but he's hit that pretty well. I mean, Sohail, 20 of 14. You just get the feeling that all the swinging and missing, he's still there. He's given chances. They haven't been taken.
Yep.
He could click at any moment and start finding the middle of the bat, and if he does, then there is an opportunity, but there's going to have to be brutal hitting because that rate now required with 73 of 24 balls means they've got to go at over 18s.
Yeah, and once you get over 18, it starts to almost become the point of no return because every dot is just going to increase that run rate required by maybe 1 or even 1.5 runs. It just goes that quickly at this part of the game. So the 50 up, but 51 for 3 after 6. It means there's so much to do in the next 4 overs. Well, Sohail is trying, and he's managed to find the boundary there. So there's one. That's going to help matters along. The umpires are just talking about whether it was a 4 or a 6. For me, it looked like a 4. We're going to have another look at this one. Where does it land? Oh, we need to rock back on that one.
Yeah, the field, I think the field is sort of giving a little indication that it is a 4. Let's have a look. I don't know.
Hang on.
That looks like a 6 to me.
Maximo.
So the fielder's trying to call it a 4, but it's not. That's 6 runs. Good hit. And Sohail was really giving the daggers to the bowler there, by the way.
He was, yeah. So he backs up here now. Oh, goes to smash that down the ground. Tempts the... he tempted the fielder to throw the stumps and he almost obliged. he teased the fielder and said, come on, are you good enough? He was almost good enough.
He was.
Oh, would have had egg on his face then, Sohail.
This is where this fielding position is good. I mean, remember when I was talking about the Royal Eagles and the way they were setting the field on the leg side? More on that after this one. Short, and he goes for it. Here's a fielder out there. They set the trap. And
I think he's put it down.
He's put it down. Oh, dear.
Rico, what's he done? He's just gone to ground. It's just spilled.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at this. So it spills it. He then tries to get underneath it. Once it gets out of his hands, he can't do. It's another life for Sohail. Well, he's been given the opportunities, hasn't he? Sorry, Sohail. But he hasn't made them count so far. I mean, could he make them pay?
Waqas Ahmed facing now. Nope. Try that run up again. Hayder just losing his way in there. Yeah, so hey, look, 27-17. So he's striking it nicely. Obviously, if he can accelerate on that and maybe get more of the strike, that would be great for the Royal Eagles. But because they need a lot. They need a lot off not many. Swing and a miss. It was a wide delivery, though, so they get to bowl that one again. So a bit lucky there. Yeah, felt that as well. Just, that could have gone either way. Have a look at this one more time.
It's no wide for me, you know, Phil. When I looked at it, I thought, well, normally you get a feeling if something's going to be wide.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I think a little bit of luck's gone the way off the batting side, and that's a good hit from Waqas Ahmed. What he does here, you'll see it once again, he just takes a step out. There you go, a little step outside the off stump. So this time he brings himself in line with that ball. So he's not going to swing and miss it. He's not going to pass it outside of his bat. And he absolutely clobbers it. And that banner has seen better days. Well, he's hit the Romanian flag this time. We've seen the beer being taken down a few times, but now it's the flag. Oh, slow delivery, but the wicketkeeper's let this get away from him. How far does it go? Chase is on. Oh, that's 4 runs.
No.
Oh, my word. You wouldn't believe it. The batter has kicked it for 4. And the fielder hasn't helped matters here. Look at this. So the wicketkeeper's kicked it. I said the batter, I mean the keeper. The fielder's chased it hard, and at the last moment, watch this. He slides, touches the rope. He's got the ball in one hand. That's 4 runs.
He picked up the ball, looked down, and said to his left foot, "What are you doing on that side of the rope? You're supposed to be on this side of the rope."
Oh, dear.
Oh, swings hard, goes out to the fielder. In the covers, extra cover boundary. But that's a bit of an error, that one. Bit of a big error from the keeper to allow that one to get away. That previous, but is it going to be academic at the end of the day? We'll see. We'll see. They still need a lot of runs. 3 overs to pick up another 54 runs. That's quite a fair bit of work to do here.
It's exactly what I said. They've got to do what Phoenix did in the power play. Phoenix got 55. They need, what did you say? They need 50...
54.
54. So it's exactly the same. That one, by the way, did go for 19. So we had a look at this.
Yeah.
You were saying, obviously, Jersey, Scotland, Portugal. Sweden, they're a funny old team, aren't they, Sweden? We just saw a lovely series there in Landskrona. They've got some good players, especially their bowling. And if they can get a couple of the batters to click, you never know. Switzerland will always be in there as well. But only one will qualify from the group.
That's true.
And go into the finals group. Jai Surya comes in, starts with a loose one down the leg side.
Yeah, leg side wide to start things off here. 3 overs to go. Quick look at the fantasy dashboard for match 14. Coming your way after this, it is the rematch of these two teams, Phoenix and Royal Eagles, going at it one more time. Vishal Sharma comes into the side. Oh, blink and you miss it. And there was one change on the other side of the coin. We'll have a look at that in just a second. Oh, another good dot ball, that one. Good follow-up from that wide. Thank you very much, guys. Phoenix have got that one change. Vishal Sharma comes in, and Siam Alam comes in for the Royal Eagles, gets a chance to show his quality. Apart from that, unchanged, apart from those 2 ins and outs for the teams. So that's coming up straight after this game.
Plays that well. Is he going to beat the fielder? Yes, he is going to beat the fielder, who ends up tying himself in a knot. And now he's got to go down the slippery slope to try and retrieve this delivery. Yeah, that's better from Waqas Ahmed. The ball before, I mean, having played a lovely shot down the ground in the early over where he just stepped across and hit it sweetly, he tried to really muscle the ball to the boundary. He can't get too carried away here. We know he can hit the ball pretty well. I think he's just got to rely on his timing as well as his power.
Yeah.
And combine the two together.
So Eagles have got 16 deliveries to pick up the 12 for the point. You see the dialogue at the bottom of the screen there. So they should be able to pick up the point and make sure that they don't lose all 4 points to the Phoenix team. But in terms of the actual win, they need a lot of runs really quickly. Need, 49. Well, they're not going to get him with that because that's not just a dot ball, that's also a wicket. Jai Surya honing in on the off stump and connects nicely, and that is a big wicket from one of the players I was expecting a few more runs from. He was looking pretty agile out there in this innings, but unfortunately his day's done. Well, no, his day's done. His match is done because he's going to be back for the rematch coming your way in about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour time.
Yeah, ugly shot. Jai Surya, though, shows his talent. He goes a little bit wider and angles the ball in. So Waqas Ahmed is playing down the wrong line, plays inside it. The ball cannons on to the stump, so he'll go for 19 off 9 deliveries. It means that Usama, who took that sensational catch on the boundary, well, I think the whole world will be watching that catch in a few days' time. He comes in, he's going to get a wide ball to start. Jai Surya looks to do the same thing again, but as soon as he bowls this, he ends up holding his elbow, so he's obviously feeling a little twinge in that one.
Okay, that's interesting. Just keep an eye on that one. I don't remember him being hit when he was batting in the elbow, so maybe that's just a bit of overuse over the last couple of days. Oh, it's hit down the ground. Just fielded just in front of us here. Nice and easily. Cut all over that one. Underarms it very gently. Maybe he saw that Jayasuri was in a bit of awkwardness and said, I'll just gently underarm this back to you. 77 for 4. 47 runs still needed. They need a lot of runs. They've only got 14 balls to get it. That run rate now over 20. Things are looking dire now for the Eagles.
Well, now that's a very interesting shot when you consider you're needing 47 of 14, which now becomes 47 of 13. I mean, it's a short delivery. Why isn't he trying to hit this over the top into that mid-wicket area? He just basically defends it.
You mentioned the other day about Corey with his little scorebook about intent and how he would put a cross or a tick. That gets across.
And
so does that as well. Ambitious shout there for a caught behind. I'm not sure there was anything on that. Umpire says, nah, as you were. So that is going to go in the book as another dot.
Yeah, so I think the chances of getting the win probably disintegrate with that over early game for 7. Good finish there from Jayasuriya with that dot ball. So needing 47 in 12. I can't see that happening because you've got to go for literally 2 magical overs on the spin. But they should be at least looking to get the point. Remember, they will and do have those games in hand over Phoenix. And I think they're the ones that are going to be relying on. So a point could work in their favour. But they wouldn't want to go down to them in the next match. Phoenix, though, it has to be said, has been all over them in this one. They had the better of them, I think, with the bat and in the field.
Yeah,
it's going to be played out. Fielder should. Oh, dear. Well, I don't really know what's going on. He's holding his head. That's Punjabi. Well, Punjabi did take a very good catch out in that area the other day, but this time, well, somehow said, oh, yaar, main ki kar dita, dekh lo. Apna sir phar liya. Kehna pata nahi, kidda nikal gayi baar ball. Kidda nikal gayi. It's gone through him. Goes for 4.
If this game was closer, I think his teammates would want to go over and help him hold his head in shame there. As it is, it's not going to be that close in the end. He's going to get another chance, though. Can he redeem himself? No, it was a bit too wide. I'm not going to make that harsh. Yeah, it was a bit too wide for him to get to. Yeah, those last 3 overs before this one, Rico, it was at 6, 7 and 8. And when you're chasing 14, 15, 16 runs per over, now 20 runs per over, that's the time for acceleration. And if you've got a set batter out there like Sahel, yeah, you do have to beg the question, where's the intent? You know, we're actually not a bad position 4 overs ago. We just need to kick on.
It's been there from the start as well.
Yeah, that's it.
Remember that, being there from the start, 27 of 19.
Carrying his bat.
The intent just isn't there, which is disappointing. And well, at least you can see here from Usma, he is trying. The intent is, you can't say he's not trying. He's not blocking him. So, yeah, Sohail, they might, you know, it's another thing they've got to do here. Sohail, they're being pretty patient with him at the top of the order. But they might think, well, you know what, it's not working for us. Maybe a little bit like we've seen Phoenix do with someone like Jayasuriya. Yeah. You know, it hasn't worked. They made a change, and it worked for them in this match.
That's really true. Really good point. Something to look at. It's going to come down towards us, but it holds up slightly. Kadka gets around, makes good ground, and a good throw back, keeps it to just the 1. I think that's a really good point you raised there, that, you know, have a look at Phoenix, what they did with Jayasuriya. Really good point, Rico. Have a look at Sahel, everybody, and just, you know, Royal Eagles brains trust. Have a think. What if you played him down the order, comes in 4th or 5th? What if you did something like that? What if you tried someone else at the top, like a Waqas Ahmed at the top there? Someone like that, someone a bit more explosive.
Well, you want explosive? He says, here's explosive for you. The thing is, though, it's a consistency that hasn't been there, Sahel. We know that he can crunch it, and we know if he is going to hit the ball, he's going to hit on the leg side. I think even the opposition know that. But on this occasion, he does clear everybody and get a big 6 to get him into the 30s. It also does mean that they will at least pick up a point here.
Yep.
So they secure a point, but I don't think they're going to get the win. There's, I suppose, there is perhaps a slim chance. This one, we're going to have to look at the height of this as well. It's not going to be out. The batters will run 2. And let's just have a look at the height of this delivery to see if it is a legal one or is it too high, because that could be important. He has danced down, so I don't think he's going to get the verdict.
Yep.
Actually, I think that's going to say, well, you did come dancing down the track. So He's a long way, and the ball is on the way down anyway, so
Yep.
just going to be a couple.
Yeah, the umpire in the background there just gives the indication. He just raised his hand and gave the sort of that patting down to say, yeah, I believe that's below the waist. Happy to continue with that one. But good to have another look at that. Last ball of the 9th.
And it will go all the way. So, okay, hold the horses. Hold the horses, because that over now, it does go magical. Now, I said they needed 2 big magical overs. Well, that one goes for 24. And what that now means is that they need 23 off the last. So it ain't over yet. Jayasuriya takes the ball and says, I'm bowling this last over. As the captain, Rajesh Kumar, goes the distance. It's a magical over, 24 from it. The Royal Eagles have passed the 100. Can they get 23 and win the match? Or could they get 23 and take it to a golden ball? That'd be quite amazing.
That's interesting you bring that up in the conversation. Indeed, 22 runs for a golden ball, 23 for the win. And on the back of what we've just seen just then, if Sahel can get on strike immediately, who knows? Maybe he can prove us all wrong. Well, that's not going to help. Dot ball to start with. That's a little bit disappointing there.
Yeah, Usama, that's not the plan. Sahel
Not one bit.
wasn't exactly charging to get on strike either, was he? That's the thing here. You got to. So now they've got 5 balls to get 23. This one has to sail to the boundary. It really does.
Yeah.
And it's sailing, but not to the boundary. Kotka takes the catch. Thank you very much. It's a wicket for Jayasuriya. 2 for 7 for him. He's rubbing his hands with delight when that one is being caught. It's another good catch from Kotka. Once again, that wind that you see there blowing the banners in the background plays his part, holds this up nicely, and safe hands, safe as houses. Thank you very much. Another one bites the dust, and with that, I don't think there's any coming back, because you're literally wanting the new batter to go 6, 6, 6, and 6 to win the match.
Exactly what they have to do. On the other side, if you go 6, 6, 6, and 4, we could end up with a golden ball. So where there's hope, there's runs, or where there's runs, there's hope. However you want to put it. Let's have a look. 4 deliveries left. Safi, what can he do here? The little pocket rocket in the field. Very watchful there. Just allows that one to go through to the keeper. Interesting shot selection, or not shot selection.
Yeah,
that is going to be the ball game, though.
Yeah, that's the ball game. So Phoenix, it's the match that they needed to win, and I think they knew going into this they wanted to get not just this win, but 2 wins. Well, that is 2 wins in the day for them. Oh, wow. Hello.
Welcome,
well,
Safi.
If he could have done this the first ball he faced, it would have been pretty interesting. Now, really, as long as Jayasuriya doesn't bowl a no ball that gets whacked to the boundary, it should be a foregone conclusion. But that's a good hit.
That's
from
a great hit.
Safi.
He has absolutely put everything into that one. Here we go. Oh,
that's going to race away to the boundary as well, you know.
So 6 and a 4, right at the end, right at the death. It's still not going to be enough deliveries for them, even if he went Maximo again. And even if he does do that, they're going to find themselves 6 runs shy, or 5 runs shy of the required target. If I get my math correct, I believe they're still 13 runs short of the win. So what can Safi do here? It
goes back to what we were saying there, doesn't it? Just by changing the batting order, getting a few of these different batters up, if the strike rate is better, then you're in a better place, and that's what they haven't been able to do. So, I mean, Sohail, for all the good that he's done, I mean, when you look at that, 41 of 22, you think that he's done okay. But when you think he's batted all the way through the innings, and what that doesn't show you is the number of dot balls that he played.
Yeah.
And that's where, that's where you lose matches. And Royal Eagles will know that. There was too many dot balls in that innings. The strike rate wasn't great. And Phoenix, well played to the Phoenix. They won their first match against Gladiators this morning, having beaten them last night, remember, in match number 10. They didn't get their second win here, and they are up for this now. They know that if they can get a win in the final match, our final match of the day, in match number 14, then they come into tomorrow with a really good opportunity of, maybe taking that second spot away and cementing it and leaving Eagles agonisingly short. Eagles, they need to bounce back in this one.
They really do, and this is their pretty much a massive opportunity for them to do so. A little disappointed, to be perfectly honest, with how the Eagles went there. I'm just a little bit surprised at sort of that lack of intent in the middle overs. And, you know, we're talking about Sahel quite a fair bit here, and because he's probably carried his bat all the way through, he's, you know, hit a few really good shots down the ground. He's hit a good shot square. He's been a bit animated, but unfortunately, he hasn't done enough for the team. He hasn't had a lot of support around him as well, to be fair as well. But all credit to the Phoenix as well. Couple of wickets, started with a wicket on the first ball of the innings, with Kudka getting that amazing first ball bowled. And then wickets sort of dried up a little bit, and then we got a few boundaries. But if I'm just looking through the overs, the middle overs, so many dot balls and scores of, you know, 3 off the third over, 6 off the fifth over, 9 off the sixth over. Just these small little scores, just not quite enough. Yeah. It was a bit disappointing. The 7th over went for 19. That was a big shining light, that one, but few and far between.
Yeah, look, the way I look at it is very simple. So this is me. I know that a few people in the chat were a bit earlier talking about, you know, coaching players, whether it's catching, bowling, batting, or coaching teams. For me, it's very simple. I'll sit down with the Royal Eagles and I'll say to them, hey guys, how many runs did we lose by? Somebody will say 11 runs.
Okay.
How many dot balls? 19.
Yeah.
It's simple. It is simple.
Yes.
And remember, we were saying this at the time when Sohail was swinging and missing, and I think he swung and missed at 4 balls on the spin and then got a single. All those singles, if you change the dots to ones, you win matches.
Totally.
And I know when players are out there, they don't think that, and they don't feel that, and they don't believe that. They still feel they've got to crunch the ball to the boundary.
Yep.
But when you sit down at the end of the match and say, you lost by 11 runs, there were 19 dot balls. If you got a single, if you made sure there was no dots, you would have won the match.
Yeah.
That's when it hits home. So sometimes it's quite simple. You just got to eliminate in a short format. You can't have dot balls. And he was also batting out there with right-handed. It also would have thrown the bowlers more. There may have been a few more extras in the innings. Number of extras. Let's have a quick look at that. I didn't quite look at the extras in there. So 10 extras. It could have been more extras because the right and left changing over. There's a bit more pressure on the field. So again, it comes down to, you can really, I mean, you can take coaching to sort of the next level, can't you, when you're looking at the fielding and the bowling and the whatever. But you've got to also get the basics right.
I totally agree. Oh, you're absolutely. Dot balls is what's going to kill teams in this format of the game, and you're absolutely right with that. When you've got 60 deliveries to face, if you've got dot balls and more than 15 dot balls, that's a quarter of your allotted deliveries right there with no score done. This is why teams will lose games, because they don't think about that. Cricket is all about stats and maths and numbers, and when you look at the numbers in hindsight, you can see where the errors are, and then you work to fix that with the team going forward. Maybe, as you say, the players can't see it, maybe they can't see the trees for the forest, however what phraseology you want to use there, but they need to understand that that's what it's about. The least amount of dot balls will get you the win. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we had a quick look there at the batting and the bowling. So with the bat, I suppose that Sohail, 41 of 22, nobody else really gave him the kind of support you wanted. We thought maybe Waqas Ahmed was going to do it this time round, but he wasn't able to. He would go, Waqas Khan, of course, I mean, he would go for the 19. On the bowling front, Joseph Kudka now is the leading wicket taker. He goes to 10 wickets with 2 for 14 in that one. Jayasuriya, I think, bowled again that big, good, heavy length. 2 for 18 for him. But as Luke Belgium said in the chat, they get their chance to take revenge in the next match. And yeah, Luke, you couldn't say it any better. So the Royal Eagles, they'll be disappointed. They go down. But hey, they've got a chance to come back. And I think their captain, Shabab Malam, will be saying exactly that to his players. Say, look, me included, wasn't our best game. We didn't bowl at our best. We know we can bowl a lot better and a lot tighter. We allowed them to get too many runs, and we didn't bat well ourselves. So let's go out there, put this behind us. Let's take we got 15 minutes or so. Let's take this to recharge the batteries and go out there and do the business. So that match coming up in 15 minutes time. Join us back in about 15. We're going to take a bit of a break, get some refreshments inside us. Maybe you can do the same. Go out and, well, whether it's a cold drink, whether you're going to make yourself a pot of tea, or it is World Cider Day, whether you want to go out and get yourself a cider or come back and join us for the next match starting in just under 15 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and thank you for joining us on tour here in Romania. Loving some of those shots of the city, and I'm pleased to say that I've been to a lot of those places. Don't know about yourself, Phil, and they do look as magnificent as you see there on your screens. Rico Full here, and got Phil G with me as well. We're getting ready for our last match of the day. Now, remember, don't be alarmed, but there's still plenty of matches to come from Hornchurch. So after this match, you can switch over to see the action happening in the European Cricket Series there in England, where Tina Goff and Nishay Bhatt are talking you through the action there at Hornchurch. But last match coming up here from us, it's the same two teams, the Royal Eagles taking on the Phoenix. The Eagles went down in that last one. Phil, what do you feel the Eagles need to do if they can get their revenge in this one? Very important match for them.
It's a really important match. You can't understate how important this game is coming up. Look, what do the Eagles have to do? You know, they have to take a look at what Phoenix have done. Phoenix have come good. I mean, use the cliche, they've come out of the ashes as a Phoenix does. They have come really good at the right time of the season. Royal Eagles started well. They had a great first day. They've had wins over Bliss Warriors. Suddenly, they just get the wobble. Why have they got the wobble? I think because the batters have not really been applying themselves, and also the bowlers need to have a think about how they're bowling, cut down the wides. That, for me, is just get back to basics.
Yeah, back to basics. Well, let's see what happened at the coin toss first, and we can talk a little bit more afterwards.
Phoenix to call.
Head.
Heads is called. And it is heads.
Bowling.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good game. All the best. Phoenix have won the toss. They're bowling.
So back to basics, like you say. So thing is, though, that's quite an interesting call for me. They just won batting first. So I think I would have probably thought, well, if I won batting first, I don't want to change it. I'd like to have a bat first again. Well, maybe the Phoenix have probably seen some weaknesses there in the Royal Eagles and their batting, and feeling that they can restrict them to a score maybe around about that less than 100, and then go knock them off. Interesting enough, the Royal Eagles are still favoured to win this match. They were favoured, the same sort of percentages in the last one. But I'm with you. I think the Eagles, they would have, not a lot of time they had in between the two matches. Just should be saying to ourselves, hey, look, we weren't at our best. Bowlers, you didn't bowl the same lines that we did earlier. That got us the win in the last few matches that we played. Let's get our lines right. Let's not allow the batters to hit us down the ground. We can set a field for that. And then when we do bat, well, let's just, think about eliminating those dot balls.
Absolutely. This is the thing we were talking about. And if the Eagles took a few minutes between these two games to have a think about and have a review of the dot ball situation, they will see that's where they've lost the game. The dot ball quota between the two teams, I think, would be chalk and cheese, complete disparity. And that, for me, is about getting back to basics and understanding in a T10, dot ball is absolutely criminal. You know, let's say, for example, you let through 15 dot balls, that's a quarter of your innings right there that has not been scored.
Yeah, well, they have stuck with one of the guys who was responsible for the dots. That's Sohail. He's going to be at the non-strikers end. But what they have done is made a change at the top of the order. Looks like Sahud Jan is going to be opening up. So Shahab Alam, who was out for a royal duck in the last match, the captain, he's put himself a little bit lower down the order. Can understand why. He probably thinks, I don't want to be facing this guy again. Kadak, who is the leading wicket taker now in this series, he's coming around the wicket, which is interesting to the batter. That's nicely played. Work to be done by the fielder, and he's missed it. Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that from Rajesh Kumar. He's been fielding so well. Rajesh Kumar, you're not a footballer, son. You're a cricketer, and that's why you got to get down with your hands. He tries to do some dandy footwork, and he misses it. It's going to be 4 runs. It's going to be disappointment for him, and also for Yosak Kadka. He will now return to over the wicket. So whatever he was trying, he only tried it for the one. It's nicely played, straight to the fielder, no run, and yeah, that's nice. And the fielder says, okay, if you're going to come out of your crease, I'm going to make you rush back to get in there.
Yeah, the Royal Eagles, you asked me the question about the Royal Eagles. You agree then that it's a question of basics. It's a question of getting little things right in order to achieve that level, almost a level of perfection, which is not easy to achieve. But you get little things right, that's how you make something perfect.
Yeah, and sometimes I think teams complicate things.
They do.
You often see and hear teams talking about a lot of things in the team talk about what they want to improve, what they want to do. But the one thing they don't talk about is say, well, look, before we do all of that, let's get the basic right. So if we're running between the wickets, let's slide our batting. If let's get the calling. If the ball goes in the air, let's shout and say whose catch it is. All of those little things. If you do all of those right, then you can start to complicate things a little bit more. That's a good hit using the long handle. So John wants to go up the order. He wants to take on the attack of Karak. And at the moment he does as he nails this one. A little bit too short, a little bit of width being offered. And John goes, boom, shaka lagia, 6 runs.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm reminded by a quote from Marco Pierre White, who's a name I think you'll know as well, Rico, being a restaurateur yourself.
Yeah.
Is that he said that about perfection. It's a series of little things done right. And that's all it is in order to achieve perfection.
Yeah.
But there's so many little things involved in every little bit of process. It's an almost infinite amount of things. So that's why perfection is so hard to get to. And it's a word that gets used a lot. I don't choose to use it a lot because I understand what it means. Perfection is something quite amazing. But if you get these little things right, you get ever so closer bit by bit by bit. And that's what it's about. And for me, watching Phoenix's last, say, 48 hours, just watching them get things right and correct and trying something and get it right, tweak it, get it right, and they're moving closer and closer to where they need to be. And I'm liking what I see from them. Eagles, they need to take a little leaf out of their book and have a consideration about that as well.
Yeah, well, that's our 2025 calendar. One thing that I need to remind everybody is that the 1st of December will also be the Euros of women's cricket. I know that we've been blessed with some fantastic women's action on the network this year, and we've got a lot more to come. I think you've got some of that coming in Czechia as well.
Indeed.
And, well, it will all come to a fantastic conclusion on the 1st of December, the Euros of women's cricket. That's just going to get played away. Good running from the two batters. They are challenging the fielders here. Basically, they're saying, right, if you guys want to be deep, we're going to keep taking these singles. They're trying to draw them in closer. And then, of course, the next step would be to try and hit over the top of them. Right, here's Sahel. Hasn't got off the mark yet. Let's see if he can, A, still be in the same form that he was in. He did finish with 41 not out of 22. Let's see if he can keep going. But, again, most importantly, let's see if his strike rate is going to be a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, I want to see how he gets off the mark here. He's a few times it wobbles early in his innings, he does.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cream crackered. That's a beauty.
No wobble.
This is worth looking at again, isn't it? It's right up there. It's one of the top shots. Gets himself in a lovely position. Look how low he goes. And the umpire just watches that go by. Cuatro carreras. What a lovely shot that is. That's elegant to watch. That's right out of the textbook.
Yeah, that is finesse, as you would see it in the textbook. Look it up in the dictionary. You see a little picture there of Sahel playing that shot. That's terrific. Nice way to get off the mark too. Little confidence builder that. Picks up the ball wide outside the off stump.
And
Sahel, what are you doing to me?
And then the ugly swipe.
Oh, no. A tale of two cities, Rico.
This ball is exactly the same area
It is.
of what he just cut. And then he tries to do that. Why? Sahel, why?
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Sahel. It's got to be.
It's just crazy, isn't it?
Oh, that's nuts.
And he knows they've set the trap for him as well. So why do that when you can play the cut shot so well? Now, that one deserves it, and
Totally.
he will put it away. You see, play the ball on merit. That's the thing. And I think that's exactly what John is saying to me. Say, hey, what happened about the ball before?
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. That deserved to be put away in that area. And if it does go to the fielder, he's unlucky. But he plays the right shot. But the ball before, after playing a stunning cut shot, well, for whatever reason, he tried to hoik a ball wide outside the off stump down the leg side. But anyway, he does get another boundary. It's a good start this for the Eagles. 2 balls to go in the second, and they've got 20 on the board. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good ball. That cuts him in half, doesn't it?
Good follow-up from Shah. He's a talent, Shah. I really like his performance so far in this tournament. He's bowls with a good bit of pace. And this one almost cuts the batter in half, as you say, Rico. Look at that. Just straight over the top of the leg stump. Lovely delivery. Knows that there's 20 runs on the board already. He's responsible for 9 of those as Shah. Wants to finish strong here with a good dot, maybe even rattle the timber. Let's see what we can do here. So Hale, he's on 8 from 4 deliveries facing his 5th delivery now. Jan at the non-striker's end on 12.
Works it away. Fielder was out there, can't stop it. I think he was hoping for a kind of bounce, a kind of feel for the fielder a little. He's expecting perhaps his ball to bounce higher, and he's looking to sort of pounce on one. But in the end, it doesn't bounce as high, and he's not able to get his body behind it, and it ends up going through him and goes a fair way up that hill as well. So 4 runs, good finish to the over. So Sohail, it's better from him, a better strike rate. And after 2 overs, it's 24 without loss.
Let's have a look at the standings after that previous game with Phoenix. Picked up the win there. They're on to 15 points. Nice little healthy push into their net run rate as well. Royal Eagles then, they did pick up 8 points. They go up to 13, 2 points astray of Phoenix then. Still staring at a position of 3rd. They need to get into 2nd to be in the chance to play final tomorrow night. So that's why this game is really key. These 2 teams are going to be battling it out for that 2nd position. Bucharest Gladiators are pretty much out of the picture, out of finals contention. But we hope when we see them tomorrow, we're going to see a little bit of fight in the dog, and it's also about the dog in the fight. We want to see that Bucharest Gladiators stand tall tomorrow. 24 for no loss, however, in this innings. It's only 2 overs in. Eagles have started nicely, going at 12 runs and over. And for Phoenix, well, you know, this is a score they're going to have to chase down. They're going to be chasing a big score here for the last innings of the day on a very warm day. I checked the temperature during the break, and it's currently about 30 degrees. Out in the centre, though, it's probably pushing closer to 35. It's quite warm, but there is a breeze. Let's hope it maintains.
That's
short.
That's a Gundy, isn't it? It's a Gundy ball for Jayasuriya.
Oh, no.
First time, I think, in a long time that they haven't gone back to Joseph Kuduk to finish. He normally always bowls himself out. So they go to Jayasuriya. I think this might be because Jayasuriya bowled well in the last match. He took 2 for 18, but he starts with a loose delivery. I did say that yesterday. I think I mentioned it when Jayasuriya came with the ball, that sometimes he does tend to be too short and drags the ball down the leg side. And this one's been hit well. In fact, it's gone into the overgrowth there.
Yeah. So
that's been lost. And the new Grizzly will have to come out. The big shout out, of course, Grizzly Bear Sports, who are our ball provider.
Yep, and we've seen those be flying around the ground and into the pond, into the undergrowth. Not quite gone into the deep dark forest away to our left. That's quite a long shot to put it into there. It's 28 on the board. 2.2 overs gone.
Nice comeback. And gets this one in the right area.
Yeah.
He's a hard worker, isn't he, Jayasuriya? And he may not have had all the luck with the bat, but he hasn't stopped him from giving 100% with the ball. That's hit pretty well over the top of the infield. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good shot to play in the power play. I think the umpire's just checking if this goes all the way or not, but I get the feeling this is definitely bounced before it gets to the boundary. Here we go, down it comes, and just bouncing there for 4. In fact, the fairway inside of that rope. But I can understand the umpires from where they are. Some parts of this ground, because the grass, I mean, with the weather being the way it is, has grown pretty quickly. It does sometimes hide the rope. That's played away nicely. This time it's just a single. I like this from these 2. It's been a good little partnership because not only have they both hit boundaries, they've also taken those singles and ran well.
Yeah. Interesting you mentioned about the rope. I've just noticed if from our viewpoint, we look to the other side of the ground, I lose the rope many times between sort of backward point to backward square. I can see it there, but there's many patches where I can't see it. For the umpires, you're right. They've got the same problem on that side of the ground. You can see a few little patches there. They can't quite see it. Maybe a little bit of curve also of the ground. And also there's a grass. Probably would do with a bit of a haircut. Possibly with only 1 more day to go. It may not happen. But, yeah, umpires, good that they've done that. They've done a great job so far in this tournament too. Shout out to the men in black.
No run here.
Good ball.
Sohail, who... Well, every time he gets the opportunity, I like the way he's practicing the lofted drive over the top of the infield on the offside, but I think it's just his natural game is to try and hoik on the leg side. Though we did see a lovely cut shot from him And that's played nicely. He's going to get it right in between the two fielders who will keep it to just the one.
Yeah, Katka, he overruns that one ever slightly and has to do the big pirouette to find it again. But yeah, just the one run there. So 3 overs gone. Power play done. 34 inside that power play. Not too bad. Not too bad. Good recovery here from the Royal Eagles considering of the loss they've just come off in about 15, 20 minutes ago. And these two go along nicely. So no wickets have tumbled yet. And it's Jan on 21 and Sahel 13 from 7. Jayasuri goes for 10 in that over. Interestingly poised now after the power play and tipped the scale slightly in favour of Royal Eagles, but they need to make the most of this. They've got all their wickets intact.
Yeah.
This is a great springboard for them.
It definitely is, and that little change could work a key for them. So Shahab Alam, it could be him or Ricky Gill that come in next. So they'll be coming into a good little platform here that these two have started. But I'm pretty sure that they're keen, Jan and Sohail, to get a few more on the board before they even think about going back. But let's see how they deal with the bowler. So after having a break, Katka is going to be brought straight back. He's going to bowl over number 4. It's his second. Went for 11 in the first. Oh, look at that one take off. That's a great delivery. It's a great thing is something like that from Sale. So again, it's in an area where we have seen him play. We've seen him cut, but you've got to be playing at this because that ball's taken. If you're going for an aggressive shot, if this gets any of the bat, it's going to fly over everybody and go to the boundary.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
There's no way anybody's catching it. So he doesn't play at the shot. So he sort of steps away from it. And it's a dot ball. He's got to be playing at it. No dots. That's what he's got to be told here.
Yeah. And if they're going to have a offside attack, I would want my third man really fine because of that exact reason, just to protect that area. There is a man there who's just hidden from me away from the umpire there, but you can see him there. I think he's up inside the circle though, or is he back? I can't quite tell. There's my depth perception issue there.
Just inside.
Just inside. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. So he was running off, just practicing his bowling off to the other side. So yeah, I'd want him pretty fine for that edge. I think the keeper would need that assistance. Got him.
He gets a bit of bounce to this. He's going to go. And what a soft dismissal. What a soft way for Sohail to get out. It really is. I mean, what did we just say? If he literally steps into this and puts his bat there rather than just waiting for the ball and swinging hard. You swing hard, you get a thick edge, it's going to fly away. He's just given his wicket away here, and also he's dotted up 3 balls.
I'm confused because he played an amazing cut shot to start off his innings, which we all thought, well, the two of us, we stood together and we applauded that. We said, what a great shot to get off the mark. A lovely shot, that one. And it was. It looked great. He hit it great. He middled it. And this one, just not sure what's going on there as well. Just a brain fade, if you want to call it. I think it's a bit more than that. And he's just managed to get a tickled edge. Look at this. Finest of edges. He sees it into the glove of the keeper. He doesn't even wait for the umpire to raise the finger, and back goes under the arm, marches off, and he says, you know what, folks, I'm done here. I can't do any more.
Right, Alam, who went first ball Royal Duck to Katka in the last match, so he's obviously going to be a little bit concerned with this first ball coming his way. And that's played beautifully. It's a lovely shot. That, I think, is 6 runs. 6 of the best. It's a wonderful stroke. Now, this is the way to deal with it. And so, Harold, if you're watching, rock back, hit it on the up. Lovely shot. Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it? Great shot.
I enjoyed this shot. This is a bit of a pet favourite of mine. This short outside off, the bowler maybe trying to be slightly intimidating towards a batter. But if the batter has the presence of mind to show a bit of aggression and get that edge and elevate at the same time in what I would call an uppercut punch, they're going to get Maximo every time. And that has been played beautifully there. And it's the kind of ball that the bowler has to go back and say, well, why did I put it there? You know, I got to think about my attack now because I've tried to rattle him a little bit. I got it wrong, and he's carved me away for 6. It's better.
We'll get back.
Not sure where he was off though, because that went straight to the player there in the covers. It's I think it's just a Sal Jan, just keen to get back on strike. We saw him in the last match. He was very keen to be moving around. Didn't like to stay in his crease, and a few times he was gesticulating to his batting partner. Actually, wasn't it actually his skipper he was even giving a bit of a hard time to? And we saw previously with the Royal Eagles. And I thought, oh, that's a bit harsh on your skipper. And it was actually Sal Jan going to the striker's end, almost got himself run out. Yeah. And he was really filthy about that. And we were left there saying, well, hang on a minute, you were ball watching, and suddenly the fielding team decided to throw to your end. That's not on your skipper, mate. That's on you.
It's played away nicely. Fielder's got to get down here. He does get down, and, well, I think he recovers.
Oh, has he?
I think he recovers. The batters are having a look at the umpire. The umpire's now on the walkie-talkie. Let's see how much we can see here. Now, the ball, does it get onto... I think does that just bump the rope and come back?
That bumps the rope right there.
I think that bumps the rope and come back. And the fielder, look, he's looking straight at this.
Now, the fielder's just running back, and he's actually doing this.
That's what I want to see, because the fielder, he's got eyes on it, and that is 4 runs. In fact, I think the fielder does straight away, actually, when he looks up, say, yeah, it's 4 runs. So well done to the fielder.
I think the fielder, the first thing he did was to wave apology. But then he sort of did the signal of 4. I think that's what it was. So we'll wait for him to sort of do the 4 signal, then do the apology. He just got it round the other way. But anyway, good honest work there in the field, and a good shot nonetheless as well. 4 overs gone, 44 for 1 on the board. That run rate at 11, which is nicely placed there for the Royal Eagles, looking for them to kick on and put a big score on the board and throw down the gauntlet to Phoenix and say, there you go, chase that. Still a bit of work to do, though. Still a lot of balls to come in this innings.
Okay, time for a little bit of slow stuff and a little bit of spin time from the bowler. And, keeps the foot down, that's important. And now we saw slow bowling work really well, especially yesterday. Here's Mumin. Bit of whip this time in the air, that will go all the way. And even though we have got the wind blowing right into the batters, you can see that from those flags. He hits this well, and the thing with this shot is, if you look at it, it's straight and elevated hard. It's not skyward bound. It's hit it flat and hard, and it gets past. Look at the wind there, by the way. You can see what it's doing to the tape, and that's what this ball is having to contend with when it's hit down the ground. But he gets that good. He doesn't go too high. He gets a good bit of distance on it. Now, they put another fielder back in that area. So they're challenging John to do it again. And John says, well, I'll go the other side instead. This is clever from him. It's a good shot. 6 more. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Ginna, sona. Manos. Riva from the arbitro. 6 carreras más. Nicely done. Good hit.
Wasn't indeed. Really got down to that one and gave it a proper welly. Took the kitchen sink, the bathroom sink, and, well, the his and hers bathroom sink behind that one to put that one out of the ground. Lovely strike. Seen a couple of really big hits to that part of the ground, tempting to put the Grizzly into the pond, and obviously maybe trying to hit the batting cage, which is still sitting halfway down the hill there as well. Haven't bothered to rescue it because it'll just get hit back there again.
Mom in. It's high. Going, gone. Adios, Bolota. Well, we were talking about the batting cage. This one is probably going to end up in the batting cage. It's right in the hit zone. And when you've got a batter like John, who can go right down on that knee and get right under it, it's going to travel. And that's exactly what he does. He gets the full momentum off the swing in that, hits it out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. 6 carreras más. 6-6-6. I don't think we've had that in the tournament so far.
I don't think so. Even when we had Nakvi and Sasanga on fire on day 1, I don't even think we saw 3 in a row. That is some good hitting. That's really, really good hitting.
So Momin, unless he picks up a wicket here, it's a gamble that hasn't quite worked, and they get that acceleration going straight away to the Royal Eagles. John ain't done yet by the look of it. Quicker delivery, gets bat onto ball here. The fielders are gonna make the stop. Look at the feet. Oh, how close are those legs to the rope there? That's Jaisuri, I think, who's down here. He starts to slide. Does that foot go back? No, I think he just stops himself. It's almost like the other fielder's trying to kick him out of the way. Keep those feet away from the rope, he's saying.
I reckon if the foot had gone over, there would have been a bit of body contact there.
And just chasing. Iba, flicked back. And the batter will just take a single, so it's a good over. 21 coming off it. And that's exactly the acceleration that the Royal Eagles were looking for. 65 for 1 at the halfway point.
Oh, what a great over that was. That was incredibly good over. 21 off it. How about that? So we welcome into the commentary equally here, myself, Phil G, with Rico Full here on a very warm afternoon. It's gotten dark here suddenly. Let's turn the lights on. We are a little bit sort of dark. Should we try and step forward into the light? Sorry about that.
I think it's just where the sun is the way we are. But yeah, we are here. Hello, everybody. And glad you can join us on a lovely sunny day, as you can see in Romania. Well, you see our start because it's bright behind us at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why that's glowing, and we're not glowing so well. But we're loving your company. We've loved your company all day. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. And, of course, the action, don't forget, though this is the last match here. We welcome your random questions, by the way, whatever it's about. But don't forget the cricket does continue there in Hornchurch as well.
Indeed.
As we do get ready for, I think there's the captain, Rajesh Kumar, is going to turn his arm over.
Starts as a leg side wide, though.
Good leave, actually, this from John.
It was good leave. Yeah, we've seen a couple of people chasing after the leg side. There's been a few curious ones. Actually, I remember in Bliss Warriors, Aranga De Silva, he went to chase one on the leg side wide and he took his hand off the bat. You know, if you remember this one, Rico, took his hand off the bat and I'll just let it go past. Ended up getting a bottom edge, went for 4. It was almost astonishing attempted leave and turned into a 4.
It's worked away, just pushed away. That's good batting. This is exactly what we were talking about before. It's not there for a boundary shot. There's no point swinging at it and missing at it. Just gets a little punch away on the leg side, and they take the single.
Yeah, 67 for 1 there. There you go. It's interesting to see how the second half of this innings pans out, because that's a really good bit of scoring there, going at 13 per over in the first half for the Royal Eagles. It's really what they want. It's the tonic they really needed there, and maybe they've heeded our advice about the dot balls, because they have been scoring pretty freely. They've been looking for singles. They've been hitting the ball hard. Be interested to have a look at the stats maybe during the match break, just to see how many dot balls they've allowed and whether they've cut that down. My gut feeling is if they have cut it down, and I think that's a really good move by them. So Jan is having a terrific innings. He's 43 from 18. He's just punched that one down the ground. Gets through the infield. He's going to move to 44 from 19. Good quick throw back to the keeper. Just keep everybody calm and honest. Alarm on strike now. So score has been motoring along nicely, ticking over very well for the Royal Eagles.
Eagles, remember, on this occasion it was them that were put into bat. Remember when they put the Phoenix into bat, it was they who ended up second best. Not quite out the middle, but he's going to get lucky. And this is what we were talking about before. If you're going to swing hard, then maybe you will get lucky. You'll get a little bit of that suerte.
Yep.
And it is Alarm who gets a bit of that suerte. He'll get 4 runs. So if you're going to swing, don't push at it. Don't try and just push at the ball. Give it everything you got.
Absolutely agree with that one, especially if you've got a bowler coming on who's got a bit of pace. You get the slightest bit of, it could be a feather edge, it could be a thick edge, it doesn't matter. But if you swing hard and if you connect in the middle, it's going to fly. If you connect with an edge, it's equally going to fly, but in the other direction.
Okay, well, he's going for it again. It's in the air. It's once again going to elude everybody. And
oh!
This is...
Has
we're
he
having
done
a
the
breakdance party out here. Well,
it's a gymnastics display out in the outfield, Rico.
Has he
Oh, I hope he hasn't done a
pulled
damage.
a muscle or something here? But he's
Please
all
tell
over
me.
the place trying to stop this. And now he says, just go back on the boundary. He said, just go back on the boundary. We'll have to save that one for later, but he was all over the place. He was spinning around, wasn't he? Spinning
I
around.
thought we were going to have a gymnastics-related injury there as he went down and almost did the splits. He's okay, though.
Oh, wow. Now, he's going to be wide. For a moment, I thought that might have gone over the stumps because the batter did seem to move a long way.
Yep. Let's look at this one again.
Look at this here. Yeah, long way across, but no, it's okay.
Yeah. Fair enough, fair call. I thought it cut in a little bit more than that, but no, you're right. That's missed by quite a fair way in the end. The 76 one. Last ball, the 6 coming up. Been a better over this one, albeit that 11's come from it, but at least it hasn't gone for the full. But let's see what happens on this one.
Watches that carefully there. Taking on the fielder. In comes the throw. The wicketkeeper does well. And that's Bilal Ahmed. They'll take the single. Good tidy little over there from the captain.
Yeah.
The 12 from it after that big one from Momin that went for 21. 77 then for 1 at the end of 6 overs.
There you go. So going along nicely. The run rate just drops ever so slightly under 13. But Royal Eagles, they've only lost the 1 wicket. They've got carte blanche to get stuck into the bowling over these next 4 overs here. Look at that. Saljan at the top there, 44 from 19, really playing a great innings here for the team. He's learnt the lesson from the previous match and he's buckled down, and I think he's playing a terrific innings here. Really stepped up here, one of the senior players for the team, and putting together a good partnership again after they lost Sahel a couple of overs ago now. But a good score getting on the board here, definitely threatening the 120s with this current run rate.
Heavy length, and he's played under that, missed out on it, bowling. And this is Ali Haider comes into the attack. 1971, many great players have had inauspicious test debuts. Victor Trumper, Don Bradman, Martin Donnelly, Lee Hutton, Graham Gooch, Michael Holdings, Sahid Anwar, Shane Warne, and on this day, Imran Khan kicked off his top-level career. That's up in the air. It's going to get it in the gap, is he? This time it's been well handled. Just going to be a single. Not tiring themselves too much with the running out there. Just a simple single. So, yeah, Imran Khan, we talked a bit about Mr. Whippy earlier, didn't we? Wasn't Macron?
Yeah.
But Imran Khan kicked off his top-level career on this day in 1971 with 5 runs and 28 wicketless overs against England at Edgbaston. So it doesn't always start well.
You've got to start somewhere. Yeah, it's true. Some people expect, class right from the get-go, but there's a good case in point of we always have to start somewhere. Sometimes it's a bit modest.
Yeah, I think this is the wide. It's one of those that pops up.
Yeah.
And I'm comfortable this goes over the head. I suppose if he is standing upright in his crease, it could do, but it has been called a wide.
Okay. Hayder, I've been impressed with Hayder's bowling in this tournament so far. Been very economical. However, that's gone up in the air. Chance for catch. Deep mid-wicket says too far for me, and I've tipped it over the bar for a 6. Chasser goes into the books. I thought he was in with a chance there, and then it was that sudden urgent back pedal. He realised, well, the wind has not done what it's supposed to do. And yeah, I don't think it was in any chance to catch that one, to be perfectly honest. It looked like it was always going to go over. That is indeed 50 up, though, for Jan. That's what they hear the cheer in the background, about 50 off 20 deliveries. He's played a blinder. Yeah,
well done to Jan. He gets the nod to open the batting, and he's hasn't put a foot wrong so far. This is flat batted. It's a... Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear. You can see this happening. The fielder is charging in. And I think it might even be the captain. I think it's probably Rajesh Kumar. He goes charging in. He puts himself in no man's land. He can't take the catch. He can't stop the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. So 6 and 4, hungry for more, Jan. And he certainly would like some more. That's how his 50 came up. But he's already moved on to 54. That's going to be a wide. So that will have to be bowled again by the bowler, Ali Haider.
It's a good spread of runs there, having a look at the wagon wheel there, isn't it, Rico? He's got 40% of his runs on the offside and 60%, call it 60% on the leg side. But, he looks pretty strong at mid-wicket and then through the covers. Very strong indeed.
Yeah, that's why it's difficult to set the field to him. That's why they've tried to spread the field across as much as they can with the 5 that can go out. And just as you talk about it, it's a bit of a rash one from him.
Yeah.
That shot, that's the right ball for him just to time onto the leg side. They've got nobody back at square leg because they're trying to cover all of those angles, and that wagon wheel showed us there quite nicely why it's difficult to set a field to him. He's hit on the offside, he's hit on the leg side. So they've got mid-wicket, a wide long on, a long off, and then they've got 2 out on the offside because he does like the uppercut and cut. So square leg's vacant. That last ball, he just had to guide into that square leg area. All right, goes aerial. There is a field. Oh, he's fallen over.
Oh, no.
Ay, yaar, gir gaya. Munda gir gaya, catch bhi gaya thalle. This was the chance. And he get all excited. You know when you get all excited? It's mine, he says. He gets so excited, he falls over. Look at this.
No.
It was down, he goes down, and he just has to lie there and watch the ball go over his head for 6. Oh, no. Well, that's the comedy blooper of the day. And the fielder, he was going to take the catch. He gets ready. He trips over his own feet, ends up on the floor, and he sees the ball going over his head for 6.
He'll tell everybody, I would have had that. Guaranteed after this innings, I would have had that, fellas. If my shoelaces hadn't been tied together, I would have had that. No. Day 4 of 4 tomorrow. It's the last day of the ECS tomorrow. We start with Bucharest Gladiator against Royal Eagles. Then Bliss Warriors are back against Phoenix. Bucharest Gladiators take on the Royal Eagles, and then Bliss Warriors will finish the the round robin action against Bucharest Gladiators, who've got 3 games tomorrow. How about that? And the final, of course, first on the standings versus second on the standings. Hence why we are loving this contest between these two teams, because they're the teams battling it out for second place on the standings.
Definitely, and this is why the Royal Eagles will know that this is a huge match for them. They want to hit back. If Phoenix get another win here, then the Royal Eagles are going to have to be 100% at their best tomorrow. And they will play, of course. They've got 2 matches against the Bucharest Gladiators. Phoenix only do have the 1, and it's against Bliss.
It's nice to look at that. Cramps him up for room. Can they just spin it round the corner? They're going to go for a back for 2. It was a little bit of a casual attempt at fielding that one. Maybe the heat's getting to a few of the outfielders.
Yeah, we'll take a toll, but that again is what we're talking about. With the field being set as it is, if you do go to the square leg area, then even though Jai Surya has now pushed that man back, there was always going to be 2 there. So he's pushed the man back, so that means that point has come up into the circle. So this is Alam, who steps right across, and in doing so, he means he misses the ball, I think. Don't try, we've talked about this so much, about keeping it simple. Yep. Don't try and get too funky. I mean, you don't have to do this. You've got a good score on the board already. You've got plenty of time to try and take that to a 125 to a 130 score, which it could be enough to win the match. So just keep doing what you've been doing.
Totally agree. Yeah, the batter who moves around in his crease is usually the batter who ends up looking a little bit silly. I remember during the night series calling that one, it was a couple of batters there for, wasn't Beveren, no, it was for Antwerp. And a couple of quality batters, when they stood straight there, delivered, crack, 6. As soon as they started moving around, missing. Just astonishing how a batter who moves around thinking he's putting off the bowler, he's putting himself off. He's changing the line and length while the bowler is sticking to his guns, and it's the batter who's becoming upset.
Yeah.
Incredible. It can happen sometimes. It can happen a lot of the time, actually. So I'm not a fan of batters moving around like that.
Well, it's happened here. I mean, that's another dot ball here now. So look what's happened. It's been 2 runs and now 3 dots. And that's going to be 4 dots. Oh, well, this time the umpire goes the way of the batting side. These are always difficult ones because of the angle. But
yeah.
I still feel that he might have just snapped that in, you know.
I was trying to see where the shadow of the ball had actually pitched and gone across. It's very hard to tell. Well, umpire's there for that decision, of course. Shouts of 1-1-1. And it is just 1.
Yeah, so good over, though, so far, this from Jai Surya. Just after the last couple of overs, went over the 10 run mark. 19 of Ali Haida, 12 of Kuma. Before that, 21 of Momin. A good over here is exactly what Phoenix need. 100 on the board. And that's been worked away nicely, and it's not going to be stopped by the fielder. Very powerful forearms. That tells me the story of that shot from Sohud Jan. So he now moves to 64 of 24. They kind of needed that boundary at the end of the over. It means that 8 runs come off the 8th. It takes them to 104 for 1. 12 balls to go, and they would like to push on past that 127. I mean, one thing that they would like to do is put the biggest score that we've seen so far in the tournament, and that means getting past the 127 that Phoenix themselves got to when they chased down the 125 that the Bucharest Gladiators put on the board batting first.
Oh, wouldn't they love to do that? That would be a real stamp of authority here. Indeed. Hey, look, our new best friend Danielle is back in the chat again saying hello to everybody. And Danielle, I can tell you the prizes, little gifts you gave us in the cool box have gone to a good place, a really good place. Just been mishit down the ground. So once again, thank you to Danielle at looking after us there. Putting her back in the chat there. Danielle at Kiratsa, thank you very much for looking after Rico and myself. We look forward to seeing you back here at the ground tomorrow, and we will look after your cool box full of ice, although, as Rico said earlier, might have to start wearing that ice soon, because it is quite warm here. It really is. There might even be a bit of an ice fight later on.
Danielle, you were a lifesaver, I've got to say.
Wasn't
Thank you very much indeed. That's going to be worked away. Fielders should deal with it, will do. Just going to be a single on this occasion, John. And let's see how Alarm goes here now. So 23 of 15. He couldn't quite get the best of Jai Surya. Let's see how he handles Shah.
Yeah, indeed. Shah's been pretty impressive in this tournament. I feel like he's bowled without a lot of wicket success, but I think he's been bowling quite economically. I've enjoyed his pace, his variation. He's quite a tall character, so he lets the ball go from up high, and when he wants to put a really quick short ball in, it can get quite scary. Almost like that. Thank you for obliging with that delivery. That's kind of what I'm talking about. It's that one where he lets it go a little bit short of a length, and it just rear up on the batters. And they're not always ready for that. Good delivery.
Yeah, that tucks him up. Alarm doesn't help himself because he's kind of walking forward as well.
Yes.
He wants to play the Hollywood shot, and as I like to say, if you have got a bit of pace behind you, well, bang it in, because, well, the closer you get to me, the harder it is for you to get away because the ball comes to you quicker.
That's exactly right. Shah in again.
It's up in the air. That will go all the way. It's a lovely shot. He was kind of expecting this. He's found the fielder a few times on the ground level. So John, so he decides I've got to go over the top, and he does, and he gets this beautifully. He just got, you know, you were mentioning before that some batters just tend to get more power in those little short arm jabs.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Mohamed Babar, for example, there for Pakar Care and also for Spain, he sometimes never really gets that bat to come higher than sort of his shoulder height. He tends to stop the shot and not have the bat to come all the way over the shoulder, but he's got so much power in that little bit area. And that's exactly what John is doing here. That's a really good shot. He's in the 70s here now, 71. What we got here left? I mean, the chances of getting the ton probably not going to be on because he's got to really look to be facing every single ball. But
That's it.
I'm not going to put it past him, you know.
No, never know. Always in with a chance. Oh, has to cross that one. Get the one. Yeah, you mentioned about that little jab, the short arm jab. I think good shout out to Barber from Pakar Care, definitely. I was also thinking of Sudesh Wickramasekara from Czech Republic. He doesn't need a big backlift. His backlift could literally be 45-degree angle and then whipped, and it's gone for the biggest six you'll see of the day. He does that.
You are talking about the beast.
The beast indeed.
Yeah, the beast.
I tell you what, when he has a backlift, oh my goodness, need time for a new ball.
And now then. What do you make of this? He kind of leaves the field of play here. What do you think here? So he's running here. He does go off. Look, he goes out of the field of play, then comes back in.
I think his step before he touches the ball is in the field of play, though, so there's that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting one when they look at this. Cause
I wonder how the umpires and the third umpire will read this one. It looks like he stepped.
So if we go here again, so this is the shot. We just have a look at the field as he's coming in. So he's coming in here. He does go out. He goes from inside and out.
Steps inside and then touches the ball. Is that okay, though? Because his step before there, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
It's when you come from outside and then you touch the ball, you're in a bit of trouble.
That's
But
right,
I think he's okay. So in the end, that's a good bit of footwork.
Yeah, footwork does the trick quite nicely. 11 come off that over from Shah. So they have slowed things down again. 115. Can they finish well here? I think, again, you've got to... Look, they've only lost to one wicket. So they've got to, if they don't get past the 130, I think they feel that they've missed the boat here slightly.
Yeah, yeah.
So they want a good big over here. Alarm will be on strike. Now, he has played and missed out a few. And it's going to be up against Kuma. And gets a glove to it, but can't hold on to the catch. So a little bit of luck for Alarm. And the bad news for Kuma is that they are going to also rotate. That's definitely an edge. Definitely a chance that goes down.
Yep. Was indeed. So that does go down as a chance. So that's one run off the over thus far. I agree with you, Rico. If they don't get to 130 here, I'll feel that Phoenix win the over. Because when you've got one wicket down and you've got a couple of batters out there, he must be seeing the ball quite well. This partnership must be at least worth 50. Shot. There's another. There's a big six. Scorers have to run for cover. They acknowledge the six and acknowledge they're okay. Well, fellas, you okay over there?
Ian Latin was asking us earlier if Samir's been going to the gym. Well, he moves pretty quickly to get out of the way here. Unfortunately, our camera angle can't swivel around that much, but Samir got up quickly to run out of the way. Wolfie Marzi was, he was out of there, and even Shub. So attacking the scorers, big hit, 122. Still 4 balls to go in the innings. John on 78. Wide ball. Yeah, it's a wide ball. He's all over the place, but the ball is a wide. Kuma doesn't like it, but it's the right call.
Is indeed. So still got 4 deliveries to go. And do you think Jan's got the 100 in the back of his mind? Do you think he knows he's even close? Well, close, albeit 22 runs shy.
It's possible. Oh, well, that one's going to be missed, though. It's good comeback, slightly slower delivery.
Yep.
I thought I heard something on that, you know. I wonder if he's got bat and he's gone into the ground. It certainly sounded like there was bat there.
He did look to the bottom of his bat immediately afterwards, but I don't know whether it's because the bat hit the ground.
He's played it into the ground. Watch this.
Yep,
into the ground.
that's
so there
what
was
it is.
bat.
Yep. There you go.
Good job we're not hearing things. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that is a beauty. And, well, I'll tell you what. That was Rudolph. Well, Rudolph, we know that Rudolph does have a red nose. And Rudolph in the tower. And Rudolph, the red-nosed cameraman. Because, look, he's following this one all the way. Oh, yeah. That was right. Rudolph, give us the thumbs up. We want to know you're okay. That's a good 6. Rudolph, are you with us, Rudolph? Santa calling Rudolph.
There he is. Well done. Well done.
There's Rudolph. He's giving us the thumbs up.
Good man.
129, so the highest score batting first. In fact, the highest score full stop. Done. Now another full toss. It's another biggie. Boom. Shaka lagia ke wa ke hanial ke grande. 6 más. He has moved to 90. So 90 on the board, 135 for 1. Unfortunately for him, though, there's only one ball to come.
Oh, that is such a shame. It looks like, Eric, here comes the ball running down the side of the bear, that big, massive advertising bear, the flag that's on the side of the hill just behind us here. Last ball of the innings coming up. 90 on the board for this man. Crash, crunch. It's going to bounce and go to the player. They're going to get 1. Not going to chance a second. Why bother? It's just the 1. Jan finishes on 91. What a stellar performance that is from 32 deliveries. Ably assisted from Alarm there, 26 from 18. And there's a few handshakes around. The game's not done, but there's some handshakes with the batters there from the fielders. The game's not done, fellas. There's still a bit to do. But I'm not sure why they're all sort of congratulating each other.
It's almost like the wicketkeeper there. That's Bilal saying, I could have had you, you know, but you were just out of reach. You went to my glove. But that's the way it started when they were dancing around the Grizzly. But John, look, I like the fact that he said, look, I want to be up the order, and he batted beautifully. How about that for a shot from Sohail, showing that he can't play out on the offside, but then he forgot about that shot. He plays it once, forgets about it, and then he just started following balls down onto the offside, started trying to put them away by walking into them. That was never going to work for him. And eventually he would just kind of give his wicket away. But on the other end, John just kept on finding the boundary.
He did indeed. And he's played a belter of an innings here. There was Sohail losing his wicket, just gets a feather edge and pretty much walked as soon as the keeper acknowledged that it was taken, didn't wait for the umpire to do anything about it. Desperate work in the field there. But that was Nomin who put up his hand and honestly said, no, guys, that was a boundary. I muffed that one up on the boundary line. Sorry. And then it was a continuation of these two. I've got to say, really enjoy this from Alam and from Sayed Jan there that gets the 91 from 32. Some of the striking in the middle part of the innings was quite astonishing. The hits towards the square side of the boundary on the leg side, deep mid-wicket was absolutely peppered. And if it wasn't there to be hit on deep mid-wicket, you know what? He would go on the offside. And that was calamitous. Unfortunately for the fielder, he went down before the ball went over the boundary line. Could only watch it sail over his head.
That reminded me a little bit about Shah in Madrid. I know that Thomas Martinez, who was in the chat, will know what I'm talking about. The only thing was, this time there was no baseball mound for him to fall over.
I remember that. I was watching with that live when it happened. Yes, I remember that.
But no, you're right about John. Really good, sweet hitting. And just for a moment there, we thought they might just fall behind trying to get to that 130, but he picked it up well at the last over, didn't he? When he went pretty brutal to the captain. Well, that one went up to the bear and then came all the way back down again. So there's that beautiful What Are They See a cricket ground as we take a look at the scorecard. And on this one, not really too much to look at. We know who the main contributor was. A fantastic knock of in the end, 91 of 32 deliveries. A lovely knock there from Sahud Jan. Sohail, I think that's probably better from Sohail than what he did in the last match. 13 off 10.
Weirdly enough, you're right.
He gets out of the way. Somebody else comes in. Alarm 26 of 18. Not at his fluent best, but he does enough to give John enough strike for them to get 136 on the board. So again, it comes back to sometimes being out there for a long time but not having a healthy strike rate can stop you getting to a high score. So that's probably a very good example of it.
I agree completely. Yes, totally. 21 off the final over 2 in case you missed it, and just 1 wicket there to Cudcut right at the very top there, 1 for 21 off his 2. Unfortunately, the other bowlers went wicketless. A few of them came for a little bit of stick there as well. Momin especially came for him for stick at 1 over for 21 runs. So a couple of overs worth 21 there, which helped the score to get to 136 for Phoenix. So they have really thrown down the gauntlet to the Royal Eagles. And you know what? I'd like to think that this is a bit of a lesson they've learnt from the previous match when they were beaten by Phoenix. So Royal Eagles have spun this back around on its head, and let's see how this is going to pan out. Join us back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time for the run chase. 137 runs required by Phoenix to pick up the win here. They'd have to hit the biggest score on this ground for this particular series in order to get that win. Can they do it? They got the talent, they got the firepower, but have they got it in them to do it? It's the hottest part of the day. It's a very warm temperature out there. It's about 35 degrees out in the centre. It's about 32 degrees here in the tent. We're going to get our cool drinks on and get the fan working again, and we're going to see you back here very shortly. Phil G and Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. We're saying we're going to see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back everybody to this lovely ground here in Romania. This is the Romania ECS, the 2025 edition. Phil G here on comms for you to take you through the run chase as you hear the scream from the Royal Eagles as they come out onto the field. Very buoyant after their effort with the bat and feeling very keen to defend a total of 136. You see there the bonus point equation. That's pretty straightforward stuff, really. If the Phoenix team, if they can get this in 7 overs or less, they're going to get themselves a bonus point. That's a big ask. And 95 or less to restrict that team to. That's for the Royal Eagles to get all 4 points here. Wouldn't they love to get all 4 points as well? That would be fantastic. So that's what we're currently facing as the teams all make their way out into the centre. And they are about to get going now. You can see they're all sort of lining up and getting ready. And we've had a pretty good little break here. Hope you've had a good break as well. And hello there to Jake Stewart, who joins in the chat. Good to see you. Oh, Wasmatron, you're in the chat too. Didn't see you pop in there. Hello there, Wazza. And Wayne's joined us as well. Always good to see you, Wayne. I know we're in safe hands when I see Wayne in the chat. And fantastic to see Thomas Martinez as well. Johnny He, you're all in there. Good to see you. And I see you've all appreciated that really good innings put on the board there from that man, Saojan. In the last innings, it was a cracky innings. Bit unlucky not to get the ton, really. He was looking like he was on for it. He managed to secure 21 runs in that last over too to get the score up to the highest score that we've had so far in this tournament. It was 136 off the 10 overs. That's a really good effort from them. Phoenix, well, they are going to have to bat their hearts out to pull in 137 runs. That run rate already starting to look a bit steep. I tell you what, a couple of tight overs, and this could be very difficult indeed. But the Royal Eagles, they're going to feel very good about this. They looked quite down and dejected when they lost their previous match to Phoenix in emphatic style. I felt that they really didn't put in a good show. So here we go. The run chase starts, and we start with a wide. Jassy has got the ball. He's going to start things off. Bilal Ahmed, he's got a bit to do at the striker's end. And, of course, it's good to see Unai Krishnan. He's at the non-striker's end. Glad to see he's got another chance to try and open the batting. I've been impressed with him. He hasn't put it together since he's opened, so this may be his last chance to try to put a good score together as an opener. Otherwise, he might get dropped back down into the middle order. Interesting to see how it goes here for Phoenix. Shouts a catch. It's been mishit. It goes to, well, just through mid-off, who just used his foot and kicks it to the man in covers who was running around to help him out. Nice bit of teamwork, that. Interesting stuff. So the run chase has started. 2 on the board. And we start with a wide and a single, a miss-hit single down the ground. Jassy here with the job to try to start things off for Royal Eagles by keeping things nice and tight. Need a good start to Phoenix. Need a really good power play. Need to get it close towards, high 40s, even a 50 of the power play just to try and take the pressure off. That's a cracking delivery, that one. Good dot ball. Rico and I were talking about dot balls in the previous innings, talking about how important they are, and it may sound very academic to people who've been watching T10 for a very long time. For those who maybe who new to T10 and still thinking about tactics, and also maybe thinking about tic-tacs as well. I'm always thinking about tic-tacs. I miss them. Tactic-wise, the team generally that has the least amount of dot balls in their batting is the team that will win. That's clipped uppishly and nicely. It's going to run away for 4 runs. Nice shot, that. Apologies for the silence there. Just had something just crawling around on the base of my ear there. That was interesting. There was a little something just inside the headphones here with me. We've got a few creepy callers around here. We've had our we call it our local house spider. He's been living inside the fan. We've got a small little fan on the table here that's rotating back and forth. And there's a very small little spider, no bigger than a 10-cent piece, an Australian 10-cent piece wide, including his legs. And he just occasionally turns up on top of the fan and crawls back into the fan. He hasn't been chopped up. And at one point we saw him on the other side of the desk, and we hypothesised that he'd been knocked out of the ground completely. That's shot along the ground to a backward point reach. Just saying goodbye to one of our blue crew who's heading off this afternoon. He's done his job here today. Big shout out to that man, Nicholas, as he walks off. I'm going to see him in Prague next week, so I'm looking forward to working with him again. Cheerio. Thanks so much for all your help here today, my friend. Look forward to seeing you soon. We continue. Score is 7 without loss, 4 balls in. just loses run up, does the bowler. I think he wanted to give a shout out to Nicholas as well and just say, good work there, my friend. Blue Crew have done a fantastic job here. I need to give a shout out to everyone in the Blue Crew who's done a sensational job here. The reason being, though, I think even more so is because we were here originally only for Monday the 26th of May through for a week. And by now, we probably all would have been home yesterday. And we've all managed to pull together, rearrange the schedule because of the awful weather and the awful state of the ground that we had to put up with last week and the cleaning job that had to be done here at the ground. We all put our hands up and said, no, you know what, we'll stick around. We'll dig deep, we'll stick around. The temperatures were 15, 16 degrees, torrential rain, mud. It was awful. Clothes got messed up. Shoes got absolutely disgustingly drenched in mud. You know, sometimes we go back to the hotel just covered from foot to knee, even up to our waist, just in flecks and specks and thick mud. And the crew have done a fantastic job. Nicholas is one of those who's just left the ground, so my hat's off to him and to the whole Blue Crew who've put it together here with several of the volunteers here at the ground as well. And thanks so much to the Romanian Cricket Federation too for helping us out with the clean-up duties to get this series back up and running. And it's so good to be able to bring you some live action from here. It's the end of the first over. 8 on the board, chasing a big score they are, Phoenix, but 8 on the board without the loss of wickets. 107 matches since the golden ball. Something inside of me, something deep inside tells me this may not be the golden ball match we're hoping for, but you never know. This is T10 after all. People saying hello to Jacob there. Hope Jacob's done all his homework first before he joins in. I'm sure Jacob's parents probably tell him that. Say, look, you can join the chat, you can join the YouTube chat, you can say hello to Rico and Phil, but you must do your homework first. How about that? And when dinner's ready, we need you at the dinner table. But Jacob, thank you for joining us. It's always lovely to see you there in the chat. It's good to see everyone in the chat as well. Hope you're all having a great Tuesday. So 107 matches since that golden ball. Not sure we'll break it on this occasion, but you never know. It's going to be Waqas Ahmed is going to continue the attack, steaming in from this southern end. Oh, gets the under edge. Keeper gets a little glove on that, and that may stop that from going all the way to the boundary. Fielder reaches down at the very last minute, decides to step on the ball instead of hitting it with his hands. In the end, probably actually a pretty good move. And a couple of fielders give themselves high fives for that effort as well. Keeper gives a round of applause. Saved a boundary. Just the change of mind from extending the hand, in which case the ball could have bounced away. Instead, he's pretty much stopped on the ball. And it stops the ball from getting to the boundary. So well done there. 10 on the board. Bilal Ahmed, he's on 4 from 4. Unakrishnan 5 from 3. Waqas Ahmed is just settling into his first over here. Up in the air. It's not going to be caught. No, tries the old over-the-shoulder catch. Had to put the hand up to hide the sun first. And then when he did that and dropped the hands again, it was already that ball was probably going to be very hard to see. Really not sure he could actually see that one. And that one more time. Watch this. Gets the boundary line, and with his foot, he's... Oh, is that right foot? I think it looks like it's leaning on the rope there. Umpire's having a good look at that as well. We're going to have a roll back and forth one more time. Just pause for a second. So what looked like a bit of a spill of a catch may turn into a boundary. Is that conclusive enough? What do you think, folks? You know what? I can't quite see the rope underfoot. That's what I'm looking for, the rope under that right foot, because he's touching the ball there. And going to wait for that call. Going to bring in Rico here. Rico, you've just come back and joined me. You're watching this replay closely with me. What's your thoughts?
I can't see anything conclusive to see that rope move. So I think having looked at it a few times, they're probably going to have to say we don't see the rope move. There's nothing conclusive. So I think you'd have to just say we give benefit of the doubt to the fielder and take the honesty of the fielder and say, I didn't touch the rope. I didn't touch it, Gov. I didn't, I promise. And yeah, they're going to go with his word. So it's not going to be a boundary. So in the end, he does make the stop. The breeze does start to pick up, but not really coming in here. Though the sun is starting to come through.
Yeah, indeed. The sun has moved right across the back of the tent now. So we've had to take the cover from, well, take my cover down on my side of the tent and get the cover up on Rico's side of the tent as it moves across the sky behind us. Waqas Ahmed continues. Well, that ball doesn't get up as high as the batter thought. Batter looks back to the umpire as though to say, what can you do with that? Can you help me with that? Umpire says, that's not my fault. That's you playing the ball, mate.
Better line. Better line being bowled there, though, isn't it, Phil? One thing that we did
Yeah.
say is that in the earlier match, when these two played, that the opening bowlers, Waqas Ahmed was one of them, Jussie was the other, just didn't bowl the right length to the batters, and the likes of Bilal was having a field day. But you can see here, different story so far, 6 balls, 6 runs. He hasn't been able to hit down the ground, hasn't had one pitched up. He hasn't had the half volley to go after.
Nicely played into the covers there. Going to run a quick one. Put the bit of pressure on the fielder there in the covers. I just saw something in the chat, Kroom. You just caught my eye there. You mentioned Tish in commentary over there in Hornchurch. Obviously, Tina and Nish. That's clever. That's nice. I like that. Rico, we should come up with something.
But with us?
Yeah. Because we're going to get a lot of gigs together this
We
year.
are, yeah. Well, hopefully there's not too many changes. I know Bulgaria, I might have to stay in Bulgaria a little bit longer, which means that...
Oh, yeah, that's
right.
right.
This is the catching chance. Let's focus on this first. And it's taken.
Done.
It's a big wicket. And once again is Arun Kumar, who, after finding his form yesterday, we thought he was going to be a big player here today. Arun Kumar made that fine 41 of 19 to get Phoenix the win against the Bucharest Gladiators, chasing that 107 target. But today, he just hasn't had the good day. He's just been out. I don't think he's ever got... I think he got to 11 in the last match. That's been his best today. Now he gets 5 here. Hasn't been able to get going. He goes back. Having said that, even Bilal Ahmed at the other end hasn't got going so far. Let's see if Devendra Singh can. He did score 20 earlier on, but only a handful in the second match. So the consistency with the Phoenix batting is being a miss. Smiles on the faces of Waqas Ahmed. That gets a wicket to his name.
You know, Arun Kumar here today, he's been elevated to opener. And I guess you'd have to say it hasn't worked.
No.
They should drop him back to middle order. Comes in 4th or 5th. And I think he's had more success coming in lower down the order than opening. So I think they've tried it. It hasn't worked. I'm thinking tomorrow we're going to see a different batting lineup. I don't think he'll open.
Oh,
well. No, come on. You're there for that.
They've put that in exactly for that. They've actually put a pucker slip in, and he's put the catch down. It's gone at a nice... I mean, if you're in slips and it's there, that's exactly where you want them. Look at this. We'll have a great shot of this here, thanks to 2 circles. It's exactly where you want them, and it gets put down by Amir Fazal. Oh, look at the, well, not so happy Ronaldo celebration from the bowler. Waqas Ahmed is saying, you got to be kidding me. That's what you're there for. They set the trap, and they let him down. Let's look at this again. Brilliantly captured by 2 circles.
Oh, no. He had one job. He had one job, Rico, and he's blown it.
Oh, dear. I mean, I reckon we put that up in our highlights, you know, because it's not often that you see... I mean, that's brilliantly captured. I reckon that we've got to have that on our social.
I agree.
It should have been out. Could have been a first baller for Demindra, but he's going to survive. He gets off the mark. That was the end of the over as well. Back to the next one. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. Bilal applauding Devinder. Devinder who gets dropped and now comes up with this shot. He gets a swivel on this properly as well. Nicely hit. And that is going to be a boundary. So Devinder Singh off. And hopefully a few more boundaries to come from his bat.
Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that drop catch. Just going back just for a quick moment there. It's a should have been, could have been, would have been, but I'm going to mark that down as something we're going to snip and put in and say, you had one job. You had one job, sir, and you blew it. That is unfortunate.
And captured so well there by the cameras as well. Great job, 2 circles.
Well done, 2 circles. Hats off to you for that one. And adds insult to injury that the first ball, the next over goes for a boundary as well.
Yeah, not just a boundary. I'm seeing a free hit.
Yes. Oh, dear, It's all gone a bit wrong there. Bit pear-shaped. I'm not sure what the free hit was for, the infringement. I missed that.
I think there was too many out. Because the fielders just had to come back in there from square leg there. They had too many out, Okay,
free hit coming. Call it a free miss.
Shaba, shaba, shaba is what they're saying. And if you get a dot ball in when you're in a free hit, you've done your job well. So well done to Jesse there. As we've seen I remember when I was here last year, we had so many dragonflies, and haven't seen any today until now. So they're coming in now. So you can see that the weather's definitely changing.
Hey, Dave B has a nickname for us which I was flirting with, and that's Ri-Fi.
It's what? What's he got?
Ri-Fi. Unless I'm mispronouncing it as Dave intended, because he's got the R right, then the PHI. So I'm calling it Ri-Fi.
Ri-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like someone with a speech impediment might say, "Excuse me, do you have any Ri-Fi here?"
There's a Crooms come with Philco.
Philco. That is indeed a dreadful name. What about Rico Full G?
Now.
Like a full Phil full, yeah, that kind of play on that word, something along those lines.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we got time to think on it and work on it, haven't we?
Rico and the G. Just call me the G.
Well, that's a bit of G-force in that shot. I can tell you that. It's a juicy little full toss that's been dished up by Jesse. And on this occasion, it's now Bilal Ahmed's turn to just punch that away with ease. So after a slow start, they've have picked up the tempo in this, the third over.
Nice one. Wayne just saying no, just Phil and Rico is fine. He doesn't want to go down that path. It's a garden path we don't want to go down, isn't it, Wayne? I hear you, mate. I hear. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll come back to it. But any hints, tips, advice from the chat, we will take it on board and we'll discuss later.
Straight to the fielder. Shouldn't be a run. Won't be a run. So dot ball from Jesse. The over's gone for 10 at the moment. And Phoenix, I think here at this point, they probably would need to be, I think, more around that 35 mark, which is more or less where their opponents were. So they're falling a bit behind, and you can see the win predictor is not giving them too much of a chance, saying that from here on, they've got a 14% chance in their book to go on and win the match. And extras will help, though, as Jesse still keeps struggling with his line. He bowled a very good first over, Jesse. He seems to have got his line right on what he was doing, but as we've seen so many times with him, he always has this little period, this little spell, maybe it's an over or two in the day where he just loses it for a moment. So even though he has got a couple of dot balls in the air, there's been a no ball, and which we don't know what it was for. It could have been for height, actually. That's going to be played away. That's going to be another boundary. So 4 more with the ball to go, so they might get to that 35. It will take another boundary if the last ball to do it.
Yeah, you know, while Bilal is out there, especially in the form that he's in for today, he's had a pretty good day with the bat. While he's out there, I still always give Phoenix a red-hot chance, probably a better chance than 17% than our win predictor, but I give him a red-hot chance here. He can fire up and continue. Devendra Singh, for us, I think, Rico, he's a bit of he's an unknown quantity for us, I think, still. We haven't seen the real Devendra Singh. He needs to stand up. Oh dear.
I don't think he's catching this. This is over him. I don't think he's even going to stop the boundary. It's going to go all... Well, actually, one bounce forward, says the umpires from this angle. For the little bit of the rope that we can't see from here, it looked for a moment that it did go all the way over it, but it's just an illusion. Let's have a look here. Where do we see it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Everyone's lost it.
There it is.
Oh, there it is, over on the left.
Yeah, where's that bouncing? Oh, it hits right on the rope. So, right on the rope. I thought, so isn't that 6?
Okay.
It has been given as 4, unless that was it coming down on after the bounce. But anyway, I think somebody obviously saw it correctly. No, 19 off that over. 33 for 1. So, yeah, look, with that over and that boundary going the way it went, that sort of puts them where they want to be. So they're still in here. I know they have lost that 1 wicket, but you're right. While Bilal Ahmed is out there, remember, he scored 55 today. He scored 60 today. In both matches, Phoenix have won, and he's been the player of the match. So he's the danger man. He's the wicket they've got to get.
Yeah, he's the key. Absolutely correct. He's the key. They get rid of him, and I think that's it for Phoenix. They don't have depth. They don't have sort of that experience to get them over the line. They'd have to do a lot to disprove us. Now, Fazal comes on to bowl, and he's a live wire. I'm looking forward to how he handles this. Well, he starts this with the leg side wide. Not that I'm looking forward to that. Maybe the next delivery I'm going to be getting happy about. Yeah, interesting. 19 off that previous over. That really did help things along. They were really struggling their first 2 overs, but now, start of the 4th, we start with the wide. 103 from 42. The run rate required below 15 at the moment. Once it gets above 15, oh, that gets tough.
It's just in the gap. Chase is on. Not going to get there, you know. His outfield is getting quicker by the day.
Doesn't it?
It was aerial. Maybe he's half a chance, but Devendra, well, that's what he's got to do. And he can sometimes go into a shell. We've seen that side of him, but on this occasion, no such thing. He's played a nice shot away there.
And Dave B correcting me that he was actually trying to make it pronounced the Re-Fee show. Sounds a bit too close to BG. Reefy. I like Ri-Fi. Anyway, something for us to work on. Yeah, love a shot that. 38 for 1, start of the 4th. Ooh, has that hit something soft? Might have hit the glove, that one.
See that they're quite rightly, I suppose. They're resting John. He's not coming on to open the bowling. He's in front of us. He's taking every opportunity to rest it up.
There's massive dragonfly.
Yeah, now I just said that last year we had loads of these. In fact, they were so friendly. They were actually coming in and sitting on us. They really were. Up in the air, should be taken, but will it be? No. Oh. Well, this reminds me of somebody doing the high jump. And what is this about? I mean, come on. He's nowhere. Look at him. He said, yeah, I got it. Hang on. Oh, look at this.
He's nowhere near it.
Madre mia.
Oh, I should have got a Specsavers. That was awful. It was in the air, admittedly, for a very long time. I mean, we had time to sort of like exchange sides and go get a cup of coffee and come back, see if it's come down. Oh, catching chance here. Not really. It's going to fly away. 1, 2, 3 bounces across the rope, 4 runs. Oh, dear, oh, dear. So a couple of little moments here in the outfield. The fielder there in the point position, he's wondering what on earth happened there. I think the rest of us are. His teammates are still laughing at him. And then there's a shot there for 4. So Royal Eagles here just slightly sort of dropping things here. They're in control. They are in control. But Phoenix got to watch out there. Only 1 wicket down. There's 44 on the board. There's plenty of time to get these runs.
Yeah, plenty of time. And if they're going to keep dropping catches and bowling extras, etc., they're going to take every opportunity. And Bilal is the man they dropped, by the way. So that's a massive moment. Dropping Bilal on 19, and it was a sitter. It has to be said, it was a sitter. And this one could be a wide. It's definitely not caught anything, and the umpires are now going to call it a wide just to rub it in, because this, I think, is the right call. I think this goes over the head of the batter. Here we go. We'll have a good look at this. I don't think there's much doubt about this. So bangs in, and yeah, clearly a wide.
Fair call.
And umpire Demindra signals that to Imran, and Imran gives the signal to the scorer. So it has to be bowled again. Up in the air, and well, first of all, he was running in. That's what put him out in the wrong position. He's running in, and then the only thing he almost succeeds in doing is palming it off to the fielder who's backing him up. So it's another drop. This time it's Usama. Now, Usama took the fantastic one-handed catch on the boundary. Maybe that's what he was trying to do again. He only catches one-handed, but he puts it down.
Should check and see if maybe his left hand's a fake, because he did go up just with the one hand again. Nice delivery that one. Tucks him up, just a dot ball there. That's going to end the over. 4 overs gone, 46 on the board. And so still very much in the game, but they need to put the foot down here. This is the part of the game where you don't make the amount of runs needed per over according to the rate required. That run rate just exponentially starts to grow. It's already up now over 15 per over. And, you know, if you can't get a magical over here or the next one, you start to lose touch. Yeah. And when you lose touch, you panic and you start going for the agricultural swipes and you can't achieve what you want.
Am I missing something? Aren't there normally the wickets on this graphic?
Yeah, this one is spot free. As you can see, it's had a little bit of clearer cell. We've managed to get rid of that. We've taken care of business.
That? Normally it has all the wickets with it. I noticed that earlier and thought, well, what have they done to it?
Well, there was 1 wicket in the previous innings, only 1 wicket in this innings. So maybe that's why we're not seeing many, but it's missing the 2 dots.
It's missing the 2 dots. And in the earlier, when we saw it in the last match, it was the same when there was more wickets in that one, but they just weren't registered. So somebody's forgetting to put the dots in.
Yeah, can we have dots next time, please? That'd be awesome. Yeah, we're like a dots on our graph.
I think it's a key moment coming up in this match. This is Sahud Jan. So he's had a bit of a rest after scoring his magnificent 91. And now let's see if he can get something happening with the ball. And, well, that's going to be worked away. Fielder is not going to get there. It's going to be 4 runs to start. So nice shot. I'm liking this from Devendra Singh. He's look, both batters have given chances. Devendra was dropped on 15. Bilal was dropped on 19. You can't blame them for that. You've got to blame the fielding team themselves. So the Royal Eagles, they desperately want this win, but they're not helping their cause. They just need a good moment in the match. They need a little good period. I think if they have a good 12-ball period, they win the match. That's what they're after. Whereas Phoenix, they just got to keep on going and keep the momentum going here at the moment. 50 comes up for them, 50 for 1.
Yeah, I think this is a really important over, to your point, Rico, just for exactly those reasons. Well bowled. And well played in the end. Couldn't do a lot with that one. So Devendra, he turns the strike over. Does the right thing, though. Turns it over. Bilal Ahmed, Higgs gets a chance now. 2 balls gone in the over. Yeah, I think for the reasons you spoke about, this is such an important over. And also the next one, because after that, it's basically almost like a do or die. So this is where you can try to set yourself up just so you're not in such a dire position when you start the 6th and 7th over that you start needing 18 runs per over. So that's the key there for Phoenix. If you're the Royal Eagles, well, you need to be tying them down in these 2 overs.
Hits the ball hard, doesn't he? That gets whacked. And again, it's aerial, isn't it? Is it? And every time it's in the air, you feel that's, all right, you're asking for somebody to take a spectacular catch. So, yeah, it's going to go for 4 more. So one thing I'm noticing here from John, he's certainly not, ouch, that's the chair just falls on my leg. Ooh, he's certainly not running in as fast as what he would be normally. So that 90 that he scored certainly has taken a toll on him.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Just leisurely jogging in and, yeah, not really putting a lot on that delivery, just trying to put it on the right spot. Good line and length. Good fielding there in the covers. So 56 for 1, still 2 to come in the 5th, and then we're going to be halfway there in terms of the overs bowled. 56 on the board. They love to get a couple of big hits here. That run rate to win is now over 15. A couple of good shots. Suddenly jumps back below 15.
Yeah, that defends that away. So I think they've kind of decided that John could be the danger man. Let's not allow him to get a wicket. But the thing is, even though it's in terms of the runs, they've got 11 runs on the board to go off him. They do need to go around 15. So a boundary here would be very healthy. They've got the right man to do it, Bilal Ahmed on strike. So if he gets a boundary, they kind of tie the over. If they don't get the boundary, then it's a bit of a win-win here for the Royal Eagles. John goes full. It's hit hard. Going to have to make a slide and stop here, and it will be stopped. Good work. Nice, tidy bit of fielding by Waqas Ahmed, and he keeps it to just a single. So it's a good over, I suppose, in the end for the Eagles. It's 58 for 1 at the halfway mark. Let's give you an update of what we've seen here, not here, but of course in England, in Hornchurch. We saw that Rehan, they did get a win against the Marco London. They chased the 118 they needed off the very last ball. This is what's happening there, by the way, tomorrow. In match number 7, the second in the day, Sharks did get their win. They chased the 159 they needed with 8 balls to go, so well done to them, and they get a victory. And the match that's happening there right now at the moment, it's Rehan. They made 123 for 5. So Sharks maybe got an opportunity to register another win. Match number 8, halfway through that one there in Hornchurch. Of course, they've still got 2 more to come, and this is what's going to be happening there tomorrow.
That's today's action.
Is that today? Yeah, day 2. Yeah.
You, as you were telling me the scores, I'm going tick. Tick, 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 and still to come, still to come.
Yeah, so they're finished with 2.
Yeah.
2 where Hornchurch will be playing. So Hornchurch,
that's right,
having lost 1 and won 1 yesterday. Good win they got yesterday in Hornchurch. So 58 for 1. That chair really did clock me, you know.
Yeah, that looked
that
awkward.
Wind just
out of
nowhere.
Out of nowhere, the wind came out and just went crunch into the side of the tent, and it smacked the chair. I had flashbacks to Portugal, to when the wind came out of nowhere and smacked the side of the tent and knocked my cup of coffee into my laptop, and then the laptop onto my foot, and everything from then is just a blur of coffee, rain, and laptops. It was awful. Yeah, the chat obviously. I'm not going to bore you guys with the chat with that. You know what happened. You know I had to get a new laptop after that one. Laptops and coffee do not mix.
Yeah. Usama taking pace off. That's played away, but he should have a. Well, I was going to say he should have a fielder there. He does, who in the end does really well. I think that's John. Well, he's trying to put himself in an area where he can get a bit of rest, bless him. And, but he's been moved around all over the place. I think they've now said, look, why don't you go in and we'll put a sweeper out there because we want you to rest up. And he's thinking, thank you, Captain. Usama. They've got to go after Usama here.
They have to.
Got to go after him. That's better. Watch the bounce. Not going to get a chance to stop that one. Yep. Yeah, if somebody's going to come on and toss the ball up, basically the Royal Eagles are challenging Phoenix here and saying, hey, he's tossing it up. What are you going to do about it? You're going to attack him? Yeah, you got to attack him. And Bilal, he does get that one away down the ground, 4 runs. It can't be stopped on this occasion by Amir Fazal.
Yeah, 6 off the over. This over pro won't go magical, but they need to get it close. They need to get more runs right now.
They will. That's a full toss, and he's got so much power in his bottom hand, Bilal. He clonks that one away as well. So after hitting a 4, he'll go 6. Thank you very much. He's looking very slick. Got to get this guy out. Otherwise, he's eyeing up another player of the match performance. It'll be his 3rd in the day, and he could get Phoenix that very important victory. Remember, Phoenix are 2 points ahead of the Royal Eagles, and they're looking to take that further. That means we'll have a very important day tomorrow. Go short, and he gets absolutely plummeted out of the ground. Get your swimming trunks on, because you're going to have to go into the Moiravasia Lake to find this one. That is big. That is a Bizaway Super 6.
How about that? That is out of here. That is a capital G-O-R-N-E. Gone. That is out of here. Downtown and then some. What a crashing shot that. He hit a shot like that in the previous innings. That was bigger.
This one shouldn't go to the boundary, but the damage in the over has already been done. It's 19 off it. So even though they didn't get to that 15 in the last over, they've recovered with this one with a ball to go. Is there? No, that is the end of the over. So 19 off it, 77 for 1. And Royal Eagles, as much as they try, they just can't put the Phoenix to bed here. They just keep popping up and they keep saying, we're going nowhere. Bilal Ahmed, 44 of 21. And Devinder Singh, 23 of 12.
Yeah, good help there from Devinder Singh, but take nothing away from Bilal Ahmed. He is playing a blind of an innings yet again. That 44 from 21 strike at over 200. If he can stay on strike, and he's just pinched the strike back as well for the start of the next over with that single at the end. So by doing so, it's going to be so much pressure on the bowler. It's going to be Waqas Ahmed. He's going to come on to try to stem the flow here. This needs to be a really tight over. If it's not, if this over goes magical, or I tell you what, the percentages are going to move appreciably in favour of Phoenix. Well, they need to be careful.
They were, what, 14%, weren't they, about 3 overs ago? So they're going upwards. I'm surprised they don't go back to Fazal. He went for 13, but both batters have dropped off his bowling. Maybe if he comes on again, he'll get both batters. We'll never know. Ahmed will try. He's asking the question for something. I thought this had gone past the bat before the batter even moved. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think it's just movement off the pitch. There's nothing on this. We certainly didn't hear anything. But it's a dot ball. A dot ball is a good ball.
Yes, it is indeed. Really is. If this over can go magical, it could be different, but another couple of dots like that, and pressure immediately back on the Phoenix batters here. 60 from 23 is the equation, the bottom of your screen there. Keep an eye on those numbers. Watch how they move. Oh, watch how that moves.
Belted. Absolutely belted. That's the biggest off the lot. That is a mega hit. Oh, my word. What a smash this is. Absolutely smashed out of the ground, and what a way to do it again. I mean, this guy is just unbelievable. So that is 3 50s in the day from Bilal Ahmed, and I don't think his team acknowledges. Well, they do now.
They've just heard it.
3 in a row, and he just gives them a little, okay, but hey, I've got to win the match yet. So save your applause for later. Now he gets a full toss, and this is going to be, it's been called on the field of play. Not out. In comes the throw. It's not out. No ball called by the umpire. They might as well run again. And the Eagles, well, are they losing their feathers? They could be, because they could be falling out of the sky here. There's the call of the no ball.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be 3 there. It should have only been 2, the no ball and the 1. Nobody backing up. Is not a good throw. Oh, they're going pear-shaped here.
And a free hit coming, Rico.
Free hit coming.
For the man in form.
The man in form, Bilal, to face it. It's a good catch actually out there, but not a good throw. There it is. Make it count. And Shubi wants it. And Shubi takes the catch. And I got to say, Shubi, you probably shouldn't be so close to the boundary. And you've got to be further away from the boundary. Shubi. Oh, Shubi. He wanted this one, did Shub. But I tell you who else wanted it. Bilal Ahmed wanted the shot. There's Shub. He's doing the catching over there and enjoying his moment. And he thinks we're going to forget about all the bad ones. No, Shubby, we don't forget. All right. Slower delivery.
Shub.
It's gone. Shubby, 2-2. No, nobody this time. It's Stephen Ramesh couldn't get hold of that one. It smashes on to the top of the tent. Meanwhile, Bilal Ahmed is taking Waqas Ahmed apart. Jutiyan Pariyan. Jangiya Jutariyan Pariyan. Shittar Pariyan. Waqas Ahmed has got no answer that is there at the moment. If they don't get this wicket soon, it's going to be another win for Phoenix. And the Royal Eagles, if they are going to finish second, are going to have to do it the hard way tomorrow.
21 off the over thus far. 2 balls to come. How far is this going to go?
And all right, biggest moment of the match. And he's held on to the catch. He has held on to the catch. Shitrata change paise ki jutiyan changiyan khadiyan Waqas Ahmed ne, par wicket bhi par aane le li. He's got the wicket. Waqas Ahmed. And sometimes you might have given away 21 runs, but is it worth giving 21 runs to get the wicket of Bilal Ahmed? And maybe the answer is yes, because Bilal Ahmed will have to go for 64. It's a very good catch taken there in the end. And when you consider all the catches they've dropped, that one was not an easy one, but Alam manages to hold on to it, and Waqas Ahmed gets the big wicket.
That is massive, absolutely massive. The celebration from the Royal Eagles and the roar that went up when the catch was held, it was almost like that was the trophy right there. They almost went up as though not just won the match, but won the tournament. It was a genuine relief. It was excitement. It was so massive, that scream. And the second wicket falls on 98. So 3 overs plus 1 ball left, 39 in 19. Look what he's done to that, though. He's brought it down to 12.3 runs needed per over. He's done that single-handedly. Aleem Abdul, Devinder Singh, over to you.
Abdul's had a good day. I have to say, he's batted well every time he's gone out there. He's going to swing and miss at this one, so Waqas will finish with a dot ball. It's an over that had a little bit of everything. There was a bit of carnage to start off with. It started with a dot, then it went 6, no ball, 3, 6, 6, wicket, dot and dot. 21 from it, but like I say, you go for 21, but if you get the wicket of Bilal, you take that. And now that rate now goes to 13.
That's what he's done. That's what he's done single-handedly. He's brought that required rate down from 16s down to 13 in literally an over and a half of carnage. Yes, he's lost his wicket. He has to turn over responsibility to the middle order now and say, all right, guys, I've done my part, you do your part. And as a team, let's get this win. For Royal Eagles, they need to regroup now. They've got the important wicket. They still need to regroup. There's a lot to do here. 3 overs to go. A lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. Okay, Fazal will come back. And that's a goal. No.
That took off.
This is not a wide ball. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at Fazal. I mean, I would like to see this captured again because the bowler gets. This is what a bowler's meant to do.
He grabs the line.
He hits the line, and it's called wide. It's an umpire's call, but that's over the line. Oh dear, that's a heartbreaker for Fazal. Fazal has been really unlucky. Remember, he had 2 drop catches in his first over.
He did.
And he comes again to Vindo. So he's forced to go straighter, and it's going to be put away for, I think that goes all the way, does it? Yeah, Manu Zoriba from the Albitro as he does his little signal. Shaka. You got a feel for bowlers sometimes, haven't you? I mean, they say it's a batter's game, and then when a wide is called when the ball's not a wide. So not only does he try to go a bit straighter and gets hit for 6, but he will have to bowl that extra ball. Devinder Singh, 29 and 13, has to take control of the situation. To pace that away, just a single. Air ball there. That they're saying that's the ball because he doesn't allow him to get the swing. It's a short of a length, which just gets chopped down. So he will just get a single there. So now let's see how Aleem Abdul does. He started with a swing and a miss.
Also note the 100 up with that big Maximo from Devinder Singh as well. Single to get Aleem Abdul on strike.
He goes for
aerial.
the uppercut. And it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. This is what he's got to do. He plays that really well. I like the way he's ready to play the shot. Opens up the face of the bat. Gets right under it. And it's the old uppercut for 4.
You know what he's done? He's noted where the gap is. He's noted where the infield is. He knows, I elevate this, I'm safe as houses as long as I place it in between the very square boundary rider and the very fine third man. He had an absolute park to try to put that ball into the boundary line, and he did.
Oh, that was hit hard. Does he get anything on this, does Fazal? Because it was hit hard right back at him. Absolutely crunched, and I reckon he might have got a little bit of something on this.
Yeah, I might see this one more time, maybe from the reverse angle if we can, because that'll give you a really good view. Probably going to run out of time. You don't get a chance to see it. Never mind. 111 for 2. Oh, our friend the Spider's back. Would you believe it? He's found his way home.
Oh, dot ball. You don't want dot balls. They've got the 13 off the over. So they've won the over here, but if they can get another boundary away and take that rate down to around about the 11, around about the 10, you fancy them to do it, you know. Anybody got a tingle, by the way? Oh, it's going to be a wide ball.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Misses it by a long way, does it? See, this is what I'm talking about. The over could be done, but it's not. Keep an eye on the time as well. Few people are saying, even in the chat, what's the time like? Look at the clock. Where's the clock gone? So hang on a minute. They might even be coming on now, actually. Umpire is on the walkie-talkie.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
This is going to hurt big time.
Oh.
And the thing is, hang on, let's see here. So how many they're going to give here? 5? But it's got to be patting. Thing is, they've given them, the other thing is here, they've given them pretty early. I think that's 10.
I think it's 10.
It's 10. That is 10 because, so 10, that now will, that's got,
wow.
That hurts. They're going to get 10 penalty runs because those are coming up with still, I mean, they were still, that's the end of the 8th over now. There's still a whole over to go. So 10.
Wow.
That's basically the match. I mean, that's basically giving away the match, isn't it?
That's incredible.
Oh, my.
At that time, that is absolutely nuts. And so, obviously, it's a minor thing. The percentage chance wins have spun around completely. There's the confirmation. Overs not bowled in time. 10 penalty runs awarded to the batting team. That's 2 times 5 penalty runs awarded. There it is. The clock counted down, and they were way short of where they need to be. I'm not sure how that happened.
Well, it happens because they don't bowl the slow bowlers. They take too much time.
But the lack of awareness, the captain is updated with this along the way at least 3 times during the game. He should have known this was going to happen.
All right, 14 of 12. They need an incredible over here now. Hit firmly to the fielder. Can't make a mistake. Doesn't. Makes the stop. Just a single. So this is John who gets brought back, and they need him to be at his absolute best. Can he take it into the last? But 10 penalty runs. So the number of extras has just shot up here. 18 extras. Oh, wow. What a way to potentially give the game away. That's well bowled, well blocked out. But you can see at the moment they're just thinking singles is fine. Singles is fine.
Yep.
It means that if you take it into the last, it should be less than double figures needed. But a wicket is what's needed here. Need to get a wicket. Devinder Singh, if they can get his wicket, it can make all the difference. And Devinder. In comes John again. And in the air, but there's nobody at square leg. They're saying 2-2-2-2-2. In comes the pickup, in comes the throw, taking it on, and the wicketkeeper's never going to take that. It was a spicy throw. Wicketkeeper's charging to the ball. How are you going to get a run out? Watch what the keeper, look where the keeper goes here. You're not going to get a run out running to, he's got to let this ball come to him. He needs to be standing where the stumps are.
Get behind the stumps.
It's
too much action to take the ball in front of the stumps and then turn to effect a run out. It's too much. It takes too much time. Surely wicket keepers know this. You do see keepers do this. They're too enthusiastic to try to take the ball, but they take it in front of the stumps. Take it behind the stumps. 127 for 2, 3 to come in this over.
Play down. They will take on the run. Now, do you just concede it? I think you got it. There's no point throwing it away. John is a bit disappointed. He's saying, look, what are you guys doing? You can see that the fielder's saying, well, what's the point me throwing it away? and giving runs away. So, yeah, he's right in what he's thinking as well.
Oh, boy, this game is completely turned on its head. You asked before, though, who's got the tingle. If you didn't have it before those penalty runs were applied, you must have it now. Although, that pro feeling's almost gone as well. 9 from 8 required.
And that one will seal it. They bring that fielder in from the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs.
There's 4 of them.
And
Indeed.
Well, the Royal Eagles, they're just absolutely stunned into silence, aren't they? Bilal once again doing the damage by hitting that 64, but they get his wicket, but they give away 10 penalty runs. So the way things are looking here, remember Phoenix were 2 ahead, so they will move to 18 points, won't they? Phoenix will go to 18, and the Royal Eagles move to 14. There'll be a 4-point difference. So basically when it comes, that's going to be a wide. So basically when it comes down to, it's going to be a wide. They'll also take another run. There's 3 needed. Basically when it comes down to the matches that we're going to see tomorrow, is that the Royal Eagles will have to win both of their matches. And if Phoenix just get that one win, if they get that win against Bliss, that should see them through.
That will see them through indeed. Yep, that's exactly how it's going to pan out. Because Phoenix are looking like they'll get the win here. And as you say, they go to 18, 1 point below Bliss Warriors, who are on 19 on the standings. Still got to get the runs.
And that will be it.
That's the game.
It's going to be a victory for Phoenix. Phoenix, what a day for them. They have won every one of their matches. They beat the Gladiators by 7 wickets in the earlier match, chasing down the 96 they needed with 16 balls to go. They then beat Royal Eagles in match number 13, 123 to 112. And now being made to chase, they chase down the 137 they need. And they do it, as we said, like good teams do, with a whole over to go. Royal Eagles, they keep on making these errors. They keep on giving away penalty runs. They like to use the pace bowlers, but they're using up too much time, and they give away 10 penalty runs.
Yeah, it's borderline criminal that happened, but them's the rules. Every team signed up to it. They know what happens. Everybody knows. It's not a new thing. It's been in the game for a long time here on the European Cricket Network. And we have a look at the highlight reel here, and we see that Royal Eagles, they started a little bit rough. How about that for a put-down chance? That was red hot, but the slip fielder, you're there for that catch. That's all you had to do was to hang on to it. Waqas Ahmed could not believe his misfortune there. And then it was Bilal Ahmed show afterwards.
Yeah, that was Devinder Singh being dropped on 0.
On 0.
He ends up 39.
He got 39 not out, didn't he?
Dropped on 0. And then don't forget, they dropped Bilal on 19.
Yeah.
Then they also dropped Devinder in the same over for 15.
Oh, I remember that.
Don't hold your catches, you're going to lose matches. It's as simple as that. And if you're going to then give away charity like 10 runs away just like that, well, forget it. It ain't going to happen. And that's cost them. This match here and all of those errors that they made in the field could be the difference between finishing second or finishing out of the final. And the way things are looking here now tomorrow, Phoenix have a massive opportunity. They've got a 4-point lead over their opponent. So Royal Eagles know what they've got to do tomorrow. They've got to try and win both of those matches and try and win them big, and then hope that the Bliss Warriors can do them a big favour and win the match they've got against Phoenix tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you know what? When you're a team relying on another team to help you out in this situation, you're not in control of your own destiny. That's when there's trouble. That's when there's trouble aplenty. So, you know what? It remains to be seen what's going to happen there. I'd be nervous if I was them, the Royal Eagles, because they've not done themselves any favour. But all credit to Phoenix. I've loved the way they've gone about their business today. They've handled themselves beautifully. They've hit the ball well. This chase, this is a great chase. It's the best chase we've had in the tournament. We know that. Don't need to overstate that. But it's the way they've gone about it. They haven't panicked. They've stepped up when it's needed to. And Bilal Ahmed has come good at the right time in this competition. And hand it to Devinder Singh. We were a bit nervous about him literally a day ago. We were unsure if he had what it took to be an ECN top 3, top 4 batter in a side. And look at what he's done. He's turned around and he's repaid his team in spades. So congratulations to them. That is a wonderful performance. And we have a quick look at the batting card. before we do anything else, just to remind ourselves of how that's all come about. That is a terrific run chase there, a well-judged run chase. 64, Bilal Ahmed, take your hat off to him, off 27 deliveries. But that little partnership at the end there, 39 from 20 from Devender Singh and Aleem Abdul, who helped in just with the 10, stuck around when he had to, because obviously we lost Arun Kumar pretty early on. 20 extras, 10 penalty runs, 8 wides. 138 after 9, Rico. What a batting card that is. It's not good viewing if you're a fan of Royal Eagles.
No, it's not. And the Royal Eagles are probably scratching their heads and thinking, how have we lost that match? How have we lost it? We look like we got that big wicket of Bilal. That should have been it. But then fair play to Devender Singh. I think he, for all the stick that he's got, when his team needed him, he performed. There is that saying in the game that when the going gets tough, the big players do perform.
Yep.
Well, Bilal Ahmed's certainly shown that. He has scored 3 half-centuries today. He picks up another Player of the Match award. So the day really belongs to him. And when it comes tomorrow, at the end of the day, when we're talking about MVP, well, his name definitely has to come up in the running. And Devender Singh, when you see a wicket like that go down, you can sometimes crumble. But he just kept on going. He played some nice shots. He backed himself. But the Royal Eagles, who up until this day, their bowling has been fantastic. Their fielding has been good.
Yep.
But it's their strength that let them down today.
It did indeed. It really did. It was actually quite amazing, the turnout there. You got to feel a bit for Saad Jan. He put together 91. He played a blistering innings for that 91, didn't he? Absolutely fantastic innings.
Yeah.
He carried the team, though, almost on his own shoulders. He's got to feel crushed that the runs were chased down, that the team weren't able to put the proper defence together. And when I talk about defence, the fact that the defence crumbled and that, 10 penalty runs, that speaks volumes about how much that defence crumbled. I feel for him on a personal level because I thought he played a fantastic innings. That 91 was astonishing.
He did. It was a great knock, but unfortunately, his other players around him do let him down. As we welcome you for the last time today in the Igloo. And what a finish, folks. What an exciting match. We kept on saying, didn't we, for the first 2 days that we were here, that we're not seeing the runs and the kind of runs and the run chases that we were expecting to see. Low scores or any scores were kind of being defended. And yet today, that all changed. I think the pitch has dried up more. The outfield certainly is much faster.
Yes.
We're seeing more runs, and we've seen another good run chase there. Let's just talk a little bit about Phoenix. Now, Phoenix were a team. Remember, early yesterday, they couldn't chase 80.
Yeah, that's true.
They couldn't chase it. They finished 60 odd. They were a team that on another day they needed to get runs just to avoid getting nothing from the match. They couldn't do that. And now all of a sudden they've just changed everything around.
Yeah, totally.
It started to click. They've made some changes.
Yep.
Jai Surya has not opened the batting. They've moved him a little bit. I'm not saying that Arun Kumar's done the perfect job because he hasn't. Arun Kumar, who was in form yesterday, gets elevated. It still hasn't worked. But they're trying things, and that's the thing.
Yes.
If you don't try it, you don't know. Devender Singh, they've stuck with him.
Yep.
He hasn't always worked, but today he's clicked on 2 matches that he's played today. He's made valuable contributions, 39 in this one, 20 in the earlier match. He scores his runs pretty quickly.
Yep.
And they're a team on the up, where maybe the Royal Eagles, they're a team on the down. And if they don't get those 2 wins out of 2 tomorrow against the Bucharest Gladiators, then and even with those wins, they still may not make it through to second place. And they'll look back on this day and these 2 matches that they had against Phoenix and say that's where it all went wrong.
I totally agree with you. Tomorrow, fate is out of their hands tomorrow. That's the problem. They get that 1 win, or the 2 wins, they're still dependent on whatever else may happen. So there could be trouble aplenty. Let's have a look and see what happens tomorrow in Hornchurch. That's still today. Now I've fallen for that as well.
Still today, because of course, though we're finished, they still got a lot of work to do there. I mean, I think Raham and Hornchurch, that'll be a good match. And then Hornchurch taking on the Sharks. And the Sharks maybe they've got used to the format now. They're much more improved today. So that'll be a good game to finish off the day. Tomorrow, let's have a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. Now, this is a big day. That first match, the Royal Eagles taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. If the Royal Eagles don't win that match, then you might as well forget it.
Yep.
Because 4 points, I mean, Bliss Warriors could do them a massive favour also and beat Phoenix and not allow Phoenix to get any points.
True.
That then gives them another chance. But the first match is hugely important for the Royal Eagles. And of course, Phoenix will be hoping that the Bucharest Gladiators can finish their tournament with a high and beat the Royal Eagles on both occasions. But Phoenix, it's in their hands now. All they've got to do is get a good performance in against the Bliss Warriors, and even taking a point away could be enough.
You know what? You're absolutely right. That may be all they need for tomorrow to secure themselves a shot in the final that gets played at the end of the day tomorrow. There'll be match number 19 tomorrow night here on finals day. That is going to be really interesting to see. I can't wait. I agree with you, though. That first match is super important.
Yeah, this is what's happening in England tomorrow. The mighty Tigers are back. Well, they've had a bit of a rest day today, but they've got some work to do tomorrow. They will play 3 matches, starting off with that one against Marco London. I think that's a repeat of that high-scoring epic match that we saw yesterday. So, and then also the Tigers taking on Hornchurch. That could be a good match as well, match number 14. But of course, tomorrow is our finals day here. We talked a little bit about Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix, after their day today, winning 3 matches, they put themselves in pole position now to finish in the top 2. Only a big hiccup from them, and an excellent performance from the Royal Eagles tomorrow can change that. Bucharest Gladiators, now they're a team, they can't make it into the top 2.
Yeah.
What are you wanting to see from them tomorrow?
I want to see some competition from them tomorrow. I want to see their experienced players stand up and lead by example, and, you know, show the younger players, not just in their team, but also the people watching, that they are focused, that they are intent, they're professional. They want to play cricket, they want to come here, and they want, as a team, to really get a win on the board. They've currently got a 0 in the win column.
Yeah.
They must want to change that. From the depths of their hearts, as cricket players, you don't want to leave a tournament with a 0 in the W column.
Yeah.
You want to get a win in there. I expect them to come tomorrow with a very fresh mindset and saying, you know what, the Royal Eagles yesterday, see how they got beaten? We're going to take them on first match on Wednesday morning. We need to take out of Phoenix's book, and we need to go on the attack. We need to play well as a unit, as a team. They've been too fragmented, and this is the problem with them. When you get fragmented, it's a team sport. If you're fragmented, you're never going to win a game. Bucharest Gladiators have not won a game for that reason, I believe. Yeah. I would love them to prove me wrong. Come in tomorrow, a fresh view, a fresh change of mind, and get into that first game. Don't worry about the rest of the games. I know they've got 3 games tomorrow. Yeah. For me, that first game is so vital for them.
I just want to see them play tomorrow, and play with a smile on their face, and play like they enjoy the game. That's it. Win or lose, that's what I like to see for them.
Enjoy it.
And the other thing is, what about Bliss? Now, Bliss, do you see? Because I can see the Bliss Warriors thinking, you know what? We got 2 matches, then we are going to be in that final. Who are our key players? Let's make sure we don't over-excel them. It's going to be hot. You don't want key players to be overdoing it in matches that don't really matter.
True.
So there could be a lot of tactics involved as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. And of course, it all boils down then to the last match. Our match number 5 tomorrow will be the final, with the first play second in the final. So make sure you join us for that. Plenty of action coming tomorrow. So not only 5 from Hornchurch, 5 here from Romania. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody here at the ground, to all the federation, to the umpires. The umpires had to make some tricky calls here today, and I think they dealt with them really well. So well done to the umpires. A big thank you to 2 Circles, who captured some really memorable moments, some classy ones, some classical ones, some funny ones as well. Remember, you can always be in touch with us on the social media. There's our website as well, EuropeanCricket.com. And if you like what you see, always remember to give us the thumbs up. Tell your friends and tell your family, and join us here tomorrow. And last but not least, thank you to all of you. I don't know about you, Phil, but I think the chat has been absolutely wonderful today. Well done, everybody. You've been absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much, everyone. I need to echo your sentiments as well. The chat has been enormous today. You've had a lot of cricket to choose from today, and you've stuck thick and thin with us. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We look forward to seeing you get here tomorrow, though, for finals day.
Yeah, we do. So, without further ado, enjoy the highlights. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
my back.